Come one, come all to the penultimate AGE Open here in Los Angeles. Our flagship circuit is about to meet its fourth end, but not, of course, before we proceed to what everybody has been fighting for all year long, the Players' Championship. More on that as we go throughout the day. For now, Bryce Platt's back here finally with his cohort and commentary, Michael Murray. It feels like coming home, Michael.
I know. You know, it all started here, and every once in a while we get to bring it back.
Yes, and I have to believe that it's going to end here as well.
Yeah, that's kind of ominous, but I think that's very fitting given the set that's coming up.
Oh, and what is that set, Michael?
I believe we're usurping some thrones.
Which kind of throne?
The Shadow.
Excellent choice, Michael. Excellent choice. It's going to be 3 Shadow heroes coming at you in the next, most probably anticipated set in a long time in Flesh and Blood. Before we talk about that, though, we got to talk about the boy wonder. Jacob Clemens takes down the Pro Tour after also securing a win at his own nationals in the UK, and then, of course, calling Shinjuku. It's a three-peat that, in Jacob's own words, builds up a reputation that is undeniable. That's what he's been searching for. That's the mountain he's been climbing since he first entered the game of Flesh and Blood. And honestly, based on my personal interaction with Jacob, the prowess that he presents when he plays, I cannot think of anyone more deserving.
Absolutely. I mean, I think one of the most amazing things about this narrative, from my perspective as a connoisseur of the game of Flesh and Blood itself, and not just Jacob Clemens, is this idea that, you know, of course it proves that he is one of a kind, skilled at Flesh and Blood, but it also, kind of on this more holistic scale, proves that Flesh and Blood is kind of one of a kind as a skill-based game that if you are good enough, you can just back to back to back to back. Very few card games, I think, exist on such an axis that allows for that skill expression. We're still drawing 4 cards every turn. We don't know what they are. You shuffle it up wrong, you're drawing 4 red after 4 reds after 4 reds, and yet somehow this man has figured out a way to manage that variance across multiple tournaments in a row. And it's possible that he's just the luckiest guy on the planet. I'm sure luck does play a factor. But I love the narrative of the skill that he's bringing and showing that skill itself is such a valuable component to the competitive side of Flesh and Blood.
I do believe that when LSS was trying to prove that Flesh and Blood is a game of skill, they were probably just sending over a quick dossier of Jacob Clements and said, read them and weep, German government.
Yeah.
That got
Exactly.
the stamp of approval, and
See?
all of a sudden now we get things like calling Hamburg all the way over there, where prize money can be awarded because it is no longer viewed as gambling. A really exciting part of the lore of Flesh and Blood, and honestly, it flies in the face of a lot of negative community discourse right now, which is not something we're unaccustomed to. I mean, Twitter's going to tweet, right? But Jacob Clements showcasing that he can do exactly as Michael Hamilton did so long ago with a Nationals win and then a Worlds win.
Absolutely.
It's really hard to believe that there isn't an edge to be gained just by playing so damn well.
I mean, you bring up the name, and that man also top-8'd.
100%. His fifth, by the way, in PT history.
Insane talent on that top 8. That was probably one of the best top 8s I've seen in a Flesh and Blood tournament.
Very
period.
stacked.
Not only in names and talent, but also in meta choice, variety. You know, obviously.
I know you're thinking about logs right now.
I'm thinking about logs. I'm thinking about 3 different builds of Oscilio.
Yeah.
3 completely different lists, all different ways of thinking about how to build the deck. It just it brings a tear to my eye, the beauty and the creativity I think that we saw in display in that tournament. So it was a very, very cool.
Yeah, and fate was
8.
aligned for that top 8 for AG Pro Team member Alexander Vor. One extra loss, and all of a sudden we don't see that third really interesting build of Oscilio that the members of the team have seen for quite some time and constantly touted as, I don't know how this deck works unless you're Alexander Vor.
Yeah. Speaking of AGE team member Alexander Vor, how come I never see him at these events?
You know, he likes to come once per season, spike one, and then let his 20 points just kind of get donated
float.
to charity.
Okay, fair enough.
He says, I'm winning 15K at PTs. I do not need to come to the AG.
Is he too busy? Does he just
I don't know.
Dislike
he could definitely
me?
be doing these commuter flights. We got Jonah Overholt of the
we got Anthony
Arizona
Pham,
Persuasion.
Team Honda Pilot. I don't know. It's okay. Maybe next time I see him, I'll actually pick his brain and figure
Maybe
out
it's
what's
you.
going on.
Maybe he's...
I think it's me. It's usually when I'm not sure and I really reflect. Self-reflection is important in my household. I realize, it's me.
You run a tight ship there, Michael, and I appreciate you for it. Okay, now we can talk about our Shadow Heroes. We have a lot more context to go on for set IAR, which is going to be a draftable set, and honestly, one that has the exact same shape that we've seen from a lot of the most iconic draft sets in Flesh and Blood. Part the Mistveil was another set which was 3 different classes with a shared talent. High Seas as well. Granted, that talent was technically a class, but you catch my drift.
I actually sat with that idea for a moment, and I have come to the conclusion I don't think there is a singular difference between a talent and a class in the game of Flesh and Blood, other than the name. Mechanically speaking, I'd have to sit down with somebody who knows all the interactions probably and hash it out. But that's my hypothesis to you, Chad, is that there is no difference. Curious what you guys think.
I know that the Pitch It To Me podcast crew are going to hear this when they watch the VOD back. And
it's a bold claim.
Have some quibbles to make with you. But that's the exciting thing about Flesh and Blood discourse. There's just so much to talk about. And so we proceed to the shadow cards themselves. Michael, I have been asking people in their player profiles, main, dabble, kill. Levia, New Viscerai, and Malice. What's your choice?
This is usually... answer comes to me right away. I will preface
because you do not like board state, right?
I'm not a big board state person. I think Malice looks very cool.
She looks so cool.
I think I will go dabble on Malice.
Okay.
I think I'm probably wrong about Kill Levia. I've played her in the past. I wanted to like her. I didn't. Everything's changing, though.
But you're killing her.
Yes.
Okay, it is decided. She's dead.
Because I have to make a choice, and I think I want to main Viscerai. I think the flip mechanic looks so cool. I'm playing Puffin, or I'm enjoying Puffin the most right now. I'm playing Betsy, but I think Puffin as a deck speaks to me the most. It's just a very flavorful aggro deck that has mid-range options. We're blocking for 4. We're doing things like that. I don't know that we're going to get to play the mid-range axis with Viserai, so maybe that's not really... Maybe I should be saying Mary Levia, but at the end of the day, Viserai flipping and touching a lot of cards and doing big explosive things sounds really, really cool to me.
Honestly, it seems like there's a viable build for him out there in the ether already, and he's about to get a very helpful helping of cards, both in the Shadow and Runeblade variety from IAR. Can't wait to see what is going to be coming our way.
Yeah.
I do have to draw my attention back to Levia, though. Beckoning Hunger alongside Blasmafet Insatiable Hunger is just a trip of a combination.
It looks like that's going to be her weapon in some regards. I was
Here's
kind
the
of
thing.
looking at the way that it plays. Yeah.
If you've read the token, there's no way to attack with it.
Right, so I guess that's what I should have said. She's going to have a weapon that says you can attack with this. And then...
Or perhaps an attack that does a beckon steel type thing.
Possibly,
if it connects, then you
sure,
swing
sure,
with
sure.
Blasmafet.
There's a lot of ways that it could fall, but I was imagining that the new Levia build that they're going to be building around would be some form of... I don't know if it's going to be a scepter, per se, but we're used to these necromancers with scepters and these illusionists with staves that kind of allow them to do their mechanic of attacking with the ally.
Okay.
And if you have a lot of printed ally generation in the Levia build, well, there's your weapon.
We already seen that you can have at least 9 copies of that Beckoning Hunger. Both comes in the blue, yellow, and red variety.
Sure.
Is there a particular card that has excited you the most so far? Drawn you into, say, Viserai or the Malice Camp?
It's the hero cards. I know that's cheap, but like...
No, it's okay. They're huge.
The Viserai hero card, my guy, is like...
One side is not enough for you anymore, huh?
Oh, we're cooking now. Oh, we're doing flip cards that are live that you just get to have 2 hero powers and weave in and out. Very, very cool.
And on the flip side, on Viserai Usurper, you're a lot of people saying essentially chain.
Yeah.
Granted, it's Blood Debt action rather than Runeblade or Shadow. So a little bit more limited there, but there's no activation required. There's no... Granted, Soul Shackle is usually more of a boon than a drawback, but there's no extra hoop to jump through. You simply have to flip, and then all of a sudden you're chain, which they said they would never print again.
Yeah, it looks like you just don't have the same volume of just like 5 cards.
Yeah.
5 cards, 5 cards, because that was the oppressive side. I think not just the go again, but the you're just drawing so much of your deck into your banish zone.
And plus you have the deck building drawback of having to have rune chant generating cards, which very rarely, mind you, have Blood Debt attached to them.
Well, we were just talking about how there's 3 builds of Oscilio. I'm very excited to see if maybe we get like the 3 builds of Viserai as well. When you have all these different axes to play and they all kind of clump up with each other, you sort of have to pick a lane and then explore that. And if LSS does a very good job of balancing them like they did with the release of Omens, you end up with really, really cool deck building options and multiple of them.
More to see there, to be sure, where there's also a lot of Mastery Pack Warrior spoilers coming in throughout the day. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. But friend of the show, Mitch Leslie, had his release, and yikes. It's a +4 to a weapon, granted cost 2. But every time a defense reaction is played to that chain link, draw a card.
Yes.
Warrior might be more fearsome than Viserai, dare I say, with the release of that product.
No, Warrior is shaping up to be a powerhouse, absolutely. I'm starting to see their identity as just, I do bigger numbers than you. And I think that's so fitting for Warrior. You
100%.
know, Guardian gets to be like the tank up, block, and discard. And now Warrior is just sort of like, going tall. I do really like that they're beginning to get some D-React interaction as well. That's always been their weakness, and it felt wrong. Like, Warriors are the ones that are supposed to win in the reaction step.
Now, there was a very key point to that keynote presentation in Las Vegas that you may have been distracted by the whole Usurp the Shadow Throne trailer, which brought the house down.
Yes.
I mean, Ethan Van Sant had lost his voice completely after screaming Levia's name when she showed up.
Sure.
But in addition to it was a very interesting announcement about more competitive support coming next year, namely in the form of an extra Pro Tour. So that's 4 Tier 4s that we can expect in the coming year and probably into the vast beyond as we go throughout our organized play seasons in Flesh and Blood. So that's 3 Pro Tours, 1 for each region.
Yeah.
The Americas, Europe, and APAC, which means that guaranteed every single year you have the opportunity to compete in a Pro Tour that is more or less in your neighborhood.
That's awesome. So cool. The other thing that I really love about that sort of new format, for those of us who've been playing Flesh and Blood for a long time, there is that little bit of a lull because all of the sort of lower tier events, they go hand in hand with the higher tier events. So I think this is going to tighten up the yearly cycle as well, and we're going to have some more local game store level tournaments that we may have been missing. So I'm excited for that as, you know, kind of more of a local player myself. Yeah. I don't tend to participate in the tier 4 events. Just, it's a lot. You know, it's a lot to have to travel across the world. I did get to go to Worlds in Japan 2 years ago.
I was there with you.
That was a long time, but that was a wonderful event. I find that I don't have the PTI in my back pocket to be able to participate in the larger events. Though.
Well, you have more opportunities to grab one and go to those tier 4 events, and that's the important piece. Listen, I'm so excited as a player. As a tournament organizer, I am less stoked because PQ and RTN season is so hard to schedule AG events around, but it's a fantastic problem to have. Our #1 mission here at AGE is to build the game of Flesh and Blood. All boats rise together as the tide goes up.
We just got to staple them together. You know? Get them all. Put the AGE name on one of those events.
Exactly right.
And marry the pricing.
As
Nothing wrong
Top
with
Deck
having an
Keep
even
has done
bigger,
for us.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and so very exciting stuff coming to the organized play realm of Flesh and Blood. Keep your eyes peeled for official and also AG events coming to you very soon. And since I'm talking about that, let's go ahead and hit our upcoming schedule, Michael. This is... Before you, every single open left in the season, Michael.
Wow.
And then it's the invitationals. One for each circuit that we represent, Los Angeles, St. Louis, and New England.
Yeah.
These are the last opportunities for players in all 3 of those regions to qualify for the top 16 cut and the Players' Championship. Exciting stuff. We are seated right here at the top left, July 25th. This is the penultimate round for Los Angeles. St. Louis gets their final say on August 1st, then it's back over to LA. And then, of course, New England has 2 left to go. They're going to bleed into September because, of course, one of their events was postponed back in February, if you'll remember.
That's exciting stuff. 5 more to go, and then we get into the Players' Championship across the nation.
Which, Michael, is my favorite time of year.
Oh,
and I think it is the same
great.
for you.
I mean, I love a big tournament, but when you get the top talent into that tournament, you're sort of guaranteed to have just a bloodbath. It's so good. A
bloodbath in a very unique format, mind you. This is something completely unique to Arcane games and events when it comes to Flesh and Blood organized play. You're going to have to stay tuned. We'll, of course, be posting the format graphic that we love to reference throughout the day. That'll be coming up. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. We have 2 more opens to play, and so we should take a look at our standings as well. This is our top 16 in Los Angeles right now. Anthony Pham completely secured after winning the last 2 opens. Colin Erickson right behind. I don't even believe he's in the room today, which is a surprise, but he's lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels when it comes to the Players' Championship. The interesting part of this bracket at this time of the season is always going to be right here, around 12 to 16. Any of these players are on the chopping block. Mind you, 17th place, Brian Gutierrez, 1 point behind Kosei Shitana. And usually 1 point can be the difference maker when it comes to making it or breaking it.
Well, what we have here, if you sort of plot these numbers out, is something kind of like an exponential curve, right? And it really flattens out on the right side of the screen. 9 to 16, how many points separates those, Bryce?
9 to 6. Oh,
look
gosh.
at that.
That's 5. 5 points.
5 points. And yet, on the other side, it's nearly 40.
Right.
In fact, more than 40.
And you know what else separates? There's another big separation between regions as well.
Yes.
This is a trend we've started noticing as we've expanded. You look at St. Louis and New England, the total points for the #1 seed are sky high. I mean, we're talking after the last round for, I believe it's St. Louis, Jason Fung, already sitting at 117, already crushed the previous record for the most AGE points carried into a Players' Championship.
Okay.
But that goes to show, the more players we adopt throughout the years, and honestly, the more players that we hone as part of the mission of AG, the tougher the competition gets.
Absolutely.
And all of a sudden, the heavy hitters in the room can't claim nearly as many points because there's just more competition. exciting stuff. That story and many more are going to be playing out behind us as the players are seated for their round 1 pairing. That does mean we have to go to a break and get right into the action. Bryce Platts, Michael Murray, Justin Leewog's here too, and that means it's time for some Flesh and Blood. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, round 1 is locked and loaded, and it is a lightning off. Not any lightning off. It's also an Omens of the Third Age off. It's going to be Aurora, Legacy of Tempest versus Zygmunt Starlight, which is going to be so exciting, Michael. Bryce Platt's back here, of course, with Michael Murray, my consigliere in commentary, and we are so ready to get down to the match area. But before we do, Michael, do you have any context for how this is going to go?
Not a lot of context. I do think that Zyggy is a more powerful deck in general.
But
I guess
is there
her
not a
weakness. No, I mean, well, I was gonna say, if there was a weakness, I would assume it was very aggressive decks.
Right.
But I have not seen this matchup play out in Classic Constructed.
I would
Obviously.
have to imagine that you have some intel, though, given that the Aurora player is your brother, Elliot Sloane.
You would absolutely think that. I have no idea. I think he just put this list together yesterday. I'm not super hopeful. I think it was maybe a bad choice, but we will see. I don't want to throw him under the bus just yet.
Okay, well, he's crawling under the bus, and Michael might just put his boot on the face of his brother, who is in the right side of your screen. That's Elliot Sloane, piloting Aurora, Legacy of Tempest, taking on yet another Lightning hero, a brand new talent class combination in Ziggy Starlight. Exciting stuff from Tyler Horspool, who is the main man here at Top Deck Keep, where all of our players are residing. We love Tyler. We love what he does with the store and with helping us put on the AGE Open. Does seem like he's immediately presenting the Phantasmal Footsteps alongside Reality Refractor. Now, Tyler is no stranger to this often shirked illusionist weapon. Granted, not anymore. Tyler popularized a Reality Refractor build with Enigma Ledger of Ancestry back when, honestly, a lot of people would say that wasn't the strongest thing she could be doing.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Tyler has always liked cooking up his own version of a list. Of course, Reality Refractor right now does appear to be the preferred way to play Ziggy, but that does not mean that Tyler is following the crowd. I bet he has his own kind of spice going on in that 80 cards that he's brought today.
So far, no spice besides, of course, the Volt-bound Duality sleeves, which are, gosh, so freaking gorgeous. That was one of the most stunning pieces of art that I saw come out of Omens of the Third Age in spoiler season. Elliot Sloane's got some drip of his own. That is an Antiquity Border Ravenous Rabble, revealing a spicy Nimblism off the top. And what is this, Michael? But a Tempestuous Kiss in the hand. Oftentimes, I think this is a card that players would rather leave at home. He's also got a Prophetic Quickstep. This could be a very different build of Aurora than we've seen so far.
So I actually can speak on that. I'm glad you brought it up because as I kind of pretended to know nothing about this list, Elliot has talked to me about it, and what he's running right now is a red-yellow variant. So what that means is he's really leaning into these 2 costs and pitching yellows to support them. Does have a tunic as well to kind of help with the curve in case he doesn't get that yellow. I think it's to help him get over those humps. But yeah, he's got the Tempestuous Kiss and I believe CNC in the list.
Curious stuff. Alongside some normal staples that you would expect, Arc Lightning is in the hand and Quick Succession for Elliot Sloane, but Tyler gets his say. 40 plays 40 still on Tyler's first real turn of the game. It is Crackle from Afar and Haze Bending established. Looks like no swing of the Reality Refractor. Tyler would rather use his action point to establish yet another Haze Bending, and who could blame him with what we've seen from several Spectral Shields and a Ward board that is so difficult for aggro to overcome. Back over to Elliot now.
Yeah, the Haze Bending is just so punishing. Obviously, Spectra, one of the most powerful mechanics in the game of Flesh and Blood. I would say, though, that Aurora is uniquely positioned to clear it with that 0-cost weapon, though.
And here we go. Arc Lightning will give go again to the next action Elliot plays. In the arsenal, of course, is the Tempestuous Kiss. Is it going to come out to play, though? Spectral Shield eaten up by the Arc Lightning ping after going again for Elliot. 40 still plays 40, and now Tyler is just a little bit less insulated, and here comes Tempestuous Kiss. There's still Ward on the board, so Tyler not priced into using any Arcane Barrier, at least yet. There is going to be more damage to come, though. Now that Tempestuous Kiss has go again, it'll not only get +1, but also that Arcane Damage Rider, likely to be eaten up by Crackle from Afar. But anytime this attack deals damage to Tyler, then he will be forced to discard a card. The tricky bit here, though, is that the Arc Lightning ping, after going again, technically comes from Arc Lightning, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting wording. I'm glad we have it up on the screen, and I'm sure that's what the players were just talking about now.
But Tyler does have a solid answer here. Shelter from the Storm is going to cover up that first Arcane ping and also protect Mr. President in the form of Crackle from Afar. Now, in the hand is one non-blocking card. I do believe it's Enlightened Strike and Cosmic Duality. Oh no, it's a Miraging Metamorph. Attacks that Tyler would love to be deploying, but instead is forced to go ahead and give them on defense lest he lose them. Now, the Sigil of Solace left in hand means that Tyler Horspool likely just to be on defense for the remainder of this turn cycle.
Yeah, it's, I mean, right away we see Elliot showing us what those yellows are for in the list. And wow, yeah, Snatch coming out, ignoring the haze bending. It's a choice, and I think it's the right one here. We know that Tyler doesn't have that blocking card.
I definitely agree with the choice here. Elliot likely going to be able to refresh the arsenal. There's no way Tyler's going to block this out unless, of course, he had a blocking card in hand and also a defense reaction in arsenal. As it stands, we know that that is not the case. It's just a Sigil of Solace there. Fantastic for shoring up damage before or after it comes. But look, Tyler is going to the deck to see if he can find some respite. It is a Shelter from the Storm drawn off the top of the deck for Crown of Providence. And now Crackle from Afar plus Shelter from the Storm plus Crown of Providence does cover up this on-hit. So huge play from Tyler.
The Shelter did come from Arsenal. I think he was fishing for a blue to make sure that he can really convert the value of his Reality Refractor this turn, and he did find it. A yellow actually counts as well. So just going for as much value as possible. I will say, though, that I happen to know that Elliot is on CNC, so that tool being gone off the board, the Crown of Providence, may come back to bite him if Tyler isn't thinking ahead about that.
It's huge, absolutely. Now Elliot has drawn up a little bit of offensive defense. Sigil of Suffering is there in the hand. Granted, wouldn't deal any damage to Tyler and also might be a risk to deploy because, of course, the Fiendal Spring Tunic is online now. Tyler could simply pop it, block one, keep his ward board, and also the aura that is crashing in. Gotta love getting an early haze bending established as well because it doesn't have ward itself, so isn't really susceptible to things like Sigil of Suffering to rob your action point and attack away from you.
Absolutely. I still kind of like deploying it. At the very least, if you had a D-React that said block 3 and take away your opponent's Tunic counter, you'd play that every time you could. So I do expect it to come down, and it does.
Now the consideration is for Tyler. How much is he going to let it block? Yeah, keeps his Tunic around. And so Elliot does get 5 value on the Sigil of Suffering, even though 1 point of damage leaks through. Elliot now down to 38, and it's back over to him, where he still has not drawn a single drop of blood from Tyler Horspool.
I do like that choice. Tyler knows that he will get another Sigil if this haze bending is destroyed, and this looks like the turn to destroy it. Elliot making a rune chant here and setting up a little bit, and likely just sending it haze bending and passing would be my guess.
Oh, yeah. This is actually a rough draw up for Elliot. Did have to pitch a red card and use his Tunic just to create that rune chant. But because Scorpio Comet Tail is a free activation, he can still send this fry at face in addition to the rune chant and then follow up with Scorpio to remove that pesky haze bending.
Yeah, nice split damage. Kind of an efficient way to go about it.
So it's 3 go again for Tyler's consideration. Will he let any of this damage through? The arcane damage ping from the rune chant, of course, covered up by the spectral shield that remained on the board. And now Scorpio Comet Tail, yes, gets rid of haze bending, leaves yet another spectral shield in the way. Elliot doing a very diligent job of dealing with the board state before committing fully to an aggressive push.
Yeah, and I do believe now that's most of the spectra that Tyler should be on. That's kind of the really annoying thing to deal with. Obviously, a bunch of ward on the board is annoying too, but at least you can clear that with offensive overlap.
There is a Stardust Spike in the hand in glorious cold foil extended art. Gorgeous. And then a Shimmers of Silver.
Okay.
Tyler,
Guess I was wrong.
Being an illusionist enjoyer from the original days of Prism, shows that he loves his Spectra auras. And who could blame him? Shimmers of Silver is one of those cards, like Moray Le Fay, which might be a more contemporaneous card to reference there, will gain a +1 counter the first time an illusionist aura weapon attacks each turn. Any one of those auras. And so oftentimes what you like to do is go ahead and start swinging with a different aura, stack up the +1 counters, and make your opponent remove either the Shimmers or the aura that's beating them down.
Right, you are, and now it's Elliot's job to go as tall as humanly possible, try to clear all the ward and kill Shimmers if possible. We mentioned earlier that this weapon is very, very crucial for clearing Spectra efficiently, but he does need to play a lightning card. It's not the easiest weapon to get online compared to some other options in the game of Flesh and Blood.
Especially when the hand looks the way it does for Elliot. Stardust Spike plus Gone in a Flash get in the way of the first Enlightened Strike. There is another one left in the hand, which is all well and good for a value play, but like you said, Michael, Scorpio can't follow this up. Elliot does not currently control a lightning attack, so chosen mode likely going to be just buff power unless Elliot wants to deploy, I think, the Skizzik that he placed in Arsenal last turn. But no, buff power is chosen here, trying to remove that Spectral Shield before Shimmers does its dirty work.
Yeah, it is the play that I think was correct to make here, but it's obviously not the overrate play that you were really hoping to make to punish Tyler for basically just setting up a board and passing. You need to be able, in my opinion, to convert 5 cards in those spots in order to really take the tempo.
Definitely doesn't feel like Elliot's off-kilter build of Aurora is humming as of yet.
Not yet. Just a 4-card 12, which is fine, but it's not going to win you the game against a value deck like Tyler is currently attempting to put together.
Nevertheless, Elliot has done some good work there. Does remove the Spectral Shield and 3 cards out of the hand for Tyler Horspool, but the Shimmers of Silver is what he's got to have his eye on for these future turns, which is now crashing in for 6 thanks to the trigger of its own ability. And now that the +1 counter is there, once again, Spectra is not ward. Elliot can't play something like a Sigil of Suffering or send a bunch of 1 arcane damage pings in order to remove it. He's got to choose it as the target of one of his attacks.
Yeah, Elliot's got the CNC in hand right now. It does not pair up with any of the cards that he's working with, though. 2 cards that buff up things that have less than 2 power. So a little bit of anti-synergy, and I don't know if that last card is yellow or red, but if it's red, that CNC looks like it's destined for the block.
Does not look great here. Either that or the Arsenal. I know there's a second strike there.
Sure.
I want to say that's a yellow second from the left. Am I wrong about that?
It's a yellow, so he has the resources to support this, but the buff cards do not.
Oh, no, it's not a yellow. It's another copy of Skizzik.
Oh, yikes.
Yikes. Skizziks are not looking great so far for Elliot. Obviously, the main purpose of them is to be in the deck for when Skyward Serenade, fresh off of the Banhammer, can finally get played, but Elliot's finding all the Skizziks before the Skywards.
Yeah, no, just doing what he can. I don't like leaving. Does he have go again?
My mistake, it wasn't the Skizzik in the Arsenal, it was the first copy to be resolved of Skyward Serenade. And because Elliot pitched a Skizzik earlier in the game to Grasp of the Arknight, it is there at the ready. So Embodiment of Lightning token generated. Skizzik found out of the deck. This attack is going to be coming in for 7 go again, and then Elliot can save the last card for the Arsenal, clear up Shimmers of Silver with Scorpio.
Okay, good. I was just not seeing the efficient clearing of Shimmers and starting to get worried that he didn't have it. He did piece it together, and so we are currently just doing this 3-card trading back and forth efficient game plan, which Aurora's good at. Obviously, he's playing this disruptive version, but the disruption really loses a lot of purchase and value into decks like what Tyler is piloting. A lot of D-reacts can make it very difficult to connect with those.
Does have himself a 4 blue card hand, does Tyler Horspool. One of which is Warmonger's Diplomacy. I feel like I'm seeing, yes, another Shimmers of Silver. And my eyes may have deceived me. No, that is another blue. Enigma Chimera and Spears of Surreality. Both cards that flex in and out of Illusionist decks here and there. Honestly, none of them look particularly great here unless they jump in front of the Shimmers of Silver. But the drawback, of course, of Spectra is that it can simply be removed by choosing it as an attack.
I did just see a little bit of a frown come out of Tyler. Not super happy with the texture of his hand.
1 damage does find home, though. Elliot is finally on the board. 38 plays 39. And yes, Scorpio, just showing that is a Spectra stopper in this game.
Yeah, really good to find that lightning attack. But that's the secret here. The Scorpio really, really good at clearing Spectra. but it has that condition that isn't necessarily easy to meet every single turn, especially when you're playing a bunch of cards like CNC, which don't have the Go Again or the Lightning talent.
Enigma Chimera is the retort from Tyler Horspool, who likely knew as an illusionist mainstay that Shimmers of Silver was not long for this world. So the second copy of that card goes into the pitch zone to pay for this very fearsome Phantasm attack. At this point, though, Tyler might also not have been liking that play because Elliot has shown him that he's running poppers, not just as a tech piece against this illusionist hero, but also as part of his game plan. Nevertheless, Elliot takes all of that damage down to 32. This is going to be the first time that we've seen this game where Elliot doesn't have an ulterior motive of clearing ward with a 5-card hand.
Yeah, no, he finally gets to piece something together. Let's see how he does it.
He's starting it off right. Arc Lightning once again. 1 Arcane for your consideration, Tyler Horspool, who has 2 non-blocking cards in the hand. Tyler's hoping and thanking his lucky stars that the follow-up is not going to be a burn-up shock on this turn. It is instead going to be a Rush of Power, brand new powerhouse common from Omens of the Third Age for Aurora. Is Lightning and Runeblade will get +1 because it has been given Go Again, so 4 Go Again, and then on hit, another 1 arcane damage. It's a 1-card 5 if you can put all the pieces together.
Yeah, seems pretty good to me. Tyler now reaching for blocking. Seems like he wants to try his best to cover as much of it up as he can. Doesn't want to take that extra damage.
And he does it, of course, with Phantasmal Footsteps and a blue in the pitch. Not an inefficient play at all because Elliot continues to send arcane damage. And now it is a second strike, which Did Tyler take that first arcane?
Did he?
He must have.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
I don't know if it is. There it is. It wasn't represented on our screen as of yet. Second strike will find home. Unfortunately for Tyler, does use the last floating in order to cover up the Arc Lightning ping, and now Path of Same Ends comes in for 3, will just automatically send 1 arcane. If Tyler takes that arcane damage, then Elliot will have to provide Go Again in a different way, but luckily, Viandal's Spring Tunic is there.
Wow, we're really starting to see the turn come together for Elliot. Tyler priced into just taking a bunch of this, and as good as these Sigil of Solaces are to kind of heal up past your starting life total, he's realizing that, I mean, blocking would have been even better.
Sure. But, you know, by pitching this Sigil of Solace to the Arcane Damage Rider does force Elliot to use his Tunic in order to provide Go Again to this attack. And then, of course, there's another Arc Lightning ping. Tyler now down to 30 after starting at 38 at the beginning of this turn. And Elliot now can finish off this combat chain with Snatch. Snapdragon Scalers are there if he wants to go even harder. At worst, he'll be sending a Scorpio Comet Tail, which, based on the hand for Tyler, is not going to be very happy for him.
This looks fantastic for Elliot. Draws the card.
No use of the Snapdragon Scalers, though.
I think that's okay. I mean, you can look at the Snapdragon Scalers as, okay, I'm going to convert these into 2 points of damage, and that's not, you can maybe do better in this list.
Okay, and now a bread and butter value play from Tyler Horspool. Gone in a flash out of the arsenal. We have seen all of the Lightning heroes in Omens of the Third Age take advantage of Lightning Greaves for a super wide Gone in a Flash combo. Tyler is staking his claim that this matchup is one that needs the defensive prowess of Phantasmal Footsteps. So he's not going to be able to do a wide Gone in a Flash combo, but he can have access to many turn cycles like this. Play out Gone in a Flash, play out one of my Ward Auras, or Sigil of Solace out of the hand, get 7 value right there, plant another 4 attack in the arsenal.
Yeah, Gone in a Flash really is like a pseudo weapon in this list. It can just replace the Reality Refractor attacks, and you get the 4 power when you play it, plus the extra value of the instant. So it's really kind of like a 1-card 5 that you just loop over and over, just like Reality Refractor would be if you had auras on the board. So a really nice way to shore up that weakness of what do you do when you don't have the auras on board. I really like the flexibility of this card in this list.
And honestly, this is what Illusionist players in general have always had to do in the face of overwhelming, aggressive decks. They've got to get on that value plan, which is why just about every single Illusionist deck has some smattering of 0 for 4 defense reactions. You just play that value game. If you can establish a board that can't be removed in a timely manner, you get 1, maybe 2 swings of that pesky Mira guy, or in Tyler's case, Shimmers of Silver, and all of a sudden you're back in the game.
Absolutely. And speaking of value, I mean, that was a 1-card 7 that we saw. The pairing of Sigil of Solace with Gone in a Flash is just such a powerhouse.
Powerhouse indeed. That is what Elliot is trying to put together, and he's starting by pitching 2 cards. Yikes. And maybe it's because there is, I think, another second strike in the hand. Elliot's going to start off with a Fry, though, which is interesting if we think back to the previous turn cycle. Could have, when Tyler's shields were down, activated Snapdragon Scalers for 1 Arc Lightning Ping, an additional 3 from Fry, then another Arc Lightning Ping, then Scorpio Comet Tail for an additional 2 points. So
okay, now that you're mentioning
could have
that,
been 7 value.
Yeah, I that was a misplay. In hindsight, definitely a misplay, especially now seeing him pitch 2 reds to even have a turn.
So Fry into Fry. First one met by Gone in a Flash. Now we know is redundant because of the arsenal of Tyler Horspool. Second Fry meets a Cosmic Duality. The follow-up is Scorpio Comet Tail, now threatening essentially 2 points of damage that are very inefficient to block.
Yes, and I don't want to harp too much on it as a misplay, but I do want to go back and talk about why it's so important for Elliot to be extending on those turns when we see Tyler isn't blocking. Tyler's playing a defensive deck.
Right.
Connecting with the health pool is the most important thing you can do.
And now a Command and Conquer as the retort for Tyler Horspool. 27 plays 28. Right now, life parity has been reached. And the blocking hand for Elliot, I do see at least 1 3 block. There's also a Current Funnel there. Could get through this turn cycle fairly unscathed. I'm sure he's thinking about that Jack Be Nimble as just again, another 0 for 4 that's huge, especially when he's already played one of those nimbleisms that he needs in order to banish it and get its full effect.
Is on Crown of Providence as well. I'm sure he likes his arsenal, which is why he's in the tank right now. But
it is a Nimby.
Yeah.
And he has 1 more copy of nimbleism left in the deck, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, don't really want to part with that if you can help it. But it looks like Elliot is conceding. He got.
It's interesting here that Current Funnel in this hand, at least on its face value, could just be an activation of Grasp of the Arknight and a send of Prophetic Quickstep, but no, it jumps on defense alongside that Crown of Providence. Card sunk from the arsenal, which was Nimby. Card drawn is Revel in Rune Blood. Not a single non-attack action card in the hand, though.
Okay. I do remember him talking to me about this card as well, and he was actually lamenting the fact that you couldn't just swing Scorpio for 0 to get extra value out of it. One of the more difficult cards to line up in his deck, but it does look to me like he opted to include it in this matchup.
Nimbleism banished for the additional cost of Jack Be Nimble, which means it'll get +1 and go again. Don't worry about any of the other text here. It's not going to be relevant. All Elliot cares about is high efficiency output from his attacks.
Yeah, getting a breakpoint is a great way to do that. Looks like he may just follow it up with pitch to CNC and then go ahead and arsenal.
I don't hate it, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially when you know what your opponent's arsenal is. I think Elliot would have been happier if it was a defense reaction, but there is a defense reaction in the hand for Tyler. He luckily deploys it right away on this Jack Be Nimble, so he won't get got by this Command and Conquer. He will, however, devote 2 cards, hold on to a Nourishing Glow. So we're going to see yet another play of Gone in a Flash, bounce Gone in a Flash, gain a life, arsenal that Gone in a Flash. And Tyler, I think, has found his win condition in this match.
And I got to say, I didn't give Elliot enough credit coming into this. We are currently 27 plays 27, and it looks like both of these players really have a game plan.
And now, taking a look at the hand of Elliot, he has found the first playable copy of Burn Up Shock. The first one, of course, was blocked with, or I think it was sent to the bottom of the deck on the first turn cycle. And this is actually looking pretty huge right here. Quick Succession plus Snatch. This one likely going to have to get Snapdragon Scalers because Quick Succession would only provide go again to the next Lightning or Runeblade attack on this turn. And so interesting. Elliot with that Revel and Runeblood in the arsenal, does have it locked and loaded, ready to go for Rune Chance to be generated. But as you mentioned, Michael, it's a little bit awkward. Going to have to close the combat chain. Doesn't have any lightning attacks to make it so that Scorpio, the weapon, can be the benefactor of those 4 Rune Chants. Can, however, make it instead a Snatch for 7, which could be huge.
Yeah, it doesn't line up well with that shock.
I think he's going to have to go for it, though.
Yeah.
Tyler just wasn't presenting anything meaningful, so I think he's got to put this turn together.
Yeah, I think so, too. You can't just, set up and pass against a board state deck.
And, Quick Succession is still going to look pretty good, even though it's not actually going to be providing go again to anything. Could be saved for later in the turn, of course. If Elliot is to draw a lightning card off of Snatch, could be huge.
Yeah, my concern here is just the burn-up side of this burn-up shock feels completely irrelevant with the lack of attack actions.
We will see. Quick Succession going to provide cheeky breakpoints to both of these attacks. And Elliot has already bought a card out of the hand of Tyler Horspool. And so now the follow-up, Jack Be Nimble, there is another Nimbleism in that graveyard. To the Banished Zone it goes, and now all of a sudden it's not 0 for 4, it's 0 for 5, thanks to Quick Succession. Elliot saying, a 0 for 4 defense reaction is not going to save you here, Tyler Horspool.
Yeah.
Who does have a Restless Coalescence in the hand. Also likely not to be super helpful in covering up this burn-up shock.
Does have the Phantasmal Footsteps.
Is the 0 for 4 there? No, indeed. This is only a block for 4. Nourishing Glow will cover up the last bit of it. But when a Snatch comes in for 5, it might make Tyler cry. I don't think it's going to connect, though, based on, I think there's a 3 block left in the hand and also that Restless Coalescence. So 5 is exactly what Tyler's going to be able to cover up.
It could just be Revel pass. I mean, Revel swing.
It has to be Snatch.
Yeah. It does.
Revel.
Well, he can't swing Scorpio, right?
He cannot swing Scorpio,
so he plays Revel,
Snatch.
Yeah. Okay.
Which
Fair
is still
enough.
not bad.
Yeah.
But, of course, burn-up shock turns, you want as many attacks
well, hold
as
on,
possible.
because he can still snap into Scorpio.
Right. No, he cannot snap into Scorpio because he does not control a lightning attack.
Yeah.
He can snap and provide +1 to this Snatch, though, because of Quick Succession, which is not nothing. As long as it doesn't get maximum respect from Tyler Horspool, but he's got instant speed plays. He's got the Restless Coalescence. So Tyler can even bait out those Snapdragon Scalers by blocking with 1 card. But the chain was closed as well, so he doesn't even have to do that.
Just gets the 1 block from the Footsteps for free.
So Elliot can go ahead and pop Snapdragon Scalers, get this Snatch up to 5.
No!
There he goes. Tyler baiting this perfectly, and now Restless Coalescence can jump in the way. Very important foot piece utilized for Elliot Sloane, and I can't fault him here. This is something you got to do in order to win this game. You got to play to your win states. Not just your not fail states.
Really cheeky. I mean, I love the +1 at reaction speed. It feels really good.
But unfortunately, it's a knowing nod for Elliot Sloane. No on-hit from Snatch gotten through. No on-hit from Burn-Up Shock. It is a good amount of bloodletting, but I have to award this turn cycle to Tyler Horspool. He's still eclipsing Elliot's life total by 2 points.
Elliot, full tempo, though, with a similar life total. So is in the driver's seat right now.
What can he do with it? That's the real question that prospective players of the Legacy of Tempest have been asking over and over again. And when you see cards making the deck like Outed, you realize how limiting the card pool is just by removing Elemental from her hero card.
Yeah, no, I mean, you really see it here in this build. There are so many generic cards making their way into this list.
Now it's a Quick Succession, a Ravenous Rabble, Current Funnel, and Second Strike from Elliot Sloane. Not bad, not great.
Yeah. I was thinking about converting that Current Funnel into a Rune Chant, it looks like.
It is going to be a Quick Succession first. A curious choice, perhaps something that Elliot could have played on a future turn cycle, but I do like this. Quick Succession into Current Funnel. And now, even though current funnel is getting go again from quick succession, it is also getting go again from the fact that a lightning action came before it. It'll also provide go again to whatever action comes next for Elliot Sloane. So he will be able to go 3 wide, 4 wide if you count the Scorpio Comet Tail, and also get maximum value on quick succession. Ain't bad.
Yeah. Shoring up the weakness of second strike, needing to hit.
So now second strike looks exactly the way it should.
Yeah.
Gets +1 from that quick succession, gets provided go again from current funnel. Gets a furrowed brow from Tyler, wants to make sure that's exactly how it works, and unfortunately, that's the way the card reads.
We've got second strike at home.
No blocks, reactions.
But Tyler has gained an extra point of value, does go ahead and send Sink below, sending... Can't quite spot that card to the bottom, but there's the last copy of Shimmers of Silver, finding a CNC instead. Ravenous Rabble to follow, revealing a burn-up shock for Elliot Sloane, coming in for 5 go again. And Scorpio Comet Tail is going to be the perfect coup de grace on this turn.
Yeah. Wow, okay, that's an efficient turn from Tyler, though.
It's an easy block with Phantasmal Footsteps on Scorpio Comet Tail when Fiandal Spring Tunic is live. You can see very clearly that Tyler has been in this position before, and he's very comfortable with it. So it's yet another turn cycle where Elliot is not able to get a single point of damage through. He's got to be setting up 5-card hands.
Definitely.
And with a burn-up shock there, I would imagine he's trying to get it established in Arsenal if he can, but there's also a NIMBY, which doesn't have go again on its own. And without Snapdragon Scalers, even with quick succession in the hand, there's no real way to give it go again unless, of course, he goes for the same play that we saw before, quick succession into current funnel. But then what are you even getting the NIMBY for?
We need to be looking to set up an Arsenal, I think. And so really it should be, what's the best 3-card play?
Yep. I would agree with that, Michael.
You can just end the chain on NIMBY and go grab a Nimbleism if it's in the deck and then Arsenal that.
You could, but I'm wondering if we're trying to set up a burn-up shock, don't we just want more attacks with go again?
Of course.
I mean, Nimbleism's not bad. Elliot does go ahead and pitch the current funnel to Grasp of the Arcanite, establishes a Rune Chant token. 1 floating. Follow-up is NIMBY. Looks like it might be a declined trigger, though, for Elliot Sloane. So it's just 4 damage, ultimately.
Wow.
1 from the Rune Chant. Now, Tyler has got to be thinking about Lightning Press in this situation, of course. He likely is insulated. Does go ahead and pitch a card away to the Rune Chant. And it's just Phantasmal Footsteps jumping in front. There are instant speed shenanigans for Tyler, but he's happy to take 2. 23 plays 23 now, and Tyler has the biggest hand we've seen from him in a long time. Elliot has had his foot firmly placed on the gas. Let's see what Tyler can do with 3 cards in hand and 1 in Arsenal. I'm sorry, 2 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal. No, I was right. Stardust Spike first, established. Nourishing Glow to follow. 1 life gain, back up to 24. Tyler back in the lead as quickly as he lost it. Now, we know the Gone on the Flash is still there in the Arsenal. Left in the hand is a Haze Bending. Huge setup for Tyler Horspool.
Wow, this is super annoying for Elliot because every single ward aura that he kills on offense before he ends the chain killing the Haze Bending is an extra spectral shield that he's giving to Tyler for essentially free.
This could, however, be the 5-card hand that Elliot has been dreaming of. We know about the quick succession that remained in the hand. Can't quite make out the rest of the cards. I want to say I see another second strike, a lightning surge, a little awkward in the hand. 2 lightning surges in the hand. This first one will gain go again from quick succession coming first, though. It's going to be 5 go again. He didn't play the burn-up shock. He doesn't think this is enough to push it through.
Okay.
And I mean, I don't blame him with 3 ward already established.
It's board clearing time. He's playing this very, very diligently, and I respect it.
Elliot says, for every setup turn you take, I will take a beat down turn to get rid of that setup.
Block 3 reaction.
Yeah, man. Every single ward that comes out to sort of block. I guess this is a defense reaction, though.
Yes, this is a Shimmering Mirage, and it will be a skill test for Elliot Sloane. This one can be played repeatedly as long as the combat chain remains open. Now, Elliot can always manually decide to close the combat chain, but will he?
Quick succession.
Good. Nice, Elliot. Closes the combat chain there, so all of a sudden, Shimmering Mirage cannot jump back into the fray. That's really a ninja killer more than a Runeblade killer.
Okay, so quick succession is this turn. I would thank you for pulling that up. I wasn't sure if it was this combat chain, because that would have been really heads up from Tyler.
But the important piece is that Tyler did not take damage on that lightning surge, and so all of a sudden Elliot Sloane forced to just send his second strike into the haze bending, unable to address that ward board, and also an effective IP penalty of 1 card at the end of that turn. Now Tyler Horspool with 2 cards in hand and a Gone and a Flash in the arsenal. I do see another copy of Shimmering Mirage and then a Cosmic Duality. Honestly, not ideal for a clapback, and this is one of the drawbacks of the Reality Refractor Zyggy.
Yeah. I just want to bring to your attention, everyone's attention, how much it hurt Elliot to close that chain. Even though he still had the +1, he lost the lightning card on the chain, which meant he could no longer activate Scorpio. And so that's why we saw him send the attack action, but he basically lost a full attack that could have gone at Tyler.
And furthermore, with the burn-up shock in the arsenal, Elliot wasn't even able to place Lightning Surge in the arsenal where it is best served. So it could be yet another awkward turn from our Lightning Runeblade. Sigil of Suffering, however, going to jump into the fray, going to force either the Fiandal Spring to, honestly, nothing, because there's one floating for Tyler. So this Sigil of Suffering only blocking for a measly 3, 2 damage taken, Elliot down to 21.
It's still a pretty close game.
It is a very close game. Elliot's gotta hit on one of these turns, man.
Yeah.
Right now, Tyler is making him spin his wheels in the mud. Quick Succession plus Lightning Surge does equal an attack with Go Again. But Elliot decides it's still not time to hit the Burn-Up Shock button.
I think that's fair. We got to clear this ward off the board before you can really sacrifice what I would believe is one of the premier power cards in your deck. If you're going to kill somebody that's trying to block you out, you need to connect with a Burn-Up Shock.
And you know, Elliot did accomplish something on that previous turn cycle. If you remember, one of the cards Tyler Horspool blocked with, Phantasmaclasm.
Yeah.
Now, that would have been a much more efficient retort to Elliot's play than a swing of Nourishing Glow. So Elliot is up in certain respects. Tyler staying nice and defensive. It's Command and Conquer plus Stardust Spike blocked with on this Lightning Surge. No damage gotten through. Path of Same Ends to follow. Fiandal Spring Tunic is there to provide Go Again because this arcane damage is definitely not getting through.
It's really seeming like that Tunic is just here for this card and when you happen to draw an all-red hand.
And so now Elliot has the opportunity to provide Go Again. Doesn't, though?
He will.
Okay, of course.
Into
It's an
the
instant
chain.
speed ability. And so now Path of Same Ends does jump up to 4 because of the quick succession that came before. And then eats up one of the ward auras of Tyler Horspool. Scorpio Comet Tail to follow. How will Tyler answer? Nourishing Glow could get eaten.
Where did the resource go? Oh, to the Arcane.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Stardust Spike, honestly, is
Yeah.
not. I don't think being used as intended by the developers. I would think that that resource is often wanting to be sunk into an Ephrodius attack, but when your opponent's sending split damage, it's kind
helpful.
of essentially blocked for 3.
And Phantasmal Footsteps. What a better way to sink a resource.
Nourishing Glow on the combat chain again for the second time this game. 5. No Go Again. And Tyler left stranded with 1 card in hand. Couldn't quite catch it. Could be yet another piece of ward to establish. We know the arsenal is still Gone in a Flash. Would be absolutely huge if it was... I was thinking of maybe a Fleeing Starbreeze, but then you can't buy back the Gone in a Flash.
Yeah, I think the best thing it could be is an instant ward aura.
Third copy of Sigil of Suffering in the hand for Elliot Sloane, which has looked terrible
Yeah.
so far this game, honestly.
When your weapon swings for 2 without go again, you're just floating a resource. It just doesn't do anything.
There's just so many resources at the ready for Tyler Horspool. Sigil of Suffering will jump in front of Nourishing Glow. Tyler happy to pay that 1 resource to make Sigil of Suffering just a measly 1-card 3. Elliot now down to 19. Tyler is knocking on the death door of his opponent.
That's a
Now
really
has
defensive hand.
3 defense reactions in the hand. If Elliot decides to hit go on Burn Up Shock, he will be running into a brick wall. But based on the way it looks in the hand, it doesn't look like it's the most opportune time to do so. He goes anyway.
You know, it may just be time to clear it. Sitting on that in Arsenal is not necessarily. This isn't the deck that you're going to get the value of that card into.
Pain and suffering. Pain and suffering for Elliot Sloane right now. For many reasons, not the least of which, that deck is getting awfully thin.
True.
He's going to go ahead and find the last copy of Skizzik that is there, thanks to Skyward Serenade. The 3rd Skyward Serenade will be choosing lackluster modes, that's for sure. This Skizzik, however, will be coming in for a whopping 7 go again, threatening the on-hit of Burn Up Shock. Oh, it's going to be such an easy block for Tyler Horspool, though. And he can do one of the most potent defensive plays of Fate Foreseen. See what you could draw into with a Sink Below.
Fix that hand.
Sink Below now jumps in with Fate Foreseen. After card is left on top. No Sink, though. Follow-up is just Scorpio Comet Tail, which critically does still threaten the rider of Burn Up. Forces Tyler to give it consideration. What is he going to do here? Because he has gone into Flash in the arsenal, has no instant in the hand, instead just going to throw Phantasmal Footsteps plus Warmonger's Diplomacy. And while Elliot's certainly not happy with the way that turn cycle played out, it's not like Tyler's going to have a retort.
Yeah, I mean, he's just passing. Wow. Values the gone in a flash. I thought maybe it was time to clear that and throw a D-react in the arsenal. You're already ahead.
I definitely think there's an argument for that. And we know that there's 1 left in the deck still for Tyler. Has only blocked with 1 so far. Quick Succession out of the arsenal for Elliot. So it's not going to be the Burn Up Shock turn, but maybe it can be something. Is a card going to be drawn on this Enlightened Strike? No, of course, it needs to get go again from its own ability. Doesn't get it from Quick Succession because it is neither Lightning or Runeblade.
Yeah, just getting the +1.
And then the rest of the hand for Elliot is Nimby, Revel, and Runeblood.
Yikes.
Honestly,
well, he's got the attack, non-attack, so I guess he can pair it.
He can go for it, yeah.
Quick Succession is looking like a 1-card 1 right here.
And Elliot Sloane knows that there's no more Nimbleisms left in the deck. 2 banished, 1 in the graveyard. So Nimby's not even going to have a fetch target to do the fabled 1 for 6 that it is touted as.
Right.
Honestly, Revel and Runeblood hasn't looked ideal so far.
No.
Which is such a strange thing to say. Given its history.
It's clunky in this list. It's a great card, and I understand. I think he's playing it to sort of help him in the fatigue matchups, and it's a good idea to have enough Arcane to sort of help you get over the top. But it's just so hard to get it to line up along with a lightning attack, so that you can end the chain with Scorpio still.
Now there is 1 more Arc Lightning turn, I think, left in Elliot's deck.
Ooh.
That could turn the tide.
Yeah, I don't know. With 20 life still to go through?
We'll see. Gone in a Flash, bought back from Tyler Horspool after it connects with the life total of Elliot Sloane by Restless Coalescence. Back over to Elliot, 15 plays 20. Only 10 minutes remaining in this deck. I kind of thought it would be over sooner than this.
It looked like he had maybe 8 cards left in deck.
Oof. Ravenous Rabble to follow an activation of Grasp of the Arknight. Current Funnel comes back around again at the worst time. Ravenous Rabble for 2 with 1 arcane damage riding from a Rune Chant.
Yeah. And we are at pitch stack, and when you are pitching, it's typically blues and yellows.
Yikes. And now a tempestuous kiss in the hand with no way to provide it go again, alongside a rush of power. 2 cards that desperately need go again. Elliot also, once again, cannot swing Scorpio. Will not have a lightning attack with go again on this combat chain.
Yeah.
And he's going to hold on to Tempestuous Kiss. Just going to send Rush of Power for a measly 3. Granted, there still is an on-hit of 1 arcane damage, but that's if Tyler lets it hit. No, indeed. Fate Foreseen jumps in the way. And Elliot, like so many turn cycles this game, leaves Tyler unscathed going into his affirmative turn.
And what we're seeing here is basically, I actually don't have a name for this archetype. I guess I would call it disruptive aggro. It's particularly poorly positioned into people that bring D-Reacts. It's very good into aggro mirrors. But we can see here it just is, this is really kind of like a counter to his deck.
And now, speaking of counters, Tyler Horspool throws a red Spears of Surreality.
Oof.
5 go again printed on it for 1 resource, something that is way above rate in the game of Flesh and Blood, but it has the drawback of Phantasm. Has Elliot found a popper? That's the real question. If he does, he's going to be blocking 11 with 1 card, but I ain't seeing it in the hand.
No.
It's in the arsenal, Michael.
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding. Tempestuous Kiss has 5. Will go up to 6
yes.
if it's given Quick Strike.
I mean, this is it, right? You have to take it and go for a final push here.
There's just not enough cards left in the deck
Yeah.
to win otherwise. Unlike Aurora of the past, there's not an weapon attack that you can swing every single turn. Scorpio has a rider. And here we go. Skyward Serenade going to create an embodiment of Lightning Token, and I'm guessing provide +1 to the next attack because, like I said, no more Skizzics left in the deck for Elliot.
Yeah, has the Revel and Runeblood in his hand as well. It's a very...
So 3 copies of Revel. Tempestuous Kiss now to follow.
Pitching the Burn-Up Shock Tunic to enable this play.
So it's 1 arcane damage, then 6 go again. 7 go again, of course, because of Skyward Serenade. So it's annoying breakpoints this way and that, but there is a piece of ward on the board for Tyler Horspool, which can cover up some of that cheeky damage. Fleeing Starbreeze jumps into the pitch. 1 damage shirked away for these players who I believe are now at their pitch stacks.
Yeah.
Although there's still a Stardust Spike in the hand for Tyler Horspool. I think he halfway got to the stack with that last draw up.
No blocks. I'm going to take 5 here.
Taking damage? Wow, okay.
My goodness. It's 5 damage taken by Tyler Horspool. On trigger for Tempestuous Kiss, Tyler forced to discard a card. Seems somewhat reticent to do so, but I think it's that the hand doesn't block. I mean, he discards a non-blocking card. He's pitched a non-blocking card.
That happens, and you don't want to give up your Phantasmal Footsteps. They would be destroyed because they have Phantasm.
And now if Elliot wants to deploy this Revel in Runeblood, he'll be priced into just sending Current Funnel as a follow-up. Oh, and it's a situation where he could have pitched the Current Funnel earlier to generate a Rune Chant token, but now he can't close the combat chain because then he won't be able to swing his weapon.
Yeah. I mean, this is... He has an embodiment. He could play Revel into Current Funnel into weapon, right?
No, the embodiment was eaten by Tempestuous Kiss. What he could have done was play out Current Funnel, keep the chain open, get in 2 extra points of damage. But no, instead it's just going to be create a Rune Chant and pass for Elliot Sloane.
This is scary.
Slightly inefficient turn there. And now back over to Tyler, 2 cards in hand, one of them being a Stardust Spike. And so here comes Gone in a Flash. Nourishing Glow is the card that accompanies Stardust Spike in the hand. Grasp of the Arknight jumps into the fray. 2 damage leaking over. Elliot Sloane now down to 3. Nourishing Glow jumps out, gains a life for Tyler Horspool, and bounces Gone in a Flash. And what the heck, why not also establish that Stardust Spike? We see exactly why Tyler didn't attempt to cover up the on-hit of Tempestuous Kiss. He just didn't have the block value to do it.
Yeah.
And the last gasp for Elliot Sloane. Arc Lightning is there. alongside Path of Same Ends, NIMBY, and Current Funnel.
1 card in deck. Am I looking at that right?
You, I think, are looking at that right, Michael.
Yep.
And we know that it's a Current Funnel.
Yep.
Oof. Arc Lightning, here we go. First piece of ward board eaten up. Current Funnel, gestured to the pitch. Now it's 3 points of value if it's utilized.
Right.
If it is pitched to grasp the Arc Knight, it's technically 2 points. 1 for the Rune Chant, 1 for the Go Again ping on Arc Lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do like Path of Same Ends into Current Funnel, into NIMBY, into Comet, into Scorpiot Comet Tail. But of course, Elliot wants to play that Revel in Runeblood. It's a tough fork.
Yeah.
And honestly, Revel in Runeblood seems to be putting more pain on Elliot than it is.
He did acknowledge how clunky the card can be in this list, and it looks like he drew it up in one of the clunkier ways possible.
In the last gasp of the legacy of Tempest, Tyler goes ahead and pitches a Restless Coalescence to cover up the 1 Rune Chant and likely the 1 Arcane ping to follow, but I am correct. I am incorrect. It is Phantasmal Footsteps plus Stardust Spike. That'll cover up this NIMBY. 1 left floating on Stardust Spike, eaten immediately by the Arc Lightning ping. Tyler Horspool, undaunted. After 3 Arc Lightning turns, 2 burn-up shock turns.
Importantly, Elliot got no value out of NIMBY this game, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think in general, we're probably seeing sort of drawing the deck in the wrong order type of thing. Very classic Runeblade stuff. Sometimes it just looks so clunky.
And now Elliot can go ahead and play Revel in Runeblood. 4 Rune Chants pile on to the 1 created by Grasp of the Arc Knight. There is going to be an Arcane damage ping here. Tyler finally ready to take some bloodletting. Honestly, it's looking like a teensy tiny drip, drip, drip rather than a deluge, as Elliot would like to be seeing pouring out of his opponent. 1 Arcane damage prevented on Path of Same Ends. Will likely be given Go Again by the 1 floating from Current Funnel. Tyler does take a bit more damage, down to 11 off of the back of all of those Rune Chants. Phantasmaclasm jumps in front of Path of Same Ends. No more damage conveyed there, but another Arcane damage rider on Path of Same Ends. Phantasmal Footsteps, after closing the combat chain, can jump in front of Scorpio Comet Tail. Not a single connection of it this game for Elliot Sloane.
Yeah, and it looks to me like that's gonna be it.
Gone in a flash now for Elliot's consideration. Tyler can continue to play this value game. No need to rush. It is 2 cards blocked with. They're both pieces of equipment for Elliot. Down to 1 he goes. Sigil of Solace brings Tyler Horspool up to 13, adding insult to injury. And Gone in a flash goes back to the arsenal where it has been for 7 turn cycles at this point.
All right, you think he's going to do 13 damage with 3 cards?
Oh, hell yeah. Burn Up Shock comes in. I think even if Tyler lets this connect, he's still not going to die.
It's not. That's it.
Current Funnel is provided Go Again by the burn-up that came before. Shimmers of Silver gets in the way. 2 damage shirked by 3 block. Current Funnel, the second to follow. It's the last card in Elliot's deck. And then it is Scorpio Comet Tail. Tyler happy, to take all of this burn-up damage. Gives a wry laugh. Blocks with the Viendel Spring Tunic. I have to unlock this achievement and make it so Scorpio Comet Tail never connects. And then it's an Enigma Chimera to close it out. No cards left in deck. Gets the fist bump from Elliot Sloane and Tyler Horspool. Exactly where he likes to be with a board state illusionist proceeding into the 1-0 bracket.
Well played from Tyler indeed.
And, you know, we love Tyler for his professional play. We love him for being a concierge here at Top Deck Keep. But in the past, we've also loved him for his cosplay. He's had entire seasons of AGE where he shows up as a Techlo industry worker. I think there was a dinosaur mixed in there. So he's not only really good at the game, he's good at having fun in the game.
Absolutely. And fun he has, especially while he is winning. What a great way to start the day out, getting a little bit of Omens action.
Omens action is always fun to see in the feature match area, especially when it is the 2 heroes that are kind of most maligned, I should say,
Yeah.
when it comes down to it. I'm not counting Oscilio Forked Continuum in that equation because, of course, he still kind of exists in another form.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I think, well, I'm excited to see how players build him out, but he is currently playing second fiddle to the original Oscilio, and I don't blame anyone for making that choice. It often feels like in the game of Flesh and Blood, if there's a deck that does something similar but better, why ever bring the first version? I think I see like Boost Puffin as one of those. We'll just play Dio if we're boosting on Puffin.
Well, you know, if similar but better is your bread and butter, then you might very well be our sponsor, Fabtcg, because they are running amazing events all around the Flesh and Blood world. Calling 100 is going to be run by them. Pro Tour Vegas was one they just accomplished, and then Calling Portland in their hometown at the end of December. Fabtcg is #1 in equity when it comes to tournament organization. We love what they do. If you haven't enjoyed their electronic voucher system yet, it is something to behold. I highly encourage you to get out to an event that Fabtcg is organizing, because they are revolutionizing that space and giving the Flesh and Blood audience what they finally deserve, a TO that gives a crap.
Awesome. I love to hear that. I actually don't know what the electronic voucher system is.
Dude, it's insane.
Yeah?
If and when you go to a calling that's organized by Fabtcg, I will give you a little bit of an overview.
Okay.
It makes you never have to go to a registration desk to register for any event.
That actually sounds amazing.
It's
the registration
incredible.
desk gives me anxiety
Yes.
when I go to those tournaments because I don't know if like what's available. I'm like going up like, oh, please tell me I didn't wait too long to sign up for this event. Oh, that's really cool.
No, now you can just go to a
Awesome.
website and have the ones and zeros tell you were too late.
Yeah, I'm not good at being on time to things.
All right, well, and because Michael said he's not good at being on time, that does mean that we need to go to a break. But don't worry, we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, more board state shenanigans, and, of course, more zaps after this. Logs versus Clubs is coming up next. You did not misread the graphic. It is Rhinar versus Betsy. And boy, is it a Rhinar and Betsy. It is Jonah Overholt versus Coverage Desk's own Marcus Brown. He is let loose from the booth, and he is in the deathmatch arena. Bryce Platt's back here with Michael Murray, swinger of hammers, but today he's just swinging words with me.
I'll be swinging some logs. I got to say, I have played the Betsy end of this matchup at least 6 times.
Okay.
It's not that many, but like I've played a lot of Betsy, and to hit Rhinar exclusively 6 times.
And 6 times does technically mean probably about 6 hours of gameplay. We take a look at our metagame before we get to the feature match area. Whoa. It is no surprise that Oscilio Constella Intelligence is most represented here after 3 top 8 secure 3 top 8 representations at
Mm-hmm,
PT Vegas. There's also 4 Arachne Marionette, 3 Betsy skin in the game, so
Yes.
she is making waves as well. The more surprising bit is the 3 copies of Puffin Hightail.
Love that.
Perhaps the 2 copies of Katsu the Wanderer, of course, Aurora Legacy of Tempest, 2 Teklovasans, a Hala Bladestain of the Vow, and what is this, a Riptide and a Tough Nut? What is going on here, Michael?
You always have one Riptide and one Tough Nut at every tournament. I
and
think
this
that
time
it's
it's not
illegal
Anthony
not to.
Pham in the Riptide.
Fair, yeah.
Well, we'll be talking about this representation all day long, but now I want to go over to Jonah Overholt, the man with probably the sweetest smile in the room. We announced that he was going to be on feature, and he lit up. I thought there was a woo girl in the room for a second there. He is going to be maining Viserai, Long Live Runeblade, apparently. I've never known him as a Runeblade player, but there it is. He'll dabble with Malice and kill
that was
Levia,
my
even
answer.
though she's a fellow brute.
Yeah. I get it. I don't know what it is, but I think that Levia has kind of cemented herself as the villain in Flesh and Blood. Just not only sort of being obviously shadow and evil, but also being like really bad all the time. And like, why would you want to play her ever?
Okay, we go down to the feature match now to see who will reign supreme, the maximum intimidator or the maximum wagerer in the her. Jonah Overholt versus Marcus Brown, Rhinar Reckless Rampage, and Betsy, skin in the game, who has just made huge waves at Pro Tour Vegas. Jonah, in his own right, no slouch, though. Went 7-2 in CC on Rhinar, not presenting Scabskins a single time, which is, I'll just tell you, it's something that's really important to him. We don't really know why.
I see. Well, here we see no Scabskins once again.
No surprises there from Jonah Overholt. Insists that he only needs 1 turn with an extra action point. And in this case, I think he would be bargaining that action point for a blue in the hand. It's all reds for Jonah Overholt.
Be nice. Does look like Marcus won the die roll based on the body language of these 2 players and very likely chose to go first.
Now, I want to take a look immediately at the deck of Marcus Brown. How many cards were presented is the real ask. And I would think it a rather tall order to fatigue a Rhinar, especially when he's ripping blocking cards out of your hand constantly. So I would expect to clean 60, but I don't know the ins and outs of this Betsy matchup. It is going to be Pile Driver presented, no Overpower, which is huge for Jonah Overholt because he's able to ditch 2 of those red cards and go spinning for a resource card. To be continued established for Marcus Brown. Going to prevent the first 1 damage that he's dealt each turn cycle. Over to Jonah Overholt now. 40 still plays 40, and it's just going to be a clean cut swing big, pitching 2 red cards. Not just 2 red cards, Michael. 2 of very few in the deck for Rhinar that have Go Again stapled onto them.
Yes, I do think that the Go Again, especially the ones that give you that discard mechanic, are so important for Rhinar to be able to close out the game and kill the Betsy. It's kind of Rhinar is known as the Guardian Killer for that fact. So it's going to be very important for Marcus to be arsenaling those D-reacts and making sure to convert 5-card hands to offense on the turns that Jonah does not push the tempo.
And now Marcus Brown does go ahead and block out completely that swing big, generates a quickie token for his troubles, because that's how swing big works. Was blocked out by a card from hand, a Fate Foreseen from Arsenal, and 1 damage prevention on to be continued. The follow-up now is Command and Conquer, a fearsome card in any right, but even more so when it has Go Again. The question for Marcus is, does he have the blue to pair with that 1 resource floating to follow up with Pile Driver?
He freaking better, because that's a really good play if he does.
Exactly why he might have been posturing for that Quicken token on the block out of Swing Big. Gonna buy the Crown of Providence from Jonah Overholt here, who draws a new card. Can he find a pitch card? That's the real question. Takes 4 now.
See a yellow, I think.
Not just any yellow. It's Agile Windup and Blood Rush Bellows.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Ain't bad, but Jonah isn't blocking with beaten trackers, so maybe has the Go Again source as well. I do see a blue in the hand.
Yeah, no blue in Marcus's hand. A little unfortunate, only converting that into a 2-card 6.
But it is a defense reaction parked in the arsenal. Marcus immediately presenting his cards for the Intimidate, even before Jonah Overholt discards to this Blood Rush Bellows. Now, I want to say I saw a red in the hand for Jonah, and I want to say it was aggressive pounce. Definitely one that Jonah will be trying to hold on to if it is indeed included in these random 3. Card chosen is Agile Windup.
Yeah.
What I thought was the only other resource card, but because Jonah has pitched a blue, he can go drawing for more. Card intimidated from Marcus Brown is a Spinal Crush. Red cards being intimidated can be so awkward for the Guardian player.
It depends fully on how you want to convert your hand. I find that if I have a good play, I want those cards to be the ones intimidated. So if Marcus was planning on attacking with that Spinal Crush, he's probably quite happy to see it get banished. But it does price him into keeping 2 more cards on a Blood Rush Bellows turn. So I'm thinking we will see him take a lot of damage here because of the way that Intimidate landed.
Now, correction on the hand for Jonah. It is Bear Destruction, Reckless Stampede, Agile Windup, and now Reckless Swing. So no obvious sources of go again. Jonah didn't pop the Beaten Trackers, and now he'll have to pop Savage Sash preemptively if he wants to gain go again on this turn.
Yeah, he could get the action point off his Meat Axe.
Jonah showing that he doesn't only play Brute, he speaks Brute as well. Luckily, he's not wearing the mic, so you didn't have to hear the obscenities at home. But Jonah caught himself. He's a sweet guy, even though his mouth is filthy. Just like Fugger Grimes before him. He spews obscenities. So Jonah now really in the tank, and I can't blame him because giving up Savage Sash before blocking 2 with it, especially when you could have done it on the previous turn cycle, does not feel great.
Yeah, I don't know that it's going to come down to those points of value, though. This matchup is very much just about, can you get the damage to connect? And if the answer is yes, you don't really care that much about the armor block.
And so now instead of going for Savage Sash, trying to get maximum value there, instead Jonah leads off with Ravenous Meat Axe, which after discarding a 6-power card will afford him the opportunity to pop his Beaten Trackers once again. It's yet another Intimidate for Marcus Brown. 2 cards now face down in the Banish Zone. Beaten Tracker is going to be popped to refresh 1 action point here. So it's going to be one more thing that Jonah can do on this turn, and I am looking at that Reckless Stampede.
Oh, yeah. It's a good card.
And so now because a card with 6 or more power was discarded off of Ravenous Meat Axe, it gets +2 up to 5. +2 again from Blood Rush Bellows up to 7. An additional...
What's happening?
Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex.
It's
I thought
+1.
should only give it +1. I thought this would be 8.
Yeah, was there like a might or something?
I don't believe there was a might. Nevertheless, we're going to assume that our players are keeping everything in check there. Marcus did total up the attack for Jonah, and Jonah might have just been like,
hey,
yeah, I'm thinking about
9,
I'm thinking about
now.
the other things at this point.
And then 1 prevention, any reactions?
It's going to be a total of 8 blocked here with the 1 prevention on to be continued for Marcus Brown. 1 damage will find home.
1 card left in hand.
And 3 for Jonah, who already has 2 floating. Ah, the blue drawn up is Sand Sketched Plan, which is perhaps why Jonah is thinking interesting.
Yeah.
Could go ahead and try to find himself a Beast Within for the discard trigger of Sand Sketched Plan. Refresh the hand with yet another resource card, and then deploy both of those reds on offense.
And the last 2 cards in his hand are 6 powers, right? So
They are.
That's very safe.
So he adds yet another 6 power to the hand. I think it's going to be a Beast Within.
This went from middling to absolutely insane.
And we'll see. We'll see if Jonah is even able to discard that Beast Within.
Even if he doesn't.
No, he finds Feral Instinct. A much better pickup. So now, if Jonah's able to discard one of those reds, he'll be able to send a red and a yellow off of this Sand Sketch Plan.
and if not, he's got all the resources he could possibly need.
And it's guaranteed that he'll be intimidating the last card out of Marcus Brown.
He's going to do some damage here, folks.
And so even though he hasn't really been able to get it done thus far, these last 2 attacks are going to meet almost nothing in the defense. It's Reckless Stampede discarded there. So last card intimidated away. Honestly, I think Jonah would have rather sent Reckless Stampede, but as things play out, Feral Instinct plus that last card in hand on a Blood Rush Bellows turn, this is exactly what Jonah wanted to see.
Yeah, well, the Reckless Stampede costs 3, right?
I thought it was 2. Maybe I'm mistaken about that.
Okay, I could be wrong too. We can pull it up and check. But regardless, if it was 3, this is ideal. Bear Destruction coming out for another 8.
Woof. So Jonah honestly only missing 1 point of value. Reckless Stampede
you're
does,
right.
in fact, cost 2. The drawback of that card, even though it is so fearsome, is the fact that it blocks for 0. So Jonah only missing 1 point of damage because Reckless Stampede would have come in for 7 at base rather than 6. But still, cleaves Marcus Brown all the way down to 25. And when Betsy is trying to be oh so defensive, it's so difficult when the opponent is ripping cards out of the hand. Now, Marcus has to piece something together as Jonah has found another copy of Blood Rush Bellows. 2 cards into the pitch, and it's a Spinal Crush.
And this seems like such a good turn for Jonah to just give him a couple blocking cards, get some value out of maybe the chest and the gauntlets, and just pocket that Blood Rush Bellow for the next turn and line up another crackback.
Agile wind-up gestured to the combat chain. That plus the equipment would get rid of the on-crush trigger. Honestly, if Jonah's blocking at all, I don't think he necessarily cares that much about the crush trigger.
You know, I kind of would have liked him keeping the Agile wind-up and just establishing it on his turn, forcing Marcus to convert his 5-card hand and basically just done nothing. Set up the agility, set up the Blood Rush, and then pass. Does lose out on the ability to do that, and instead actually just kind of going for the middle-of-the-road value play here.
I don't hate it. Wild Ride comes in, discards a Vigorous Smash-Up. Marcus Brown forced to have one of his cards intimidated away. Now, if Jonah was able to keep a pitch card in the hand, he'll be able to follow up with Ravenous Meat Axe. 3-card 11 ain't bad.
Yeah.
Especially when 2 Intimidate triggers will follow. Immediate 2-card block from Marcus Brown. The follow-up is Ravenous Meat Axe, discarding Run Roughshod.
And I would argue that this is now proving why he's doing this, because he's connecting with damage.
It's huge.
And that's all you need to do. The Meat Axe, it doesn't really matter, apparently, now that I'm seeing it. You don't need to go over the top. You just need to swing with a Go Again, Intimidate, into Meat Axe, Intimidate, and you will connect.
Jonah Overholt showing that he is indeed an Intimmy. Marcus left with 2 cards left in hand. What did Jonah deign him with? It's a Sigil of Solace and I think an Overcrowded or a Last-Ditch Effort.
Yeah. Good
Saving
time
Grace,
to...
that Tunic counter is online.
I do love seeing how the Betsy players choose to wager or not when there is no overpower.
It feels right now that Marcus just wants to rip cards out of the hand of Jonah if he can.
That is the game plan. You would really like to trade a gold for 2 cards every single turn, even if you're not doing damage as Betsy.
You know, I will say Jonah is showing us that there are answers to this very fearsome log. If it's something that has been weighing heavily on your spirit after watching that Pro Tour Top 8 in Las Vegas.
Pile drivers are heavy.
They are indeed. Just take a look at the man sitting under it in the art.
Whenever I look at that art, like obviously he's been clobbered in the head and now he's unconscious next to the pile driver. Just looks like his head is the pile driver.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It looks like it's like a cone and his
Yeah.
head is in it.
He's a cone head.
Yep. Marcus would argue it's a log head.
Oh, yeah, that's probably a fair argument. Can't really rebut that.
You know who is rebutting, though, is Jonah Overholt, likely with a copy of Vigorous Smash Up. So we will see a clash. Ooh, it's a lose for Jonah Overholt, which honestly, I would mainly expect those to go his way. Bet Big found on top of the deck for Marcus Brown. Reckless Swing on the other side, which does go to the bottom of the deck, as is Jonah's right. It's a full block, gold token established, which is not irrelevant for Rhinar. I could definitely see a world where he wants to sink some extra resources in, go for another pitch card or a source of go again.
Yeah, gold can just be like a Vigor in so many decks that run blues. Speaking of Vigor, Marcus now able to swing another 1-card 6 thanks to that Vigor. that was made last turn.
And now Jonah likely forced to play out this show of strength, which is rough, especially when your opponent has just shown you that they have a card with 6 or more power in their hand in bet big. There's also a Fate Foreseen, and I want to say 2 blues there for Marcus Brown. 2 Fate Foreseens.
Oh.
And now with Tunic not online, it's not an easy swing of Pile Driver, unless, of course, you count the Vigor token 1 on Vigorous Smash Up. Coming up huge for Marcus Brown. Will be Fate Foreseen the first. Marcus seems to, yes, want to bottom that card. Will he like what he finds on the next Fate Foreseen?
Takes 4.
Interesting.
I'm surprised to see that, given that Jonah's win condition here is dealing damage. I'm very reticent to accept damage that I could otherwise block.
But now Marcus is kind of paying his blocks forward, of course. Going to play out the bet big.
Does he have a Sigil of Solace in hand?
He has it in the arsenal, and then the Fate Foreseen is left in hand.
Is wagering without overpower here?
Wagering without overpower, wagering a might, vigor, and gold. Perhaps Marcus just thinking he needs to buy as much space as possible. The other thing that he's doing that Marcus loves to do is threatening Schrodinger's Pummel. It could be in the arsenal. There could be a pitch card in the hand for Jonah.
Yes.
You know that's what he's thinking. Marcus is known as a guy who will take subpar lines just to play out a Pummel.
Absolutely. And that's not something that I had considered. I don't play Pummel in my Betsy list, so it's not something that I typically think about as a line, but I looked at Marcus's list before this day began, and he is on 2.
Of course he's on Pummel. I mean, he's wearing the shirt. It's Marcus Brown we're talking about.
Yeah.
For the longest time, he would bring Pummels just so he could sign them and give them to you once they've crushed your skull. Some would say BM, some would say charming.
And you can see that it's really getting Jonah to think about this block here.
And I think that's why Marcus made this play. He's identifying a moment where he needs to be ripping cards out of the opponent as much as possible.
Yeah.
But with Jonah at 33 and Rhinar being such, honestly, a very good value deck, in addition to one that can just make your life total disappear, it would kind of surprise me if Jonah didn't want to block this. Nevertheless, 2 damage will leak through.
Yeah, no reactions. Marcus winning that wager despite not putting any effort into putting the extra resources into overpower.
The calculation could have been different for Jonah if it was the other Betsy specialization, I suppose. Sigil of Solace also jumping from the arsenal. Up to 21 goes Marcus Brown as Fate Foreseen is plunked into the arsenal, and he counts up his tokens before Jonah sees what he can do with a 2-card clapback. It is Ravenous Meataxe instead of Reckless Stampede sent here.
Yeah, this felt like a winning turn cycle for Marcus Brown. Really, really important at this point in the game while he's down 10 life.
Kind of big for Jonah Overholt, discarding Savage Feast after beaten trackers have been utilized. Card Intimidated and 5 on the stack. Marcus reveals his Intimidated card as Heart of Fiendal, one of the best cards to get intimidated out of your hand.
Can't block with that one.
And left there is Overcrowded, Sink Below, and Sigil of Solace. This is another hand that converts perfectly for Marcus Brown.
Yeah, no, that's really nice. Just a question of which 4 block do you want to put in front of it?
Honestly, I don't hate sending Overcrowded and a 4 block.
Okay. Just over
Because, of course, you have the Vigor token ready to provide the easy pitch to Pile Driver. Could be thinking about wanting to activate Betsy, though.
Yeah, I find that you'd rather give up the red in favor of one extra power on your turn. And we see he agrees with that, goes for the D-React in Arsenal, takes a peek at the top of his deck, likes what he sees.
Takes 1 after that Ravenous Meataxe, cleaves just barely over the Fate Foreseen. Marcus now down to 20, but not for long, because there's yet another Sigil of Solace and, of course, the small matter of the Heart of Fiendal in the hand. Tunic goes to 2. 2 tokens pop, 1 resource and 1 power left in their wake. And now because... Chance, though. He's going to make Marcus take the roll for him.
There we go.
Woof.
Yeah.
It is Vigorous Smash Up, not Beast Within. Jonah trying not to be tilted there. Takes
Losing
2 damage.
a 33%. Unlucky.
Another gold token left behind for Marcus Brown. And then I would think a Sigil of Solace to be played, unless I spied that card incorrectly. There it goes. Up to 24 goes Marcus. Huge turn cycle for Miss Skin in the game, but there's still 2 Blood Rushes left in Jonah's deck.
Yeah, and he still has that slight life lead, but Marcus is doing a really good job of kind of slowly clawing his way back into the game.
This is a good turn cycle for Jonah, though. He's doing a fantastic job of keeping his life total as high as possible, sending meaningful damage, and also arsenaling for the future. Aggressive Pounce being dodged on that Thick-Hide Hunter is massive. Can now be placed into the arsenal for a turn like Blood Rush Bellows. And now he sends an attack like Reckless Stampede that forces Marcus to think twice about blocking. Every card that joins the fray on defense will force a clash. Every clash lost means another point of damage to Marcus Brown.
I do really, really love this card. Playing into it, playing against it, especially as a Betsy or as a Guardian main.
Easy win for Jonah Overholt. Wrecker Romp beats Sense Weakness every day of the week. Marcus does say, I only want to block with 1 card. Looks like he's leaving the defense reaction at home. Both players have the opportunity to bottom those cards, and both do. Top of the deck, now a mystery for both of them.
Marcus thinks he can convert this 3 to 4 card hand now.
With a defense reaction in the arsenal, that's no small feat. There is a Spinal Crush. Looks like it could be sent on this turn, but no, it's an activation of Good Time Chapeau first.
Yeah, he wants to give it overpower. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. I was a little shocked to see him not wager the Might and the Vigor last turn, but I think given what we're seeing here, it's kind of a good thing that he didn't, because you really want to keep a gold around so that you can do this when you need to.
Exactly.
And if it had been blocked out, he would have been out the gold right now.
Now, huge. Spinal Crush coming in for 10 overpower. Going to be difficult for the Overholt to overcome.
Sure. Ironically, Sand Sketch Plan does play around this quite well.
Indeed so. Is it in the hand, though? We've seen Jonah resolve one and block with one. He's going to double-check Good Time Chapeau again for reasonable reasons.
Yeah.
A card that I think a lot of players are going to be very quickly well-versed in. It's another Thick-Hide Hunter for Jonah Overholt. He has an opportunity to win on this discard, too. There's a Sea Legs in the hand.
If he was willing to give up the arm piece.
And no, it's Buck Wild instead. So no Rum. But Jonah is definitely getting crushed here.
Yes.
So no go again on this next turn cycle anyway. Ugh, and it's 2 copies of Sea Legs left in the hand. Jonah lost his
he's just showing it.
66%.
He can't help himself. Look at what you dodged, he says.
It's classic brute play, though. Look at what you made me do.
Exactly.
Look at what you made me do.
These abusers.
Now he's got a 50% chance on this one. Left 1 Sea Legs in hand. Finds
Hey,
it now.
Let's go. Up big.
Everybody's up big mungus when Jonah's happy. Gold Kiss Rum left in its place, but it is going to be an IP penalty, effectively of 1 for Jonah. And even though he's intimidating here, this Ravenous Meat Axe for 5 should very easily be shirked away.
Marcus likely happy to see a blue hit the banish. Blues are very easy to convert into offense on Betsy.
And I believe there's yet another Fate Foreseen in the hand of Marcus. Likely to be his last copy. I want to say that's the left card there, being held upside down. And now with 2 Spinal Crushes resolved, honestly, they've looked pretty dang good in Marcus's list. Especially now that Beaten Traggers has been utilized.
The thing I love about Betsy, I mean, we mentioned this, there's 3 ways to build Oscilio, there's 3 ways to build maybe Visceri, we'll have to see. But Betsy, too, has so many schools of thought. Are we clashing? Are we doing tall auras? Are we playing good on hits with pummel? And so far, we've seen success on all versions of the Betsy list that I've seen so far.
Yes, but all versions are login, and that's something we can't be distracted from.
There's a central theme, if you will.
And its name is Pile Driver.
A cornerstone, a corner log.
Now Marcus trying to add yet another kill to Pile Driver, coming for Jonah's numbskull, as it were. Not calling Jonah stupid. There's just there's a brute card called numbskull.
Yeah. I was shocked that you would say that on camera. Thanks for clearing that up.
Jonah
Bryce.
knows it's all love. See, there it is. Proof's in the pudding. Thank you, card reader. jumps into the fray to help me out.
I was actually humming the use of the good time chapeau there, continuing to chain these mights and vigors. But I was humming also because I wasn't sure if he had the resources available to give overpower.
He does. There's a blue in the hand, but it looks like he wants to hold that suspense is killing me back to try to gotcha Jonah if he decides to block this. I think Marcus is doing a good job of putting his opponent in situations where he's encouraged to throw cards in front of this log.
That's the thing that I really have been enjoying so much about Betsy, is that you basically end up betting your opponent that they won't block.
And now yet another Thick-Hide Hunter in the mix for Jonah Overholt. He misses again on the discard on defense. It is Feral Instinct, not Beast Within, that is discarded randomly. And it is Suspense is Killing Me, jumps out of the hand for Marcus Brown. 2 damage comes over the top for Mr. Overholt. And a lot of tokens generated for Marcus Brown. Refreshes the gold, utilized by Good Time Chapeau, and also establishes Vigor and Might. And all of a sudden, Marcus is in this game after a incredibly fearsome Blood Rush Bellow turn from Jonah.
Sigil of Solace is feeling like an all-star in this matchup.
Played out there at the end of Marcus's turn, and now Jonah forced to go ahead and play out his aggressive pounce. Didn't have the resources to deploy the Buck Wild. Granted, that's another go-again card, so it's small downs for Jonah Overholt.
I will say the thing that I really, really love about Pile Driver, the ability to staple so many juicy on-hits, is that you get to play that mind game with your opponent where you say, hey, I will exchange all of the cards in your hand for some tokens if you want to do it. And then cards like the Suspense is Killing Me can come out and just blow them out of the water if you have that lined up.
2 damage leaks over for Jonah into Marcus's life total after 2 comes over the top of Shelter from the Storm. 2 tokens pop at the beginning of the turn, leaving behind a resource and a point of damage. What's it going to be for Marcus Brown, though? It does seem to be Drink Them Under the Table, brand new expansion card for Betsy Skin in the game. Gives Marcus the opportunity to wager the discard of a card and the draw of a card. The loser will discard that card, the winner will draw the card. And you better believe, yes, there's an activation of Betsy's Skin in the game now.
I really love this card. This card, I mean, obviously we have Crippling Crush from way back when, the Bravo specialization. This just feels like the Betsy version of Crippling Crush. The cost curve is amazing. It's a 4 cost, so you can 3-card 9 with the on-hit. So it really just feels like that 3-card 12, but then if you can get lucky on the draw, it turns into a 3-card 15 if you can arsenal a card afterwards. Such a powerhouse when all of its modes line up.
And you know, all of its modes are not going to line up.
No, not here.
No surprise that Marcus is not going to be able to do anything with the card drawn with no copies of Sigil of Solace left and an arsenal established with a defense reaction. But that's not what he's trying to do here. He's just trying to make it so Jonah can't keep a 5-card hand.
Yeah. There are some blue instant auras that he could draw into to convert. There's things that, are available to him, but it's not what he's banking on.
Ugh, it's a stinker in the hand for Jonah Overholt. It's 3 reds, if I'm not mistaken, and also a yellow Sea Legs, which you would love to just go ahead and discard to the on-hit wager effect of Drink 'em Under the Table. But how do you convert the rest of the hand is the real question after that.
And Betsy is just showing us that she has the potential as a Guardian to do really oppressive things on offense. A lot of people are calling this just like fatigue slop, but I would like to point to turn cycles like this where you're really just presenting difficult on-hits as well.
Here's the double big owie for Jonah. Each one of these red cards, of which there are 3 in the hand, are non-blocks.
Oh no!
It's 2 Pulpings and 1 Wild Ride. Not coming up when Jonah needs them.
Well, there is Overpower, so it's unlikely he would have been able to block with them anyway.
True. But you know, when you're forced to block with the 1 resource card you have in the hand, you're down bad.
Yeah, you could just not block at all, which I think he's probably priced into, but taking 11 does not feel good.
All of a sudden, you just let Marcus Brown back into this game, which seemed like yours to claim.
Yeah.
There's no meaningful blocks of the equipment left for Jonah Overholt. It is sea legs devoted to the combat chain. 8 will leak over.
Ouch.
That's the maximum Jonah could have blocked on that turn without getting equipment involved. Pulping discarded, and now doesn't have the requisite resources to do anything with his hand.
Is this really just pass?
Honestly, it could be pop a gold, hope you get a resource card, send Ravenous Meat Axe.
Maybe. Yeah, or just send it.
Send the Ravenous Meat Axe.
Oh, no!
Yikes. It is Blood Rush Bellows discarded off the top of the deck for Jonah Overhaul, which means that he's waiting with bated breath for the one that he put in his pitch stack. Things have gone from bad to worse for our brute player. This Ravenous Meat Axe now not only not intimidating, but not coming in for 5. It's a 2-card 3 for Jonah.
This is a very, very scary matchup for Betsy. Marcus has got to be breathing at least the first sigh of relief of a few that he may need to still breathe before this game ends. But man, for the way the game started out with just such an absolutely brutal Blood Rush Bellow, Marcus has been able to force Jonah off of cards over and over and over and over again and turn it back into the game that he wants to play.
Sand Sketch Plan found for Jonah Overhaul could be instrumental on this next turn cycle, but Marcus gets to have his say and said no blocks whatsoever on that Ravenous Meat Axe. Good Time Chapeau is activated, and it's yet another drink him under the table, paired naturally with a double down. This could be it for Jonah Overhaul. No, not in terms of the life total, but this is enough to get Marcus in a situation where he's forcing Jonah to block to save his life.
Double down, the effect does not affect the discard here. It's just tokens, but importantly, he is wagering and he will get the natural overpower from the double down anyway.
Indeed so, and there are 2 tokens being wagered because of the Good Time Chapeau. So it'll be 2 resources for next turn and 2 might tokens for Marcus Brown if he's able to get it to connect. And there are just no defense reactions in the deck for Jonah Overhaul, save for maybe 1 copy of Reckless Swing.
Just doing it again. 11 overpower. It completely screwed you over last turn, Jonah. Can you deal with it again?
And now with no copies of Thick Hide Hunter, there are no overpower getter arounders for Jonah left.
That's about it for the big block cards in his deck.
15 plays 15, but it's going to be a very different situation when this combat chain link is resolved. Marcus Brown trying to save his namesake as a Brit and show that he can drink with the best of them.
And it's so dangerous to go low against a brute because they can just end the game with things like Intimidate. That is also true on the other side of the table. If Jonah gets low, he is going to lose the game to a simple 2-card 7 with overpower.
It is very often that if you say, go next against a Guardian opponent, the worst you face is something like a weapon attack for 6. In the case of Betsy, the floor is usually 7 overpower, and now we have seen the absolute ceiling. Double down drawn naturally with Drinkum under the table. So Jonah forced to block with a card, take a boatload of damage down to 7, and discard yet another Go Again enabler in Wild Ride.
Marcus drew up the Terra Sunder. Very powerful card in this list.
Yikes, dude.
Especially when you've got 3 floating resources in the form of 2 Vigors and a Tunic counter.
Now it's a show of strength as the retort for Jonah Overholt. I don't know if the resources are there for Marcus. Does have the boulder drop.
Oh, they are. Oh, he's feeling good about this
He's feeling
hand.
really good. Oh, is that another double down, Michael? Listen, there is, but there's no gold token to make it free to activate.
I don't think you care. You just pitch into it. I pitch into that card all the time. It curves great with Pile Driver.
So let's see, there's a total of 9 resources.
Wow.
It would be 5 just to do double down plus Terra Sunder, but then those additional 4 can be for Pile Driver.
Yeah. No, he's loving what he's got right here.
Yeah, what he's got is an earthquake of damage. As you can see by the shaking of the feature match table, it's a fully blocked out show of strength, and Marcus Brown is about to put his money, his log, where his mouth is. 2 Vigor tokens pop and 2 Might tokens in addition. This Pile Driver likely going to get up to 8, 9 plus 3, 12 dominate on this turn. Yeah,
this is going to hurt.
Oh, no. But no, it's no resolution of Terra Sunder. Marcus Brown is happy to just get the overpower from Betsy.
I think that's fine. Keeping the Tunic resource around and basically threatening lethal, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, he's feeling good. No Vigors or Mites to pay through to the next turn cycle, but 2 gold tokens on the connection, which definitely is going to happen here. Oh, what can Jonah do in retort? It's 4 reds again, Michael Murray.
Yeah. I mean, more importantly, it's 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. That is 4 damage going over the top. Oh, it's 12, excuse me. And that is more than enough to kill Jonah if he doesn't have something, maybe like a reckless swing in the arsenal. Or not reckless swing. Is it the D?
Yeah, reckless swing.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
I was
Jonah
right.
can't believe it. That's it.
That's it.
It's all over. Marcus Brown on the back of Log, and Betsy's skin in the game crushes the competition. Rhinar, Reckless Rampage, apparently a slouch into this new flavor of Guardian. Normally, easy prey for brutes.
That's why you bring Rhinar. Oh, there's a room full of Guardians? I'm eating good. But no, Marcus Brown shows us Betsy has exactly what it takes to take down the counter.
Oh, and a lot did go wrong for Jonah in that game,
course.
we will say. Granted, that first Blood Rush Bellows turn was navigated beautifully. Jonah got the action points where he needed them in the form of Sand Sketch Plan, in the form of beaten trackers. But ultimately, it was just 3 all-red hands for Jonah Overholt when they really hurt him a lot. The Thick Hide Hunters were lining up, but the discards were not. And the natty draws on Marcus's side of the table. Double down with Drink 'em under the table. I don't know if he's going to draw better today.
Yeah, I mean, he's just showing you that Betsy can play this really, really disruptive, like, hey, guys, this is what Guardian does. Disruptive on hits. Back to back to back to back. And if you think, oh, yeah, I'm just going to hit you with the Blood Rush Bellow 5-card hand, 30 damage. What 5-card hand? He got, like, 1 after the first Blood Rush Bellows, period, all game.
And then, furthermore, Betsy's also able to line up the damage turn cycle after turn cycle. She's shown that she can do that probably better than any other Guardian in the meta right now.
Kind of feels like what Valda's trying to do,
right?
But a little bit more consistent, because the overpower is just something you can do every turn. If you don't get the seismics, if it doesn't line up, you're sort of toast. Valda can brick harder, I think, than Betsy.
Overpower is something you can do turn after turn with Betsy, but if you buy from Fab Foundry, value is what you can get time and time again. Pick up all of these illustrious cards and many more once IAR hits the scene. Go ahead and go to Fab Foundry, our fantastic sponsor who help us keep the dream of AGE alive. We love to get support from community members that share our values. Fab Foundry is all about growing the game of Flesh and Blood, putting the equity where it belongs into our players. And so we are so proud to call them our sponsor. Go ahead and go to fabfoundry.co, input a discount code AGELA10 in order to get 10% off of your order, and more importantly, let Fab Foundry know that we sent you, because we love having them around. We'd love to keep this arrangement going. Travis and the rest of the team at Fab Foundry are the places to get your cards because they're Flesh and Blood players like you. Now, we'll be back in the booth in short order for an interview with our winner, Marcus Brown. No stranger to the booth, but this is going to be a very different thing for him, being here for a winner's interview. I can't wait for you to conduct that, Michael, because you're a log aficionado as well. So we'll be back, of course, with more pile driving, more wagering, more Marcus Brown, and more Flesh and Blood after this.
Welcome back, folks. I am joined here by Marcus Brown, one of the people that you may have seen before in this booth, this time as a player and beating what I would consider to be a hard counter to Guardian. Obviously not true because he just won and he's got the sauce. And I want to pick his brain to figure out what he thinks about this matchup.
I'm just dying to tell some secrets, Michael.
Yes. You have some, or are you going to hold them off until you make top 8 today?
I mean, like, it's somewhat information that's now public because of showing it on stream, but like, it's really just, I looked at the Pro Tour top 8 lists that got that way from PC Vegas last weekend and thought, nah, these lists are basically centered around the log. We can do a bit better than that. We need some proactive on-hits and crushes to make aggro decks actually pay attention to us. And that's kind of what you've seen in addition, where I actually did the perfect tunic line for a Spinal Crush where you wager and you actually use your tunic to overpower a Spinal Crush perfectly on curve. So the evasion was there at the right time because Jonah was out of armor at that point. So doing all the things that you basically want to do in that sort of matchup.
Yeah, I mean, after starting the game taking like 15 damage straight to the face, Jonah absolutely popped off. And you just calm and collected, couple points of life at a time, did not let him play the game after that. It was Spinal Crush into drink him under the table, into CNC, just disruption after disruption after disruption. And even there were a couple moments we noticed that you were playing the Schrodinger's Pummel. Love the shirt, by the way. With the Sigil of Solace, saying I have it. I'm not even wagering right now. Or I'm sorry, I'm not even putting over power right now. That's how confident I am to hit. Oh, just kidding, heal 3. Love it.
You can also do the same thing with the suspense auras, particularly I want to highlight a card, the suspense is killing me.
Oh my gosh.
Where you just
all-star.
You just what's it called? Lunging press twice. Well, you lunging press the first time and you get a +1 on the next turn.
Super
but like
good.
it's something that not a lot of decks can play around. Like, I know there's Boots of Omnis Ward, but Brute is not playing those.
No, it's just, you're basically asking for them to give a whole 4 more block if they have the D-React to cover it. In which case, a blue for 4, we'll take it.
That's a good value exchange,
Walk me through that game. Were you sweating after that first?
It was a little tense because I've only put like maybe less than 10 games on this version of the list, but it's effectively a shell that's like a nice fusion of like a proactive list that I'd usually bring on like a Guardian like Betsy or Bravo, fused with the blue base of the Pro Tour top 8 lists, where like I looked at specifically Jonathan Magnuson. He played a lot of the suspense auras, particularly like red, Edge of Their Seats, and blues, along with like Act of Glory and Tension in the Air blue, which is helpful. Firstly, because of the Betsy mirror, if you ever run into it, if you have suspense auras, like that gets around overpower as a keyword, so you're kind of a little bit insulated from the evasion of the weapon from the opposing Betsy you're sat across from. So little things like that, and like tech cards like Warmonger's Diplomacy. Even, I didn't really know about this one in this version, but Nerves of Steel.
Oh, yeah. I saw Jonathan was on that, right? That's a card that I have wanted to play ever since I saw it, and I just haven't been able to figure out exactly what list to put it in and how to really utilize it correctly. But it's such a cool idea to just like keep getting blocking value out of your equipment.
Yeah, it was an interesting like deck build, and you would never know that I assembled it at 7:30 in the morning before I came out today.
Yeah, that's awesome. Wait, and you have 10 reps on it already?
Yeah. Okay, the physical version of the list. I played some Talishar games.
Right. Okay.
I'm not
lying.
lying.
That makes sense. I was like, wow, you really jammed a lot of games on your drive out here.
I wish.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, it was a pleasure watching that game. I was legitimately thinking that you were unfavored. I've played Betsy into Rhinar, and it's not as bad as you might think. I also play a lot of the disruptive cards. I really like Boulder Drop. I really like CNC. I really like Drink 'em Under the Table. But I'm not on Spinal in my list, and it does seem like when you can get to that 4 well, I guess I should say 12 in your list,
Yep.
you start to get really consistent with the disruption. And I can see how that really helped you close the game out to have that Spinal Crush as well against a list that's really trying to gain go again so that they can intimidate you and close the door.
Yeah, it's kind of a list where you can play flexibly based on how many cards they let you keep. And if they ever pass to you and say, like, hey, do better than, like, swing your log or your hammer in other Guardians cases. So
You can.
Functioning as intended, basically.
Absolutely can punish if they just say, okay, I'm going to set up. You're like, okay, well, give me your cards now that you tried to set up with. Guardian's so good at punishing people that think that they can catch you, not converting your 5-card hand.
I'm going to get you. You don't know it, but I'm going to get you.
Oh, yeah. He's coming for you. You, right now, at home. Yes, the one I'm pointing to.
Yeah, you're not safe. You're not safe behind
Watch
the lens.
out. Watch out. He pops out from behind your couch. All right. Well, we've got a lot more Flesh and Blood to get to, so thank you so much for joining us here in the booth. And folks at home, we're going to take a quick break before we come back. So don't go anywhere. More Flesh and Blood after this.
Blades and Daggers are coming up in the premier feature match area. But first, Bryce Platt's back with Michael Murray. I want to talk about what's happening off-screen, which is, of course, our quote-unquote backup feature match, but that will be featured on the AGE Premium page, the front page of Competitive Flesh and Blood. Extra AGE games is just one of the many things that we offer there as part of a measly $10 a month fee, where you can support our mission of bringing great games of Flesh and Blood to people's backyards, honing good players up until the point they are ready to compete at the World Tour. And, of course, high-value production streams. It's $10 a month. That's all we ask. And if you compete in the AGE Open, well, that ultimately is free because you'll get $10 off on every event ticket that you buy with us. All huge stuff coming to AGE Premium. And the backup match this round is one Colin Erickson versus the fearsome log player himself, Marcus Brown. He's going to see if he can wager his way through the raised army of Colin Erickson, something that is a rather tall order.
I actually want to make a wager with you.
Hit me.
Who do you think is going to win that match?
Colin. You don't think so? You think it's Betsy favored?
I do.
All right, well, we'll see.
But it's close, and that's why I wanted to make the wager. So I'll take the Betsy side, you take the Kassai side.
Fair enough.
And we won't tell anyone at home who won because you're going to have to sign up for premium to see that.
That's fair. Well, how about we wager something? What are we wagering on top of it?
Shoot, I guess I should come up with something.
Well, you think about it. In the meantime, I want to talk about one of our sponsors, Top Deck Keep. That is the store that we reside in right now. It's where not just our players, but many other players have their butts parked in seats playing fantastic games. And it's not just Flesh and Blood. They support card games abound. I've even seen some advertised that I haven't even heard of, which is exciting stuff. The facilities are great. The bathrooms are clean. We love Top Deck Keep, and we are so proud to call it our home. Same with Richard Truong, who is one of our featured competitors in this Hala versus Cindra matchup. Now, Richard Truong, known Warrior player, has just taken Dawnblade Dorinthia to a top 8 finish at the Calling in Las Vegas, an event that had north of 600 players, I want to say. Richard Truong is the guy who knows Dawnblade. In this case, has put it down favoring a Zenith Blade. I think he's preparing for who may be the new Premier Warrior after Mastery Pack Warrior, Hala Blade Saint of the Vow.
It's taken so much to pry Dorinthia out of this man's hands. It makes me think that Hala must be in a really good position in his mind because I've talked to him so many times and I was like, are you going to play Hala now? Are you going to play Hala now that she's released? No, Dorinthia every single time until, as you just mentioned, the Calling, and now again today on Hala.
And now his competitor is Travis Wagner on Cindra Drakai of Retribution. We're going to see who comes out on top. Burning daggers or +1 counters on a Zenith Blade. We proceed back into the pits where not only Richard Truong and Travis Wagner are doing combat, also Colin Erickson and Marcus Brown, as I talked about earlier. Now, any idea how this matchup goes, Michael?
I think I've casted this before, and if I remember correctly, I believe the Hala took it.
You are incorrect. The Cindra took it.
Cindra took
albeit barely.
Okay. Well, there you go. So this is a tough one. It seems like it's probably going to be up to Travis to outvalue the Hala. I know that Hala is such a powerful mid-range deck, and Cindra a little bit less on the mid-range axis. Actually, as I say that, I know that there are Cindras that are playing D-Reacts, so I'm curious to see what game plan Travis brought into it.
Now, it's the Remnant Rembrace that Richard Truong is providing to Travis Wagner so he can read it, alongside the hero ability, the weapon, the flurry token, the Arcanite Skullcap as well. Travis has a lot to review. We'll also have Go Again because it's been sharpened this turn. Also able to be swung twice because of the flurry token that popped when activated.
So we're just starting things out with a 3-card 12 and an arsenal. Yep. I don't hate that, especially in a Ninja who's got so many 2 blocks in the list.
And it's not just 2 blocks, but also a non-block in the hand for Travis. There are 2 3s on the combat chain, though, so Travis is not going to take too much of a licking. It won't be an insignificant amount. Yep, 4.
Yeah.
It could have been worse, is
kind
of what I was
worse, yes.
alluding to.
But 4 damage on turn 0 is a really nice way to start the game, especially when you also get to keep an arsenal.
And Travis goes ahead and plays out a Draco Fire. An interesting play there. Likely just trying to set himself up for a free resource in the future. Doesn't want it in that opening hand, which can be a risk. That is a guaranteed starter. Has Travis found A respite, though, yes.
Yeah.
I see Rising Resentment. He can still chart off this combat chain with a Draconic Link.
Yeah, nice, really nice start from Richard. Travis has his work now cut out for him. He's going to have to out-aggro the value Hala.
And especially Valiant Dynamos being there always to kick one chain link aside when it comes to Mask of Momentum. But the power of Cindra is, of course, asking for 2 chain links worth of block.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you're trying to play on more than 2 card hands. It just becomes such a chore to block out.
I believe it's... Is that 2 copies of Swordmaster Shine in the hand for Richard Truong? Maybe it's... No, it's an Edict of Steel in the red
what
at
I
the
saw.
top, and also one in the yellow.
Yeah.
Which flurry tokens are much like embodiments of lightning or sources of go again. They don't do so well in pairs. They're only ever going to supply, no matter how many you have, they're only ever going to supply 1 extra swing of a weapon. So 3 meets 3, Swordmaster's Shine gets in the way of Rising Resentment. The flick happens immediately for Travis Wagner, and now Richard just has to block out the next chain link if he wants to stop Mask of Momentum, likely for the remainder of the turn. Travis activates Blood-Splattered Vest for the first time this game. 1 resource left floating, and the follow-up is Burning Blade Dance. 3 go again on hit, another flick of a dagger. And we see exactly why Travis has utilized that 1 energy counter on Blood Splattered Vest. Does hold on to a Hunt the Hunter, trying to find his mark and also, more importantly, the fealty by the end of this turn in order to make maximum value of Art of the Dragon Blood on a future cycle.
Yeah, that card is one of the better cards in the list for getting over a deck that really wants to block a lot. But Richard Truong ready to part with his armor this early.
I don't hate it. The armor is there to stop Mask of Momentum triggers. Maybe punished a little bit here on this Hunt the Hunter. You don't want to give your opponent fealty tokens, but if it's a mark, you're going to take damage at some point.
Yeah. Against a deck that flicks, it's kind of like, you know, you're really fighting an uphill battle if you're trying to stop that one.
2 pieces of armor blocked with, 1 of which will likely be refreshed on this turn cycle. We know about the Edict of Steel. Richard Truong could even hold on to 1 for a future turn.
I could see an argument for doing that.
34 plays 36 now. We're only just underway, but the blood is being let.
Did we see his arsenal?
I didn't spy it.
Okay.
Knowing Richard, it's something nasty, though.
He's a good player. I've sat down in front of him in quite a number of tournaments, and every time I do, I know I've got a war cut out for me.
And there it is, Sword Master's Path, going to provide +3 to the next attack, and also the next time that blade is sharpened, it'll be sharpened twice instead, which makes this yellow Edict of Steel sing. Flurry token generated, 8 go again on the combat chain with the promise of more for Richard Truong. And unlike Dorinthia Ironsong, there's no way to interact with this. The numbers are just there on the screen.
Yeah, once it's there, it's there. I mean, unless you're another warrior, and then you can throw your headpiece in front of it and stop the second swing. But yeah, as a ninja player, Travis is sitting there tanking on what is essentially how much damage do I want to stop. There's no other decision.
Now, it has been said in a Cindra meta, there's a good reason to bring Kassai of the Golden Sand. One, Chris Iaali made the argument that you do what they do with Mask of Momentum just better because you can block out their mask. Also, you draw cards with your gold and get your free sword swing. So you're ultimately doing a similar game plan. You can just block way better. In this case, Richard Truong might be showing us exactly the same situation with Hala.
Yeah, mid-range decks that can block well, just you can feast on Mask of Momentum's lack of ability to connect.
And so even though Travis donated a card to the defensive cause, he's down to 26 now. Does have a fealty token, can cash it in for Art of the Dragon Blood if he so chooses. Fire Tenant Strike first, goes first though.
Richard's got that Sink Below, which will help cover up breakpoints as well as the Valiant Dynamo. Maybe just be destined for the Arsenal.
It's yet another Rising Resentment in the hand for Travis Wagner, which does come out onto the combat chain. Richard happy to take that first licking. Now it's 4 go again with a meaningful on hit. It doesn't work with Travis's hand right now, but he's posturing it. And there it is. Richard Truong does have the answer. It's a sink below, drawing into a Fiddler's Green. Richard showing that he is willing to get his value both on defense and on offense. Flick Knives activation means that this Mask of Momentum is still live. And now, Travis has to decide if he wants to go one chain link wider. The drawback, even if he cashes in that fealty token, won't have enough resources in order to buy the dagger back.
Yeah, he's got to put something. I've finally learned after years of being a caster that the Fire Tenant Strike First is not a Draconic card.
Even though I bring it up just about every time.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, look at it, folks. Look at that card. How is that not Draconic? I got to call up the artists that made that one, or James White. I bet it was Draconic, and then the balance team ruined it. That's my guess.
Travis making a play for 4 chain links, while Michael Murray makes a play at canceling his career, I guess. It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see how it works out for you.
Yeah.
Richard happy to block out with Sharp Incline and Fiddler's Green. When the combat chain closes, Richard's life total is going to be going up. And now Travis has to consider this Snatch to follow, but I think he's priced in, and he thinks so too. So Snatch threatens 4 on hit, refresh the arsenal. Richard only left with 1 card left in hand.
Still got the Valiant Dynamos, though. He could just block this out, pass, and then do it all over again. He could try to do the offensive value play that he's probably keeping it back for and just push armor.
I don't hate it, especially when your opponent would be really digging for a Draconic starter when he's already used 4 of them in the deck.
Good time to tank. I like that Richard's taking his time here.
Now, I'd have to imagine it's just a blue 3-block in the hand for Richard.
Yeah,
otherwise
probably
there's not much
resources.
left to consider.
Because we know that it's a red Edict of Steel in the arsenal, which is just one of the best things that you can be doing in this deck.
Oh, but he goes ahead and blocks with all pieces of equipment.
Yeah,
This
I
is
like
fine
that.
here. Arcanite Skullcap, even though Richard is not below Travis in life, still blocks 1. And it's an additional 3 life gained. Up to 33 goes Hala. And now with 1 blue and 1 Edict of Steel, watch me transform these 2 cards into 8 damage. Never mind, doesn't even have to be a blue. It can be a blue. Yellow.
Yeah, yellow works for what he's trying to do here, and on top of that, gets to refresh the Dynamos. This is the kind of value play that Hala just can get so far ahead of you as she resolves things like this.
And this after blocking with an obscene amount of gas out of the hand. I do wonder if Richard was red-locked on that previous turn cycle and wanted to cash in, wanted to utilize that sink below in order to filter, find the resource card he needed for Edict of Steel.
It does appear that way, and also Blunton only blocks 2, which just means that the block with a card and keep the Edict of Steel was not on the table.
And now Lava Burst in the hand, Snatch.
2 Lava Bursts?
I feel like a Ravenous Rabble and a Hot on their heels. That is a hand without a Draconic starter, Michael.
Oh, no.
Now, granted, with a dagger available, you always have a get-out-of-jail-free card, but it does cost an entire red card out of the hand.
Yeah, not ideal.
It's just a block of Dragon Scalar Flight Path. Down to 23 goes Travis Wagner, but there's more where that came from, says Richard Truong. Place your call now, and you can buy yet another Zenith Blade for a 4. Down to 19 now is Travis after keeping a 4-card hand without a Draconic starter.
Yeah, and resets that Dynamo, just a casual 2-card 9.
Blech. And I was wrong. It wasn't Ravenous Rabble. It was, wow, I'm totally blanking. Pledge Loyalty?
Fealty?
I don't think they actually say fealty on them.
They don't. There's not a card that says Pledge Fealty?
There is one.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, but it's not being played in Cindra.
Okay, yes.
That's for sure.
I mean, that's the only
Display loyalty.
pledge that I... Thank you.
Display Loyalty.
Yes. And when you said pledge, I was like, I don't know. I think it's Pledge Fealty.
Ah, so the pledge got you, Michael.
Yes, exactly.
Easy kick away of this Kunai of Retribution for Richard Truong after Travis is, of course, forced to pitch one of those valuable red cards in hand. Display Loyalty, as we finally figured out it's called, is on the combat chain now. Richard happy to throw this Ripple away, but thinking twice is he. I see a lot of blues in that hand.
Interesting.
You know, all blue hands aren't necessarily that bad for Hala.
Isn't on
But you have
Valiant
to have a flurry token.
Right, yes. Sorry, Braveforge Bracers. It's not on Braveforge Bracers. Can you remind me what the current bracers do?
It is Reverent Rembrace, which add attack reaction speed. I want to say, I'm actually drawing a blank.
There we go.
If you would sharpen a Zenith Blade, instead you may pay 1 and destroy this. If you do, sharpen it an additional time. And that must be a vessel for Richard Truong's Edict of Steel, namely the ones that aren't in the red.
The yellows and the blues. It's just really, really easy way to convert those into their true potential, getting that flurry online. Snatch, though, on the chain.
Display loyalty, all that damage accepted. Richard Truong back down to 30 after Fiddler's Green got him back up to 33. 2 cards blocked with here for Travis Wagner. It will be a flick of the kunai. Only has 2 Draconic Chain. Oh, I'm sorry. He did pop a fealty, so we'll be able to put those daggers back in their rightful place. And it's already a cash-in of Dragon Scalar Flight Path. Travis providing go again to this snatch after buying 2 cards from Richard. Just saying, I got to push the damage when I can. Lava Burst is the coup de grace on this turn. 2 cards blocked with for Richard Truong. Flurry token established, and all of a sudden, an all-blue hand looks pretty dang good. It's yet another 2-card 8, now that a Flurry token sits in wait.
I think he blocked with all 4 cards.
No, I'm just saying Flurry token will stick around.
Yeah. Flurry's insane.
Not like Agility, not like Might. Doesn't pop at the beginning of the turn. Waits until you send a Zenith Blade.
Full tempo, though, in Travis's corner. 1 upside to this 10 life deficit that he's currently sitting in.
Okay, we have found a Draconic starter. That's Draco Fire. The tricky bit is the follow-up. It's 2 1-cost, Breaking Point and Demonstrate Devotion. Travis has 2 more uses of Blood Splattered Vest. Is he going to use them right here and right now?
It's always interesting to see Cindra's playing off Arsenal. It's something that I see so commonly. You just play your 4 cards, play your 4 cards, play your 4 cards.
It does just feel so risky, doesn't it?
Yeah. It does seem like it plays a little bit into like a fatigue game plan. It's probably okay into a mid-range game plan, but just if you're trying to connect with the Mask of Momentum, it feels like you need to be building things up.
Right. And maybe Travis is just saying that is not an eventuality, a reality I can live in with how good the fridge is for the Warrior class.
I wonder if he's on Mask of the Pouncing Lynx and if that's ever a consideration in this matchup. It seems like the Mask of Momentum into any deck that has like recurring breakpoint prevention, it loses so much value.
And here it is. Draco Fire provides a discount to the next Draconic attack, in this case, Kunai of Retribution. Also an extra +2 generated by Draco Fire. And Travis will later on in this game be able to banish both copies of Draco Fire, now 2 established in the graveyard, in order to start the turn with a free resource.
Pretty nice.
Huge for Cindra.
Getting 1 right now as well with the Blood Splattered Vest.
After, of course, the full brunt of Kunai of Retribution is accepted by Richard Truong, now down to 26. The follow-up is Demonstrate Devotion, paid for by an energy counter on Blood Splattered Vest. Fealty token left behind to help smooth out a future turn cycle. 4 go again.
Importantly, this is a breakpoint on a turn that Richard does not have access to the Valiant Dynamos.
And Richard now accepting not just the 4 damage, but also the flick that came before. Travis representing that Draconic Chain Link next to Demonstrate Devotion. And it is yet another activation of Blood Splattered Vest. It's gotten the maximum value that Travis can generate from it. And it's all just to round out this turn. It's Hunt the Hunter and Breaking Point. I would have to imagine it's going to be a Hunt the Hunter, save Breaking Point for when it can actually threaten an arsenal.
And as you pointed out earlier, the ability to generate that 1 extra resource from the graveyard is huge for this arsenal target.
But once it's spent, now with Blood Splattered Vest gone, Travis is going to have to pay for these 1-cost cards the hard way. And based on what we've seen so far, I do think he's a very red line slanted Cindra.
Yeah, utilizing all of these kind of incidental 1 resources to be able to fit power cards like Breaking Point.
Was that it's another Breaking Point drawn off of Mask of Momentum?
Not ideal.
Finally, Travis is able to get one of those triggers through, and Richard Truong says, I don't really care if you draw an extra card, especially when it's double Rupture.
Yeah, definitely would have liked probably almost any other card in his deck more.
Now, Travis has bought quite a life from his opponent on that turn cycle. 19 plays 19 now, but the follow-up from Richard Truong is a Command and Conquer. Once again, just holding onto that Flurry token to when it can do the most damage to his opponent.
Beating him to the punch on that Arsenal Disruption, too.
And Travis may be happy that it's going to potentially get removed.
Yeah, I don't know if he cares that much. It's sort of a clunker one way or the other.
Ignite, Display Loyalty, Ravenous Rabble, and Breaking Point the second round out the hand for Travis Wagner. Again, no free resources anymore, so might have to find a way for that Ignite to be at the end of the chain. As it were, the only way to do that is banish those 2 Draco Fires and give up any potential bailout for the future. Travis could be thinking, I'm drawing a little bit not right now, and so surely my luck will change.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Nevertheless, getting a lot of consideration is this Command and Conquer from Richard. And as ninjas are wont to do, Travis accepts 6 damage, goes down to 4 cards and 13 life.
And this is why Cindras don't put cards in their arsenal. They get so punished by CNC whenever it shows up.
Now here is Travis's window to go ahead and activate the Draco Fires, put them in the banish and leave behind a resource. Gotta be what he's considering at this point. And he chooses it. Okay, I feel like this is the very much the more aggressive line that Travis could be taking, and I don't dislike it. He's got to be thinking, my Draconic starters are in here somewhere, and after 2 turns of essential bricks, I can rely on them in the future when they count. Ignite, however, is still going to start this combat chain. 2 go again now, likely a Kunai of Retribution to follow, and I think that 1 resource is just going to be lying in wait for the breaking point as the finisher.
Silver lining, Richard has an arsenal, so he is able to get that value out potentially, at least for some blocks, which Richard is probably fine with, but...
and Blunted
no.
doing its thing, jumping in front of Kunai of Retribution and forcing a card out of the hand of Travis Wagner. Only blocking 1 on this Kunai, but depending on the card chosen, this could block for ultimately 5.
Does that really hamper him, or is Travis able to still get 2 more chain links? I think the breaking point is still live.
It's totally live.
Which is important here.
Totally live, but Travis will have to give up either Display Loyalty, which is essentially 3 value. More if you add on the fealty token, but based on the 2 he's already established, I don't think he cares that much.
Yeah.
Just wants to keep the Ravenous Rabble, maximize the damage on this turn. But still, Blunton went ahead and blocked for 4 there.
Yeah, breaking point doesn't care about Draconic. It's just chain links.
It's just Rupture,
total, right?
yeah.
Rupture, right. Thank you.
If it's played to chain link 4 or higher, it gains that extra effect. Flick Knives does its thing. Richard Truong now with several kunais of Retribution in his ribs. Ravenous Rabble, likely for 4, yes. Travis placed the die before even looking. It's Oath of Loyalty revealed on the top.
One of the
Knows
better
he'll have a
starters.
Draconic starter, yeah. Especially when you have 2 fealty tokens to back it up.
Yeah, has a good turn on the horizon. Richard, you know, we were talking earlier about how far ahead he was. Has not really had impressive turns for the last 2-3 cycles, and Travis has been clawing his way back into the game.
Now, the second that Richard forces Travis to block for his life, it's going to be a very different game.
Yeah. Just needs to play the life totals correctly and make sure that he doesn't fall for that trap and end up in a position where he's blocking for his life. Both players are very vulnerable to that spot.
So now here we go. Mask of Momentum is live on this Ravenous Rabble. Second kunai was, of course, flicked on the chain link with the first kunai. Richard does have plenty of armor in order to cover up breakpoints, but decides to just toe the line into the mix. Second redundant flurry token generated there.
He's going to be sad when he sees this last card. Travis really starting to make his way back into the game.
And there it is, breaking point, threatening the arsenal of Richard Truong. I didn't quite catch what is there. Oh, does look like it's something Richard cares about, though.
Is it still the Edict of Steel from 3 turns ago?
No, I thought he already utilized that.
Okay, okay.
I think he played it already.
Yeah.
It could be yet another Edict of Steel.
It's a good Arsenal target. Travis leaking, and now, earlier, just a few turns ago, I talked about having full tempo with a 10 life deficit. We now have a full tempo 3 life deficit, so Travis has clawed back at least 6 points of value so far since then.
And there's the Draconic starter. Ronin Renegade has been leading off combat chains since the days of Uprising. It's not going to be any different here. But Oath of Loyalty must be played first if Travis wants to use it. 4 go again is better than 3 go again. And there is lots of red cards in the hand for Travis. This is going to hurt.
Yeah, you can see the body language of Richard starting to shift, starting to feel a lot less comfortable in this position.
Travis showing Richard Truong a Fire Tenant strike first, likely saying, did you know this, that this is not Draconic? Look how red it is. It's still Draconic.
Yeah.
1 damage going to leak over here on Oath of Loyalty. Down to 15 goes Richard.
I see another Blunton, but I don't think Travis is going to
ain't no way.
swing that weapon this turn.
Ain't no way.
Learned his lesson and also doesn't have the resources.
Ronin Renegade to follow is Draconic, so legally playable with this Oath of Loyalty. Now, I believe there was another copy of Fire Tenant Strike First in the hand for Travis Wagner alongside a Demonstrate Devotion. Going to be very hard for Travis to completely convert this hand because Blood Splattered Vest isn't there to provide free resources. Card bought from Richard Truong. He still doesn't like what he's working with. The Flick Knives activation brings him down to 14 now, even though the chain link is more or less blocked out. Mask of Momentum remains live. Now there is a Blaze Headlong in the hand as well for Travis, likely to be, yes, deployed here. Yet another break point for Richard, who still doesn't have any armor that can feasibly block it out, and he takes 4 Mask of Momentum triggers. Richard down to 10, and all of a sudden, Travis has some real headway in this game.
I was sitting there staring at Richard still being up 1 life with the Arcanite Skull Cap on the table. Oh, wow.
Oh, and the bleeding keeps coming. It's 4 go again, cut through. Gets provided +1 and go again, thanks to the fact that a dagger has connected. Richard gently reminds Travis that, hey, you got to use a fealty for this cut through.
Does do that.
Legally play. Down to 6 goes Richard Truong, and the one saving grace is that Travis has to park that Demonstrate Devotion in the arsenal and go next. Richard now with 2 cards in hand, one of which is a Blunton. Instead, it's just going to be a Command and Conquer.
If that was a blue, he could do, no, because he didn't sharpen this turn. Never mind.
Not sharpened. Does need an Edict of Steel in the mix. And Richard feels like he seems like he knows that that was the turn cycle that might spell the difference in this game. I do wonder if the equipment was pushed forward just a little bit too early.
Yeah, there was an earlier turn where he opted, I mean, he did it twice actually, where he gave 6 block rather than 1 card in a 1 piece of equipment to stop the mask, and it felt like he got punished both times that happened.
The Bluntons have been fantastic for Richard. They've also been pretty lackluster here and there. And now Travis has to wonder about losing this Demonstrate Devotion. I feel like he's just going to have to bite the bullet again because the Draconic starter is there. Ancestral Empowerment as well to perhaps cheat through a chain link. It's a block of Mask of Momentum and nothing else. 4 damage finds home. Travis now down to 9, bereft of the Demonstrate Devotion in his arsenal. 9 plays 6, but I think it's all gas, no brakes for Travis Wagner at this point in the game. Richard, is going to have a hard time getting through this onslaught.
Are you as confused by that mask block as I am? I'm sure he feels he won't connect with it anymore, and this is the time, but you can just hold on to that for later when you're at 9 life, right?
I am a little bit confused by it, but I think Travis has been in the Cindra seat long enough to know when it's just over for Mask of Momentum.
Fair
Especially
enough.
when 2 cards of his is going to be threatening the life of Richard Truong, who is now down to 3, probably effectively 2 because of the Flick Knives activation that has yet to be used.
And 1 because of the Ancestral Empowerment sitting in the hand. He's in trouble.
Trouble indeed. Overcrowded does block for 4 here on Ravenous Rabble, thanks to the Fealty and Flurry token on the board. There's also a Shelter from the Storm in the hand for Richard Truong. Curious if he's going to go ahead and discard it to the Flick Knives activation that I would think is coming. Travis giving it a good amount of thought, though. Display, Loyalty, and Ancestral Empowerment left in the hand. Ancestral Empowerment not playable on this chain link because Ravenous Rabble simply is not a ninja attack action card.
Yeah, I'm still puzzling over the use of that mask to block with. He's got an attack reaction to kind of extend the chain here as well. So if he flicked here with mask up and then had 1 more attack with an Ancestral Empowerment, he would be looking at another mask trigger.
So there's actually a window that Travis is pondering on utilizing here. Could pop the Fealty token in response to the block of Overcrowded because that buff is gained when this defends. So there is a trigger on the stack. Travis could rob Richard of 1 point of defensive value.
I actually really like that. I think that's worth doing.
Funnily enough, it might kind of play into Richard's hand. Just go ahead and discard that Shelter from the Storm.
Oh, fair. That's a good point.
Obviously, Travis doesn't know about it.
Yeah.
Looks like that window has passed. Into reactions we go. Kunai of Retribution sticks in the earlobe of Richard Truong. Down to 2 now. 9 plays 2. And the hurt keeps coming. Display Loyalty now. 3 go again. Yet another Fealty token on the board for Travis Wagner. Shelter from the Storm gets in the way, covering up not just 3, but 4 on Ancestral Empowerment.
Wow.
Gets a wry laugh from Richard Truong, who may have just bought a little bit of a saving grace in this game that seems like his to lose at this point.
Yeah, if Travis wants to buy back his kunai, he does need to make that play to hope for 1 more Draconic card, does find it. Ooh, and he gets to play his second kunai on top.
And there it is, a block of 1 for Richard Truong. Arcanite Skullcap only getting 2 defensive value rather than the maximum amount of 3. And Kunai of Retribution demands another card. Richard feeling the hurt right here. Oh, did he forget the kunai? He's looking to the sky, taking a big stretch. Oh, it hurts so bad.
Wow. How does this turn change if he has mask? Does he get to... I guess it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Travis finding the perfect time to cash it in. And Richard just really wanted to be able to threaten lethal next turn, is not going to be able to do that anymore thanks to this singular point of damage. And on top of that, is now priced into drawing prevention effects every single turn for the rest of the game, or he's just dead to Flick Knives.
That would have been the case even if he was able to threaten lethal on this next turn cycle. As it stands, not going to be able to. I believe it's a red card left in the hand for Richard. Really doesn't want to swing the Zenith Blade and give up the Flurry token. That might be what he's about to do.
Yep.
Oh, 2 Flurry tokens gone by. It's a discard. Oh, no.
Huh?
I think that's just placed into the wrong zone. It should have been put into the pitch zone. What am I missing here?
Is that something that if you discard it, you gain a resource or something like that?
Oh, if it's played out. I see what's happening here. So
Sharpen,
Richard, he plays out Sharp Incline. That makes the Zenith Blade essentially free, cost 1 less.
That's better than pitching it, at least.
I did forget. I thought this one costed 1.
Yeah.
It's a pretty sweet play, but without another resource, Richard won't be able to swing an additional time with the Zenith Blade. And it's looking like doomsday for Ms. Blade Saint of the Vow.
Yeah, Travis does not give 1 iota about 4 damage when he's still got 9 health left. And wow, the wheels really fell off this train, didn't they? It looked like Richard was crushing it. And then somehow Travis just found too many threats back to back to back.
I mean, you have, as Hala, you have to be playing the block 2 cards, play 2 cards in order to constantly make use of every flurry token you're able to establish. That's the way that you bury your opponent in value, especially when you start stacking up the life gained by Valiant Dynamo over and over and over again. Richard Truong has left his Dynamos unrefreshed for 4, 5 turn cycles at this point.
Travis giving up the attack reaction that he could use to end the game because he's got an even better one. It's called Flick Knives.
Flick Knives could hurt. Is there a prevention effect for Richard Truong? I am not seeing it, Michael. There is a Sirens of Safe Harbor, but Travis can, of course, flick in response. Block of 1 card here for Travis.
There's the flick. And drum roll, please. Oh, no. Was there not a flick? I'm sorry. I saw the one in his graveyard, and I got ahead of myself.
Lava Vein Loyalty to follow. 3 go again, Flick Knives, and that's going to be it for Richard Truong. He throws the cards on the table. They're not going to do him any good because Travis Wagner up to 3-0. He has been a competitor at the Players' Championship before, and he's showing us exactly why. He hasn't been playing with the new cards all that much, and it just doesn't seem to matter when you can bury your opponent in Mask of Momentum triggers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that goes to show why you bring Cindra right now and why she might be considered one of the premier aggro decks of the format. Of course, Hala showing us at the beginning of the game why she's so powerful, but maybe just a few misreads on the blocking decisions was enough to give Travis the room to really claw back into that game and take it.
And it was funny. There were certain aspects of his gameplay that made me feel like Richard was piloting that like a Dory player.
Yeah.
Into Cindra, I think she's incredibly happy. There's so many on hits that just cannot be blocked by Cindra, and those +1 counters can stack up and up and up. When it comes to Hala, the game plan has to be a lot more measured, and I do wonder if Richard is just not familiar with being on the blocking side of things against Cindra.
Yeah, giving up the 2 cards twice just, to me, feels like the moment where, again, it does depend on his offensive hand, what he could have pieced together on the other side, but if he was able to give that piece of equipment twice to stop the mask trigger instead of 2 cards, I do see a world where maybe he's getting the extra points of value to force Travis into the blocking position and not be able to close the game out the way that he did. However, that's not how the cards fell.
Indeed not, and the cookie didn't crumble the way of Richard Truong either. So if you want to get yourself some cookies, and I'm talking about promos, I am talking about fantastic games of Flesh and Blood, you're going to have to check out our sponsor. That is Fab Foundry. They are going to be the tournament organizer for Calling Kansas City, Calling 100 in Atlanta at the beginning of October, and, of course, Calling Portland in their hometown at the end of December. I do hope that Travis and crew can get themselves a bit of a break because they have been on an absolute tear. They also handled Pro Tour Las Vegas. They also handled U.S. Nationals in Minneapolis, and so I think they deserve a long holiday. But I hope they're back to the grindstone real quick because the events for Flesh and Blood just run so much smoother when they're at the helm.
Yeah. A lot of really, really big Flesh and Blood tournaments over the last couple weeks.
Get yourself over to www.fabfoundry.events to purchase all the early bird packages that you need, and also utilize that site for no counter registration. That's right. You don't have to go to a desk anymore. When you're in an event hall, you can do it all from your smartphone. You can even transfer your bronze and silver vouchers to your friends without any fuss or muss. Got to thank them for the innovation they've brought to the tournament organizing scene and all the equity they've injected back into the player base of Flesh and Blood. Now, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with our winner, Travis Wagner, to hear about all of the nasty Draco Fire mess he was able to put to Richard Truong. No sword for him, just wins. We'll be back with that and more Flesh and Blood after this. It would seem that the zenith of blades is actually a dagger, a kunai of retribution, sticks out of pretty much every orifice of Richard Truong, and it's all thanks to the man sitting beside me. Travis Wagner, why'd you kill him so bad?
He forgot about the kunai from the Ignite. That's what he told me.
He
as
really
soon as
did.
I attacked with it, he's like, oh my god.
You could see the look to the sky, the head and hands.
Yeah.
It was what it was.
If he didn't have to block with one more card, he would have killed me. Like, straight up, he was going like, I think 9-4 or something like that for the next turn. So, yeah, it was like basically a 10 value dagger is what he said.
It would have been hurtful. And now, going up against Hala, I would imagine is a fairly new thing for you, right, Travis?
Yeah, absolutely. I've only played Hala a couple times at Armory, and certainly I'm less afraid of her than some of the other warriors, like Dorinthia, but Kassai, you know.
Which, you know, Richard is known to be holding a Dawnblade rather than a Zenith one, and I would imagine that you've run into him a couple times at the AGE Open Series. What's the categorical difference between going up against Dorinthia as Cindra versus Hala?
I mean, with Hala, I don't have to block. So basically, whenever you see me blocking is an intentional choice that I'm making based on the game state, which generally just frees me up because Cindra is not a deck where you ever want to block. You don't come in with that plan typically. But just having the option of blocking with like some kind of stinker cards, like a bunch of one costs or a bunch of chain enters you can't use, like you still do that. It's just I'm normally not blocking on hits, so.
And speaking of stinker cards, honestly, those first few hands were not really lining up cleanly for you, Travis. You did have to do a couple electromagnetic somersaults, if you will, in order to piece it all together. But I don't think you left a single point of value on the table despite that.
I mean, I hope not. I'm sure you can go back and review. I think the one choice I made where I decided to go for the extended chain off of the Ignite instead of using the Ignite to discount the one cost.
Right.
You could make the argument that maybe I should have played around like Becken, right, for the discard.
Sure.
So like when he did that, I was like, you know, maybe I should have gone the other line. But at the same time, like threatening Mask more is also very threatening. So yeah.
And you know, we did call it out, but ultimately that was probably the turn cycle that bought you enough room in that game to keep Richard off of those flurry tokens. We were talking about how influential they can be, but only if you're actually utilizing them. As it stood, you essentially stranded 2 on the board for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and he had a really good like start, and he had a lot of aggression out of the gate. So like he had all of the tempo, he had all the advantage, and then I think he just kind of didn't draw what he needed when he needed to do it. I was getting to draw cards off Mask, which that's not something I'm typically doing before all the armor is gone.
Right.
So yeah, I think it was definitely a bit tough for him after that point.
Now, Travis, I'm noticing something at the bottom of your name tag here. It says could have gone to SDCC. That's a little bit off. It's a little. We need some explanation here because you have already been to San Diego Comic-Con and you plan to go back at the conclusion of this event.
Yes, yeah. And there's an extended story here, so hopefully I'll make it quick. But the last tournament, I wasn't going to miss it. I was going to my sister's wedding in Italy, but then Justin moved it because of a conflict or something, and so I ended up missing last month. And I was like, darn, you know. And then this month, we had already planned the SDCC, and I was like, it's probably not going to be on the same weekend, but it was. And so I'm like, do I go? Yeah. We decided to go just in case, you know, I do well today, so I'm glad to be here.
And honestly, Travis, you are off to a rip-roaring start. So I don't know. What do you want me to hope for you? Do you want me to hope that you make a deep run, or do you want me to hope that you bomb out now so you can get back to Comic-Con?
I mean, I want to win one of these, honestly. I've never done that. I think that'd be cool. I want a medal.
You got pretty dang close at the Players' Championship, I will say. And now, Travis, we do need to take a look at the standings because I'm not seeing your name, which is a little bit weird, if I'm being real.
Yeah, I tried some gravy bones, and it didn't work out so well. But we're back on Cindra, probably not for much longer because she's got a lot of points. But yeah, I'm down there at 30 points, like 20-something.
Still within striking distance if you can make a good top 8 run today.
Yep, absolutely.
And so
That's
we'll
why
hope
we
to see
drove.
you there. Exactly. So we're going to see if we can make the drive, the gas, worth it for you, and also get you back in one piece to San Diego Comic-Con. What is the thing you're most excited about at that convention?
My baby.
Yeah?
I love her. She's the best. She's walking around everywhere, and everyone loves her. She's so cute.
That's all. Did you dress her up as anything?
Well, almost. We wanted to dress her up as Kiki, but we forgot the costume before we left home yesterday. So, yeah, we have everything except for the dress. So it's awkward. She has a little broom and everything.
That's super adorable, and you can always save it for next year, I would imagine.
Yep, and Halloween, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Travis, you have another round to prepare for. We wish you the best on this X and O run, and hope it continues for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's great to be here, Bryce.
We will be back, of course, with more burning daggers and more flesh and blood after this. Do not go anywhere.
Keeping us a little bit warm upstairs, but not only that, the competition is also heating up.
Without a doubt. And let's look at the beginning of our story, which comes to you from our metagame breakdown here at the July AGE Open in Los Angeles. Lots of Oscilios in contention, two of which are going to be on our feature matches this coming round. Only one in the premier feature match. That'll be in the hands of John Kim, ex-Prism aficionado, and honestly, a man that I thought would just straight up quit the game after she hit Living Legend.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. So many people are just Prism diehards. Definitely going to be waiting for that next Prism to drop. Not sure when that'll be, but for now, it looks like he's shifting his way over from Illusionist to Wizard.
A couple tales from the floor. We do know that Tyler Horspool, one of our two Zyggy Starlights, is now X and O, taking on Travis Wagner, the winner of the previous streamed match. And Michael, I'm going to allude to it, but we can't give any spoilers because the match is going to be on AG Premium, but a wager was won by one of us.
That's
Our
true.
last backup feature match did go either Colin Erickson's way or Marcus Brown's way, and based on the timbre of my voice, I'll leave everybody to guess who it was.
Mr. Confident over here.
That's right. You know, you got to have confidence, whether in token or in aura. And now, besides that, there's also a couple Jarls in the mix. Brian Gutierrez, huge Guardian Stan, is going to be taking on Peter Buddensiek on Oscilio. That will be on backup feature for everybody who is an AG Premium subscriber. Go ahead and get over there, sign up, and see what all these games we're talking about are about. Now, besides that, we do, of course, need to talk about AG. Well, I guess we're going to talk about AG Premium now because that's the graphic that came up. It's the front page of Competitive Flesh and Blood. There's $10 a month. That's all we ask. Measly price for all the things you can get. Strategy articles, extra AG games, event discounts, and more. All of that is available at www.age.events. Please give us a try and help us support the mission of AG, which is to bring grassroots Flesh and Blood tournaments to everybody's backyard, train them up for the illustrious World Tour. What I wanted to talk about, though, is, of course, the Players' Championship standings, because both John Kim and his opponent, whose name is escaping me, Anthony Pham, are on this list. The more important bit is that they're on the left column, which more or less means they're fairly locked. Honestly, I don't think John Kim is going to be knocked off of this list, but seeding matters all so much for the PC. And why is that, Michael?
Well, when you play in the Players' Championship, you get turn order for the entire championship depending on your placement. So if you show up as that #1 seed, you are going to get choice of turn order for the whole day. Big deal, so you definitely want to win. Coming in at 16th is going to be a rough spot to start things out.
But both of these players are looking for more AGE points because, as you mentioned, Michael, they are also important. And besides that, we got cash on offer today, as is the regular flow for AGE. So we'll be seeing that shortly. Now, I do want to talk about where we have our buns parked. Once again, Top Deck Keep, we got to thank y'all for being just a fantastic place, a fantastic brick and mortar to host these AGE events. They have been nothing but accommodating. You can hit them up at their socials on Facebook and Instagram at Top Deck Keep. You can also find them at all of those links right there. They've got an eBay store. They've got a TCG player store. They have so many cards. Do go ahead and check them out. They are, of course, the home of the LA AGE Open Series. We thank them so much. And now we talk about our players. Proceeding first is Anthony Pham, of course, has won himself a Players' Championship back in 2023 and has qualified for every other one besides. You can see him making a Riptide pose there because, well, he did bring it to the Players' Championship in 2025, which was a questionable decision at best.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't do that again. I mean, it could be fun to watch him 0-3 drop, but if you want to see him do well, I'm thinking maybe something a little bit more meta-relevant might be in the cards.
He has also won the last 2 AGE Opens, a feat that he hadn't accomplished before the first win, but back-to-back wins is nothing to sneeze at. This guy knows what he is doing. He's got a very different visage today, though. Both of those wins were off the back of Arachne Marionette. This time, it's Puffin Hightail. Huge stuff for the man that is at the top of the AGE ratings. And now we get down to the feature match area to see if it's the Master Cranker or the Master Lightning that can get it done here. Both of these players are 2-1, which is a little bit early to be watching these X and 1s, but with so many players in the field, you got to have your eyes where the stakes are the highest.
Absolutely. This game matters a whole lot because dropping the game here could very well spell doom for your top 8 hopes. So this is a losing out almost certainly at this point in the day.
And now I would imagine that Anthony had scouted out John Kim at this point. While it is a lot of people, it's not like a calling where you can't just walk the table super easily and spot what everybody is on. And the fork that Oscilio often puts people in is this full Arcane or is this the Gone in a Flash variant? In this case, John Kim has provided the answer for us. It's Stormstriders and Metacarpus Node. I do expect this to be a very Majin Bay-esque Arcane damage Oscilio build.
Yeah, looks like it. Those Stormstriders just putting in so much work. Wizards have always cashed in on those quite well.
Now for Anthony Pham, turn 0 play is Cogworks Dovetail. Definitely not getting its maximum value because no cogs have been established. Yikes, it's a retort of 2 Sigils of Solace for John Kim after being able to block out that Coggy boat. All the way up to 42 now, eclipsing the life total of his opponent. Fantastic start for the Wizard player.
Yeah, really good here. Anthony just doing a little bit of filtering and losing one of the best cards in his deck for it.
Speaking of filtering, Echo Flash is in the hand for John Kim alongside a defense reaction and an Aether Flare. I would imagine that John is going to go fishing for something a little bit more impactful, likely wants to hold on to that Aether Flare for a meaningful combo if he can. It is going to be a discard of the Echo Flash. Seemingly no activation of Volzar yet. 1 arcane damage covered up by Anthony Pham, and it's the illusion of choice for John Kim. 2 Aether Flares now in the hand.
Are they different colors, though?
That's a great question. I didn't think so. Yes, red Aether Flare pays for red Aether Flare from John Kim.
Sure.
Volzar activation here means 4 arcane damage, threatening a pseudo amp on the next card that deals arcane damage. Wouldn't you know it, though? John Kim doesn't have it. So Anthony commits 2 cards to the defense there, breathes a sigh of relief as he realizes no more is coming.
Takes 1, though, I believe.
And back over to Anthony, 40 points of life.
I think it should be 39.
I think you're right about that as well. It actually, yeah, because it is an adaptive dissolver. I am reading in the arm slot. So Arcane Barrier 3 is what Anthony has. Of course, if you're feeling like you're seeing double on those sleeves, got to shout out some fantastic camera work by somebody. I don't know who took the picture, but also some artwork by friend of the show and Arcane Games and Events Pro Team member Haley Neighbors. She doctored up this card because we were joking when Browbeat came out that it looks like Anthony is standing behind Jonah and rubbing icy hot on his forehead. So they went ahead and reenacted it, and Haley added some extra flair to it. And Jonah now has the Browbeat playmat, and we all have these gorgeous sleeves.
I just want to point out what a limping of a start Anthony is currently showing us. Two of the most powerful cards in his deck played before any cogs have hit the table is not where you want to be as the Puffin player.
And you know, Anthony could just be doing a little bit of a victory lap over here. Ugh, and it's one blue card drawn up there, unfortunately. Polycranka sent to the yard without being able to do a single crank. That was, of course, from the sigil of Aether Ping at the beginning of John Kim's turn. That bird is toast. Rotisserie now in the graveyard.
Goes ahead and ABs with a cog, which is interesting given that he has yet another Palantir in his hand. Does need to get cogs on the table at some point if he wants to play his deck to the fullest.
Now, damage definitely came across there. Players are just a little bit slow at updating the life total. We'll see if we can ping them and make sure that that all remains above board and we can all stay informed. For Anthony Pham, though, it's Cheating Scoundrel plus Scar for a Scar. He is definitely behind in life, so Go Again is going to be provided to Scar for a Scar. Also, the wager of a gold token for Anthony Pham could be absolutely huge given the slow cog start he's had in this game.
Yeah, John Kim is very well positioned to block this out. One D-React in Arsenal, one in hand means he's got pick of the litter for how he wants to. Oh, two D-Reacts in hand. Oh, maybe a little too much.
Quite
at this
possibly.
Point.
It is going to be an Echo Flash discarded to go fishing. Chromatic Refinement found. I don't think a single red card that John wants to play on offense in this hand, though. Chromatic Refinement's so good when you can do a bread and butter play, like allow it to pop at the beginning of the turn and then play a Meteoric Impact for free.
I think I would have liked the good old-fashioned Fate to opt before using Oscilio and then potentially sinking a card away. But no, John's going straight to D-React here. Oh, does...
I do like the Fate Foreseen here first, of course, because if John wants to sink, then he'll know the card. Instead, opts for sink first, ditches that, I believe it was a Constella Contemplation, and finds himself a Comet Collision. All of a sudden, that pairs pretty nicely with the Chromatic Refinement.
Yeah.
And also, this means Scar for Scar is blocked out. Anthony has the opportunity to discard a card, which he does.
Oh,
it's Palantir Aeronaut the second, just to get a gold token on board. It is a slow start, and that's putting it nicely for Anthony Pham.
I have played a lot of Puffin, and when I have to bring in the Visiatronic model 2 or I or whatever it is, I miss the starting gold so much. And you can see here, Anthony just needs to have that in order to start getting online with Puffin.
That gold, of course, could have been a card draw already because Anthony would have had the opportunity to activate Polycranka alongside Puffin Hightail, maybe to clean up a hand, but honestly, I don't even think an extra card would have helped him in that case. Nevertheless, it is a gold token generated for Anthony after soaking up a little bit of that damage on John Kim's affirmative turn. That was, of course, I would think 6 Arcane on that Comet Collision, +1 from Volzar, +1 from Chromatic Refinement, +1 as well from Starfall. Soup Up now played out for Anthony Pham after converting his gold token into a golden cog. Could the cogs be finally back where they belong? Right now, 4 Go Again on this Soup Up.
Yeah, finally, I think Anthony has pieced together a decent turn, is going to be able to follow it up with some more 4 Go Agains.
It is I want to say a Cogworks Workshop and a Backspin Thrust.
Yeah.
So this turn very much going to depend on what lies in wait in the arsenal.
That's true. Needs to be able to tap that golden cog in order to get the backspin thrust value, and can do it.
John happily happy to finally take some damage. 4 should be down to 38. There it goes. And then it's a Sky Skimmer, the 1-2 combo with backspin thrust that you love to see. This Sky Skimmer will be given go again after Anthony taps his golden cog. Then backspin thrust will get go again from untapping that golden cog. And then, of course, Spitfire can follow up. Anthony can take a crack from the crow's nest and also hold this blue in reserve.
Yeah, nice to keep a cog generator in Arsenal. Get out of jail free card, if you will.
Another 4 damage accepted by John Kim. Anthony doing his best work to even up these life totals. 1 damage gets over the top of that blue Comet Collision, an interesting include that I haven't seen yet from John Kim. And now the follow-up is, of course, Spitfire. Firing off for 2 because only 1 cog was tapped in order to attack with it. John now down to 32 after accepting that damage. Life totals are looking fairly even, but Stormstrider's looms very large.
Yeah, the only thing scarier than an Oscilio blocking you out and you not being able to do any damage is one that happily accepts a bunch of damage in order to send something even more powerful.
Burn Bear now played out just for 7 points of arcane damage because of the Will of Arcana that was pitched. The follow-up is Snapback. Yikes, that was a 3-card 10, which doesn't sound incredible, but when it's arcane damage, it's a completely different beast.
Yeah, Anthony just took it all.
Cog in the machine is there. Finally, some cogs are established after the first. Looks like a double crank there. 2 action points left in their place, and more importantly, a card draw for Mr. Pham, who still has a Cogworks workshop in the arsenal. Could get another cog on board and keep the other ones around. Has a Cogworks Dovetail in the hand, too. 4 go again first from this Scar for a Scar as 20 plays 31.
Yeah, Dovetail's a really nice pickup here with the 1 floating.
In addition, there is a soup up. Golden Cog was destroyed at the beginning of the turn, of course. So that'll be yet another 4 go again. I think there's a theme that Anthony is trying to accomplish.
I'm not sure if it's red or blue. I think he should be on blues as well as reds in this list.
Now, an interesting thing about Anthony's journey with Puffin is that from the get-go, he has often thought that a boost variant is the way to go.
Oh,
Haven't
trust
seen
me,
a boost
I know.
card yet.
Well, we know it's not in there because he's playing pirate cards, and that would be a horrible combination.
That is true. We did see Sunken Treasure. You're right, Michael. So I wonder what it was that got Anthony into the Pirate Puffin camp.
Yeah. No, today before the any of the matches started, I asked to thumb through his deck because I was curious, and when I saw the full pirate build, I kind of happily nodded to myself, realizing that yes, in fact, I was right and Anthony was wrong, conceding that Boost Puffin may actually not be the right way to play her.
And you were calling me confident, Michael. Cogworks Dovetail after Soup Up, and with an action point in reserve for Anthony Pham. Only 2 cogs established so far. That's all he really needs to push Cogworks Dovetail up to 7, and then also crack in with Spitfire for 3.
Yeah, if John is able to stop the on-hit, he could potentially stuff the extra Spitfire, but doesn't look like he's going to attempt to do that.
Anthony Pham fearless in the face of that 1-card block. Honestly, I would have been thinking about a defense reaction, but maybe there's no choice. He just has to hit the go button, and he certainly does. Now, a bullet flies for John Kim's Constella. Does seem to find home. Now John Kim down to 23. Who retorts with Comet Collision Kindle.
Wow.
Kindle's looking fearsome for John Kim so far.
So good.
2 cards drawn, 2 amp, free amp essentially gained. So now this Comet Collision smashing in for a whopping 6.
It's a 1-card 6 play that you can do in Arcane. I can see why this Oscilio list is making the rounds.
Copper Cog gets on defense. I guess the nice thing about going up against an Arcane variant build is that those Copper Cogs, those pearls that you're required to run in the Puffin list, do some blocking.
Yeah, for Anthony's sake, though, I was kind of hoping he got to keep that card because he has another cog generator in Arsenal, and the Tunic is online right now, which just means he would have been able to get 2 cogs out and draw the card. Does instead opt to pad the life total.
It is still 3 damage converted to Anthony's life total. 17 plays 23 now. And if you are even on par with a wizard with Storm Striders, you are effectively behind. In this case, Anthony's still 6 points of life behind, but John Kim has just started accepting damage. Down to 19 he should be. There we go. It's a close of the chain for Anthony Pham. Cogworks Workshop comes out. Golden Cog established, cranked, and also provided a steam counter thanks to that blue.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking that the extra blue cog may have resulted in more value had it been kept back on offense. I know it's a very difficult call to make because you only have so much that you can block. So if you're just accepting this tall Arcane and getting into lethal range, it's a very scary proposition. But what we saw instead was Anthony not getting to draw off of that and having a pretty weak offensive turn because of that.
The nice thing is he will still be able to keep that golden cog around because of the steam counter converted with Cogworks Workshop. Anthony likely just identifying that he is going to have to devote a blue every single turn cycle if he wants any hope in this game. And man, it is looking good for John Kim. Luckily for Anthony, it was a double blue hand, so able to convert quite a bit on defense. Should only be, yes, 3 points of damage that got through on that turn cycle. 14 plays 17. Anthony is closing the gap, but is he doing it fast enough? It's Enlightened Strike and Cogworks Zeppelin in the hand. Likely not going to get much use out of this golden cog on this turn.
Yeah, has the gear turner in Arsenal, another great target when you have the Tunic online. We'll have to wait a few turns to be able to really get that value back.
Right now it's just an efficient E-Strike for 7 power. And now John Kim with 2 mental blocks in the hand. Alongside Constella Uplift. Couldn't quite catch the last card. Looks like turn to Mind Fire. No blocks declared. 2-1 mental block plus a sink below. Sent. Was that another snapback in hand?
I think so.
Gosh, these two 3-card plays for John Kim are lining up so nicely this game.
Yeah, just really good value across the board.
Yeah, look at that. Turn to Mind Fire. Crashes in for 5 arcane damage. The one thing that John Kim is missing on this turn is a Volzar Meteor Storm activation. No instant cards have entered the bin. But ultimately, he's going to be really happy about it. It's a tap of Oscilio, 2 Ponder tokens, and now Snapback. Yeah, gets the rub of the head for Anthony. Apparently, he can't do anything about it. I think he is red-locked once again.
I don't hate that position because at least it means he's going to have an impressive offensive turn here. But it does get scary when you're sitting at 9 life and your opponent still has the Storm Striders up. You are starting to get dangerously close to lethal range.
Anthony Pham is within range of death. That is to be certain.
Oh, you're really hoping to draw a blue here. Does actually opt to pitch the CNC instead.
Because, of course, he has the unicycle, so technically could
He's
get
making
there with
2
the
cogs
Palantir.
right now. Duh.
Card drawn, though, for Anthony is another red. It's Cogworks Dovetail. This is not the turn he needs right now. He's in a losing position already, and it's gotten even worse. Ugh. And this is exactly why Anthony Pham has only just now decided to bring Puffin Hightail to an AGE Open after securing his 2 wins.
It can clunk up. You know, I will have to have a little sit-down chat with him about the correct way to build Puffin. I don't believe it is the Pummel variant anymore. So I'll have to have a little talk about that.
Oh, you think it needs pummels?
No, I am on a Razor Reflex version of the build. It's a homebrew that I've made, and it creates a much more consistent offensive potential because you're lower to the ground. You start to get to play a little bit more Cheerios. But, Anthony Pham is doing a 4-card 5.
Nuh-uh. He's got one more action point.
He's got another thing.
And could end up with an extra one if this Gear Turner connects. He also has his Cogworks Dovetail, so he's up big mungus if Gear Turner does find home. That being said, John Kim could very well have the kill shot locked and loaded. I do see the Burn Bear in the hand.
Nah, he's just going right now. He says, I have 16 life. Even if this doesn't kill, I'll be fine.
First, it's going to be a discard of Echo Flash. 2 points of arcane damage. Does connect with Anthony Pham, who should be down to 4 at this point.
Yep.
And now in the hand is a Comet Collision.
It's got a Burn Bear, too.
He does, and he does have the blue as well as a red to pay for it. The Fernando Spring Tunic would make it so Burn Bear could just come in with the use of that mental block.
Could even shove armor and put the D-React and just prevent the on-hit as well. He's got him forked in all directions.
Forked sideways might be Anthony Pham. But John, of course, has to play around the possibility of a blue in Anthony's hand.
It's true. Anthony could be playing, baiting it, if you will, by pitching reds. But it just doesn't, I mean, at this point in the game.
Anthony Pham is definitely a player that would employ that kind of a strategy.
Sure.
If he knows he's not going to use the Palantir Aeronaut, you better believe he would pitch the red first to try to coax his opponent into an uncomfortable situation. But
you just have to think that he would be using it if he had the blue, and because he's got the 2 cogs and the unicycle. Is there anything? I guess if he had Oasis Respite in the hand. Oh, and now he is without pitch. And it's go time for John Kim.
Cogworks Dovetail now. Oh, it's a blue Comet Collision. Ah, yes, of course. This pieces it all together. Storm Striders plus Fernando Spring Tunic and Burn Bear equals 6 Arcane, which Anthony Pham simply can't cover up. John Kim, the Wizard, now converted from the Illusionist, is the winner of this game.
It's good to see more than any other. My first main was Kano, and I know you know that. But it was also Oldhim at the same time. I've always been juggling the Wizard and the Guardian, and both of those decks lost so hard to Prism back in the day. I remember sitting in front of our producer, Justin, just getting clobbered no matter which deck I decided to show up with.
You've shown us the duality of man and also the path of same ends in the same sentence. A fascinating enigma of a human you are, Michael. And now we get one more word from our sponsors. That is, of course, Fab Foundry. They are a singles provider in addition to a fantastic tournament organizer. Get over to fabfoundry.com and make your next singles purchase. Please also use the AGE discount code in order to let them know that we sent you, and also get a cheeky 10% off of your order. That's www.fabfoundry.co/discount/AGELA10. Put that code into your cart at checkout, and you'll get yourself 10% off your next singles order. Buy from players like you at Fab Foundry, and go ahead and cut out that middleman. Get your cards in one succinct package. Don't wait for them to come in from all corners of your nation. Instead, buy from Fab Foundry and love life while you're doing it. Now, Michael, we've seen a lot of flesh and blood today. Do you have any inkling who might be the winner this time around?
You mean overall, who's going to take it down?
Hero, player,
I mean,
up to
you see 7 Oscilios in the room. You got to think that they are doing pretty darn well. And yeah, I'm going to go Oscilio. I don't know which player yet. I feel like Peter might be a little bit hosed going into Jarl right now, but if anyone's going to take it down, it is Peter Buddensiek. I'm not counting him out, but I think that one of the reasons Jarls is in the meta right now is because of its ability to punish these low-to-the-ground aggressive lists like Oscilio.
Even if he took a loss into Jarl, and even if Anthony Pham took his loss, there is still top 8 contention for them. They must win out, though. It is going to be 6 total rounds of Swiss, as we do have north of that important 32-player number, which does mean that there is more flesh and blood to be played. We may be back with an interview. We're going to convene with our players real quick and also check our round timer, but you know that AGE is going to be back in
Welcome back, folks. I am joined here with our winner of round 4, John Kim, making it look easy, if I will be honest. I play a lot of Puffin, and I haven't played into a lot of the spell version of Oscilio, so I wasn't exactly sure what to expect, but man, you just had that one in the bag. Before we get too into the game, though, I did want to ask you a little bit. We all know what a big Prism player you were before she hit Living Legend. How has it been transitioning, and how did you end up landing on Oscilio?
So I think I kind of realized I'm never going to like another hero as much as I like Prism. I just tried a few games of Oscilio, and truthfully, the deck was just really fun.
Yeah.
And I had like almost all the cards already. I think I was just missing like Sigil of Ether and then some of the commons.
Okay.
So the deck's just really fun. You get to do a lot of game actions with Oscilio and everything, and you kind of get to play on a non-traditional axis, kind of where you're not just attacking. This deck just doesn't attack at all.
Yeah.
And I did kind of like that about Prism, where sometimes like you could play the auras, and there was just things you were doing besides just attacking and blocking. So I like the deck. The deck ended up being a little bit better than I thought, because I think I kept winning with it. I also shared the list with Luke, and he also did really well with it. So yeah, that's most of it. I do miss playing Prism though.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
I'm curious about your list. Is this something that you've net decked? Have you cooked it a little bit, or is it pure homebrew?
Okay, so I think when Omens came out, I was trying the Oscilio 2, and I think the deck felt way too clunky with all the lightning flow.
Yeah.
And there's some people on Purple who post a lot in the Oscilio chat, and there's like a counter burn list that's popular. I was trying that. I think I played like 2 games with Plutonic Star Plate and Cloud Cover, and I was like, I don't like these cards. So I just swapped them for Tunic and all the D-Reacts.
Sure.
And then some other minor changes, and then that's basically the list. And then I just kept playing it at a few armories, and I was like, wow, this looks not bad.
Yeah.
Especially when people don't expect it, right? Like if they play like AB1 into you, and they bring in all their D-Reacts, and then your deck just has 0 attack actions, it's like, wow, this deck is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, even when they do come prepared, you just faced a Puffin with AB3, and it sort of didn't matter.
Yeah, I think I haven't played the matchup that much. I think Anthony's just a little different than the other Puffins I've played, but I think Puffin's usually not aggressive enough if they're not playing Tekla Foundry Heart.
Sure.
So you just kind of have a lot of time. You can also just snipe the bird in a few ways, like Sigil of Ether, Shock, and then like a few other cards. Yeah, so I think the matchup's probably just pretty good.
Sure,
Although I haven't played it enough to know.
I mean, so we can now kind of get into talking about the game, but one thing that I did notice is it sort of felt like Anthony's list wasn't drawing the way that he probably wanted it to.
Yeah.
I will say, though, as a Puffin player myself, one of the most painful things about bringing in that Visiatronic Model I is that you don't get to start the game with a gold, and we really kind of saw it bite him because he found Dovetail and Palantir super early and just didn't really get to be able to convert them.
He didn't have very many cogs.
Yeah,
which was probably a little awkward.
He kept pitching them for AB, and then he didn't have them on the board to convert.
And then I think like in the last turn cycle, you just kind of had a lot of reds, and then I had a lot of arcane damage plus the Storm Striders. So it just all worked out. I also had 2 Sigil Sauce in my opening hand when I went second. It was great.
It's something that he has been giving me crap for the entire time I've been playing Puffin. He has sworn by boost his entire life. Always.
I was surprised when he didn't flip over Tekla Foundry Heart.
Yeah. No, I went through his list before the day started, and I was shocked to see pirate cards in the list.
Yeah.
But I think that the reason he doesn't really like the pirate version is because of what you saw in his game, which is that if you draw the reds and then the blues and then the reds, you just can't do a whole lot.
Yeah, you do kind of need like a good mix of the cards.
Yeah.
You also need like the cog generation and the thing.
Yeah.
So
you can draw Runeblade hands.
Yeah. But I know Anthony does really like the deck. I remember I've seen him play the deck a lot.
Yeah.
Special armories.
Yeah.
Even way back.
He's
so
been a
fan.
mechanologist guy for a long time. So I respect
it's cool to
that.
see him playing the deck.
Yeah,
for sure.
absolutely. Well, I'll have to give him my list because I think after that game, I have a solution to his problem of inconsistency. But I won't share it with anyone at home yet because it might not actually be that good, and I still have an ego about it. So we'll have to test a little bit more before I'm willing to put my name stamped and approved. But yes, there's a lot of cool and interesting ways to build Puffin. It really seems to me like that is true about the game of Flesh and Blood as a whole right now. So many different heroes can be built so many different ways. It seems like every time I mention a hero these days, it's like, oh, yeah, Betsy, you can play sort of focusing on log attacks, or you can play Disruption, or you can play Fatigue, or an Oscilio, you can play Counterburn, you can play Tall Spells, you can play Gone in a Flash aggro, and now here Puffin, you can boost, you can pirate, you can go low to the ground, and then my version is more Cheerios with 1 costs.
Oh,
So,
I see.
yeah.
It's the more aggressive version.
It is, but I'm on Razor Reflex, and I'm sure I'm not the only one to do that, but I have found that Razor Reflex on a Dovetail is quite a potent combo.
Oh, yeah. That's very good.
And the Gear Turner.
Yeah.
So there's some really cool things you can do
There's
there.
2 1-cost cards with on-hits now.
Yeah, but I mean, you took the game handily. I don't know that there's a whole lot more to cover about that gameplay. Is there anything else that you want to say or shout out before we wrap up?
I probably should have thought about this before.
If you got any family or friends you want to say hello to if they're watching you?
People come to mind, but I don't know if they would appreciate me shouting them out.
No problem, no problem. Well, I'll give you a big shout out for winning and what I think is probably locking in your spot for top 8.
Well,
you could, I guess,
3-1.
X2 from here.
Yeah, if I lose the next round
Yeah.
and also lose, I mean, I'm definitely not, but
Right.
I'll probably need to win one more.
You are well positioned, and
Yeah.
I will be rooting for you. I do love some good Oscilio gameplay, so looking forward to potentially seeing more of you in the top 8. So thank you so much for joining us in the booth. And folks at home, we're going to take a quick break, but we got more Flesh and Blood coming up after this.
It is feeling like a sauna here in Top Deck Keep, and that is because the summer sun beats down, but also the body heat in this room is making it sweltering, because there's not just the Flesh and Blood event, there's also 2 other huge card gaming events going on in this very room, and while it may be a little bit uncomfortable in terms of the way that we're glistening, it does mean a lot of great games are happening, and that is exactly where we want to be. Bryce Platt's back here, of course, with Michael Murray, bringing you all the action from the AGE Open Series in July in Los Angeles, and we can't wait to bring you more. We're welcoming back a double feature this round. It's going to be Richard Truong again, who wasn't able to get there against Travis Wagner, but we're going to see if he has any better luck against Aracne Marionette in the hands of Fernando Mejia, who is in some cases a teammate of Richard Truong's. They're both from Turn 0 Unofficial, which is, of course, an LGS here. Steven Suh, who we've seen on Feature Match before, is the purveyor of fine goods at Turn 0. Very happy to have him in the mix. Do you think there's any hope, any better hope for Richard against Marionette versus Cindra?
I do, and I have to believe that Hala is probably a meta call specifically targeting Marionette. I think that when there are a lot of Marionettes in the room, you'd better bring your defense reactions, and I think a great way to punish Arachnes is by having those ready with a side of value to compensate. You can't just be sitting there trying to fatigue them out. You kind of need to do something proactive. But if you can do that, I know that Betsy does that kind of game plan, and I think that Hala does something very similar, where you try to block out as much as you can, really avoid those on hits, and then come back with some meaningful damage and start to claw the advantage in the life total out until you can start to threaten that lethal. I believe in the Pro Tour, the only time that we saw Jacob Clemens fall on camera was to a Betsy.
Right.
And while that isn't the matchup we're seeing here, I think we are about to see a similar game plan unfold.
First, because we are getting close to the top 8 cut, I want to make a quick mention of the prizing that is available at every single AGE Open. That is, of course, $1,000 total dollars, $400 for the winner, $200 for second place, $100 for third through fourth, and $50 just for making your way into the top 8. The more important bit, especially at this point in the season, though, are those AGE points. One win can skyrocket you all the way into the running for top 16. I look at the players currently positioned somewhere 12th through 16th. That leaderboard can absolutely be upset based on the way today goes. And the way today goes is definitely going to be at least at the behest of Richard Truong and, of course, Fernando Mejia, who are in the feature match area awaiting the green light, and they now have it. Both of these players at X and 1, not necessarily a win and in, lose and out in this. I would probably call it a win and in, actually. It is not necessarily a lose and out, though. So both of these players still in top 8 contention. Would love to go ahead and shore up that $50 at base right now.
I love the way that these two hero portrait arts sit next to each other. Light versus dark is the theme that I'm getting here, and they both have the detail work to just give this really rich feeling to the character. I just was admiring the way that screen looked before we dropped into the game.
Might even just be dirty versus clean. The pits versus Solana. They like to keep that place pretty clean.
I mean, Hala's helmet is just so cool.
Kabuto of Imperial Authority, though, is the presented helmet, not necessarily Hala's signature. Zenith Blade now crashes over the top of Meet Madness, but then meets Inertia Trap. Swordmaster Shine, yes, going to leak 2 points of damage through, but all of a sudden that card Richard wanted to set up in the arsenal is null and void. Instead, decides to pitch it to make a Vigor token off of Grains of Bloodspill.
I did talk about earlier in this game about how value will be the pathway for Hala to find victory, but really, really, really important piece to keep your eye on is that Kabuto against assassins that are dual-wielding daggers and almost certainly going to put all of what they can do into one of them, being able to prevent them from swinging one, say, after a Savor Bloodshed. If you can line that up, that is absolutely a win condition we want to keep our eye on.
38 plays 40 now. Fernando Mejia on the affirmative after blocking with 2 cards on that previous turn cycle. And wouldn't you know it, it's a Hunter's Clave on the board. Richard seems to be taking it down to 39 and an early mark in the favor of our Assassin player. What is he going to do with it is the real question, though. Oftentimes, I think Assassins don't think that they will get this far on their first turn of the game, and then wonder about the flick, about the possible transformation into Orb Weaver, etc., etc. Now, there's also a Leave No Witnesses in the hand, but the chosen card to be played is Mark of the Black Widow, offering some significant disruption at this point. Blocked out immediately by Valiant Dynamo and a card from hand from Richard Truong. The Flick Knives will come to bear. Mark stays exactly where Fernando wants it, and Richard Truong now down to 38. With no more action points remaining, Fernando just going to have to go next and go rolling to find out which demi-hero he will transform into. And it is a 4. Arachne Redback is now established. Could be changed by Mask of Deceit.
I do want to point out that he opted to IP himself. Could have sent either of the cards in his hand. He had a Kiss of Death as well as a Arsenal card.
I didn't spot it, honestly.
That's all right.
Didn't have the action point, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was blocked out. Yes. It needs to connect to gain the go again. Excuse me.
And now Richard gets to do his thing. Edict of Steel in the red generates a flurry token after sharpening Zenith Blade once. Zenith Blade gains go again because it has been sharpened this turn, and all of a sudden can swing twice because of the flurry token left behind by Edict of Steel. And it's a bread and butter, easy play for Richard Truong, and it looks like he's likely going to be establishing an Unsheathed into the arsenal for easy go again and big pump on a future turn cycle. Mask of Deceit is going to get in the way, though, and Fernando Mejia transforms directly into Arachne Orb Weaver. Wants to get his weapon loadout squared away as early as possible. Vigor token generated, and Richard says, nah. We're just sending this Unsheathed now. I don't want to muck with any arsenal disruption like the Leave No Witnesses in Fernando's hand.
I like the idea of pushing damage on turns when your opponent has shown that they don't want to block. It's a nice way to punish the keeping of cards.
Now, of course, the Reverent Rebrace is something that we discussed in Richard's last game. Didn't get activated at all, was just blocked for 3 total points of defensive value, but can get Richard very rich in terms of +1 counters if it's activated.
The Richards get richer.
Richards get richer. They always do. Back over to Fernando Mejia. 32 plays 38 as Tunic ticks to 2. He's got 3 cards in hand and 1 waiting in the wings in the arsenal. Does look like he blocked with Leave No Witnesses. So this could just very well be a very tall Kiss of Death turn. That Codex of Inertia is the question mark on this turn, though.
Yeah, if he does establish it, though, Richard Truong has a really interesting line. He's got 2 Vigors and a Command and Conquer in hand.
Cut from the same cloth is going to leave no secrets left unturned for Fernando Mejia. The inclusion of Sirens of Safe Harbor is a very interesting one for Richard Truong. Might just be a bailout card for when he's able to give Zenith Blade go again very easily, but not generate a flurry token.
I agree with that take. It gives you a nice, clean 2-card 10 play.
And now, cut from the same cloth, plus an Arachne Orb Weaver activation means this Kiss of Death crashes in for 10 whopping points. Richard seems ready to block. He is not scared in the face of a potential Tarantula Toxin. And yeah, it's just, okay, says Fernando Mejia. There is no attack reaction to be utilized here, so no go again conveyed by the on-hit of Kiss of Death, and more importantly, no chain link to follow so that Kiss of Death can be flicked.
And this is exactly what Richard wanted to do. He's got the 2 Vigors. He's got the CNZ. He knows Fernando has an arsenal, and so he's going to get to threaten that right here and right now for a single card.
And the mark has come off of Richard. Why?
Did he take a damage from the previous chain link?
I didn't think so. I could be mistaken, though.
Got flicked?
I'm going to assume
he went from 38 to 37.
What was there anything flicked, though?
I don't know. That's all right.
It's going to be a total block of 6 there. Codex of Inertia the second, which is an interesting include for Fernando. A lot of Arachne Marionettes don't like double copies of that card. I think Jacob Clements included. And now it is cut from the same cloth once again with a Codex of Frailty backing it up. And now Fernando, thanking his lucky stars that he sees 2 defense reactions in the hand of Richard Truong, and also that he has blocked with a copy of Leave No Witnesses earlier in this game. But Codex of Frailty just going to go to the bottom of the deck. For Fernando's sake, perhaps he hopes that this game goes long, or perhaps he hopes that he just doesn't need that Codex and he gets there anyway.
These are the kinds of turns that Richard really needs to happen. What you're seeing here and what I'm referring to is a 2-card 5, which is not very on rate in the game of Flesh and Blood. So if he can keep finding these mid-range game states where he's trading 2 cards for 2 and keeping the Arachne off of 5-card hands, Arachne's not really that good at piecing together small hands all the time.
And Hala definitely is good at just that. There's another Command and Conquer play in the hand for Richard Truong after blocking with Reverent Rebrace and Fate Foreseen. Perfect on this Hunter's Clave, which does get a juicy +1 thanks to its piercing text. And that's it from Fernando. And once again, that arsenal is under duress. Command and Conquer with a card in reserve. A defense reaction if memory serves.
And this time we're seeing it paired up into a hand where Fernando is holding on to Savor Bloodshed, one of, if not the best card in the deck, but he's now once again priced into blocking, so he won't be able to get the 5-card value that he really wants to get from those cards.
Now, he does have 2 3 blocks in hand. One of them, of course, is Lair of the Spider, not playable on this chain link, so it seems like Fernando might, just have to let that arsenal go, and it was a kiss of death arsenaled early on.
Just losing his power cards.
And so now there's also not even a blue in the hand, so Fernando can't do the easy Hunter's Clave into Graphene Calicera, threaten that Savor Bloodshed. This one is a difficult one to navigate.
Yeah, it does have the Tunic resource to pay for the Calicera if he wants to, but no, it makes sense to just pitch away the D-React.
But it is Graphene Calicera for a measly 1.
Wow.
Oh, and Blunton and Fiddler's Green get in the way. Richard Truong, even if he doesn't get block value on Fiddler's Green, is going to be gaining 3 points of life on this turn. To the point, discarded and scar tissue laid out on the combat chain. Graphene Calicera all the way up to 4 now will convey a mark on Richard Truong's head if it leaks over. But Fate Foreseen jumps into the mix. Richard just trying to get as much value as possible, more importantly likely filtering out one of those red cards in favor of, a ripple away off the top of the deck.
Fernando flicking, going to 0 claves. This is a pivotal moment in any game against Arachne. If you can find them off of their Hunter's Claves, you can potentially stay unmarked for the rest of the game.
Arachne Tarantula is the role for Fernando Mejia, randomly transformed into that demi-hero. Now, we haven't seen a single copy of a retrieve card for Fernando. Could be pick up the points. Almost definitely will be up 6 and run in the deck. So all is not lost if he's going down to 0 claves, but we do have to take a look at the hand, of course. There's Under the Trap Door, I think Orb Weaver Spinneret, Reaper's Call, and To the Point. So no retrieve cards found as of yet, while Richard sends Unsheathed plus Zenith Blade.
He could equip a second Calicera, I guess.
Under the Trapdoor, blocked with the old-fashioned way. Makes me think that Fernando doesn't have another copy.
He
never
played
mind.
an Inertia Trap earlier.
Yeah, so he could have only 1 copy in the deck. That's not an unusual thing, but also, more importantly, Richard just wasn't going to Arsenal anything.
Fair enough.
And I could see an argument for a Den of the Spider if it's in the list, but Richard's already marked.
Richard is at 39 health to Fernando's 23.
It definitely seems like Richard is forcing Fernando to play his game, but that could very well change now that Orb Weaver Spinneret comes down alongside Savor Bloodshed. A Graphene Calicera will be coming in for a whopping 8 go again because of the mark on Richard Truong's head. And has he found any defense reactions? I feel like, is that a Swordmaster's Shine, an Edict of Steel? Couldn't quite catch the other ones.
If this hand converts well on offense, this feels like a Kabuto turn to me. You can just end the turn on the side. You are gambling that Fernando has no attack actions to follow up. But if you can just say, okay, draw your card, you can't convert it. It's a tough spot to be in if you're Fernando.
Fernando's accomplished the first part of this turn, which is find himself another Graphene Calicera.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's not used to equipping 2 at the same time.
Sure.
Now, because of Arachne Tarantula, though, it's almost a given that this is going to get over the defenses of Richard Truong. Fernando can go ahead and activate Tarantula, discard that redundant Reaper's Call, and turn it instead into 3, maybe 4 points of damage if it leaks through the on-hit. And it is 3 cards blocked with for Richard. all the way up to 9. Currently overblocking by 1. It is to the point, giving +4 to this because Richard Truong is marked. And all of a sudden, yep, that is going to be it. An activation of Flick Knives as well will get the draw off of Savor Bloodshed. And remove the mark from Richard Truong. Should be 3 points of damage getting over the top. And hey, in for a penny, in for a pound, says Fernando. After taking a look at the card on top of the deck, drawn from Savor Bloodshed, cashes in Reaper's Call. So it will be a total of 6, technically 7 from the life lost on Arachnid Tarantula.
Ouch.
Pain in the backside to follow. It is a go-again attack, and Richard says, I want no part of that. So with a Vigor token, back with Richard on the offensive. It's a Zenith Blade for 3. Still a fairly valuable turn cycle for our warrior.
He weathered that really well. Still got the draw, Fernando, for the first time this game, doing Arachne Marionette things. But yeah, Richard just saying, okay, here's my hand, and here's 3 extra damage on the chain. Now, Fernando's only got 3 cards to work with to try to keep the pressure up.
Fiendal Spring Tunic counter back up to 1. Can he get a Clave back in the right place? It is a copy of Pick Up the Point in the hand.
He needed that.
Yes.
Well timed for him. Ooh, but pitching a red to do so.
Less than stellar, but, you know, Clave is back where it came from. So is our green Tie Dice. Thank you, Tie Dice, for supplying legible board state enablers for us in the feature match area. 3 go again now. Clave bought back, right hand refilled, and a Codex of Frailty in the hand for Fernando. Is going to play it out, which honestly, a little bit risky when Richard Truong has copies of Command and Conquer.
Yeah. And Richard just going and grabbing that happily. Has armor if he needs to commit it here.
Yeah, easy peasy. Ponder and Frailty. 1 for
and
Richard, 1 for
he discarded a
Fernando.
Fiddler's Green, by the way.
Another 3 life gain for Richard Truong. Fiddler's Green, a thorn in the side of Arachne Marionette players since its advent in High Seas. Leave No Witnesses now comes out to play. Command and Conquer from the hand, plus the final block of Reverent Rebrace.
Why not?
Loving this play from Richard Truong so far. Looking like he's in a commanding lead compared to where he was against Travis Wagner.
I actually will counter that point by saying he was in almost exactly the same position against Travis. 10-point life differential right around the middle of the game. I will say it could be anyone's game at this point, but certainly, assuming that things continue to go in this direction, Richard's looking pretty good.
Fernando caps off that turn with a Flick Knives of his Hunter's Clave. As quickly as he buys it back, he sends it back into the eye of Richard Truong and rolls into Arachne Funnel Web. Back over to Richard now.
I think he just played a Sigil of Solace and passed, so didn't have the blue to support the CNC play, which I thought he had, but did have some life gain, and that valley is now bigger than it was against Travis.
So far, we've seen a Kiss of Death for 10 and a Graphene Calycera for 15, and Richard Truong is at 35 still.
And Fernando is without marking ability once again.
Now, I think it's a Stains of the Red back on the left side there, an Incision, Fate Foreseen, and Mark of the Black Widow. Fate Foreseen, yes, destined for the pitch zone. And because he is not Arachne Marionette, this Graphene Calycera only comes in for 1. Granted, Richard is marked, so Go Again is enabled.
This does feel like Richard is now in the blender a little bit.
Maybe. Honestly, right now it kind of feels like he's fatiguing Fernando. We'll have to see, though. 2 cards bought on that Graphene Calycera, Mark of the Black Widow, now coming in only for 3. Now, Richard, of course, overblocked on that Graphene Calycera because of the potential Arachne Funnel Web activation. Now punished a little bit for doing so. Will he just throw an additional 2 cards at this point?
This actually is really feeling reminiscent of giving up 2 cards in spots where I thought maybe he should have given up 1. I understand the need to block the Calycera, but oftentimes, especially with the threat of Tarantula Toxin, I like to just let it go and convert the damage on offense if I'm able to.
Now, because the last card in hand for Richard is a Toe the Line, couldn't simply throw 2 cards in front of this Mark of the Black Widow. The nice thing is that he is forcing out the activation of Funnel Web, and yes, blocking this out, except for the Stains of Redback to follow. All of a sudden, it's 9, and that Arsenaled CNC is no longer for Richard Truong. Gonna be banished, but the mark is finally off of his head, and a Flurry token has been established.
I think, yeah, you're right. Ouch.
Ouch is right. Now it's back over to Richard, who has no play except for pass back over. Now, one thing I will say about this holodeck is the refresh rate on Valiant Dynamo is far less than that of Kassai or perhaps Fang Drakai of Blades.
How much damage did Richard take? I don't believe he's still at 33.
I don't think so either.
Okay.
Because he should have taken a total of 5, 6, 7 worth of blocks, 9, so it should have taken 2. I want to say he's at 31 right now.
Okay. Still a commanding lead.
Cut from the same cloth played out. Mark replaced on Richard's head because, of course, Beckon Steel and is that a blade for... No, it's just Beckon Steel that is the reaction. No, also Provoke.
Fernando's doing a really good job of proving me wrong time and time again. I keep thinking that he's in trouble because he doesn't have any claves, but he keeps finding ways to consistently mark Richard. So it seems like he knows that his deck is capable of getting those marks even without them, and made the right decision early on to get them when he needed to.
I will agree. On its face, it seems like he's almost flippantly flicking those Hunter's Claves, but has been getting the marks when and where he needs them. Also being very careful with that Fiendel Spring Tunic counter, pitching a lot of defense reactions. If we go into second cycle, perhaps those will clump up together, but that remains to be seen.
Yeah, we'll see. It can be very difficult to get an Arachne 2-second cycle if you're not chock full of defense reactions. They just surprise you with the amount of reaction state damage that they can do.
No blocks, says Richard Truong, perhaps thinking, how long can I keep getting away with no Tarantula Toxes biting me in the butt?
Yeah.
Oftentimes the heuristic is do not block Graphene Calistera, do not block Kiss of Death.
And if you choose not to, you are going to play the we're not going to second cycle game.
That's very true. So now it's Den of the Spider. 2 defense reactions together in the pitch zone. I think 3 now stacked together. For a Graphene Calistera, the second this turn for 4 after Orb Weaver Spinneret, brings it from outside of the game. It will be a Flick Knives activation, and Fernando just chipping whatever damage he can through to Richard Truong. 1 damage as well gets over the top of Swordmaster's Path. But now Richard with a 3-card retort, starting off with a Brimming Blade, will sharpen that Zenith Blade twice. Flurry token already established, so all of the pieces have come together for Richard on this turn. Go again conveyed just by sharpening the Zenith Blade. Swing twice, now making use of that Flurry token.
Yeah, pretty nice. Looks like a clean 2-card 11 if we count the Valiant Dynamos alongside an Arsenal, unless, of course, Richard plans to convert that card to offense this turn.
5 go again for Fernando's consideration. Now, looks like no defense reactions technically in the hand, but under the trapdoor is there. Just getting on blocking duty. Alongside an inertia trap carefully placed in Arsenal. Huge when trying to deny the Arsenal of Richard Truong. I do believe it was a Beckon Steel, though, left over, which means that it is still 100% playable on this turn cycle. Fernando does know about it from cut from the same cloth, though. There it is, Beckon Steel currently getting over by 2. Brimming Blade showing its stripes because, yes, on connection here, Fernando takes 2 damage, but also the Zenith Blade gets sharpened, and now that it's up to 3 counters, it will simply swing again.
So if I'm doing my math right, he's used 3 cards, and he's going to be presenting 6, 12, 18 damage, or is he shorter resource for the last?
16 damage because 5, 5, 6.
Oh, 5, 5, 6. Thank you. And then the refresh of the Valiant. So just a casual
value.
3-card 17. Yeah. Good stuff.
And Fernando perhaps needing to take a minute and read Beckon Steel, perhaps thinking that it was destined for the Arsenal.
Yeah.
Because remember, that was information known.
just passes. And even though he didn't take a ton of damage, now Richard has full tempo. Ooh, but as I say that, he drew up 2 defense reactions.
Perhaps not ideal. It's an activation of Valda to sharpen the Zenith Blade and just a pitch of the defense reaction to swing it. 4 go again. But I don't think there's going to be any follow-up. There's an overcrowded in the hand. Richard likely going to pitch one of these cards away for a Vigor token. No, just playing out overcrowded instead. A whopping 1.
Yeah, without a flurry. I mean...
Yeah, Richard, taking a second to think twice. Would I rather have 1 damage or would I rather have a free resource?
Yeah, goes for the resource.
Because at base value, a Vigor token is literally 3.
Yeah, that's true.
In the Zenith Blade list.
So Richard making the right call there, realizing the slight value miscalculation and correcting it before it's too late.
Back over to Fernando. 14 plays 25. He's got a solid window. Kept all 4 cards, accepted 4 damage from Zenith Blade. He's got to make something happen sooner rather than later. It's an activation of Fiendal's Spring Tunic in order to get the retrieve clause of Up Sticks and Run, Hunter's Clave, placed right back where it belongs, +4 conveyed to the next dagger attack. And hey, so nice we do it twice. 2 Up Sticks plus a Savor Bloodshed when the opponent is already marked. Whopping 13 damage on this Graphene Calycera, which, by the way, was free because he's Arachne Orb Weaver.
Yeah, these are the kinds of moments that just make you sigh for a moment as the receiver of this. You know that 1 card could be as devastating as a Tarantula Toxin.
Oh, Valiant Dynamos are the blocks here to the point. Jumps into the mix. 17 now on this measly base power 1 dagger. Sink below, out of the arsenal for Richard Truong, but that's it. 5 on 17 means 12 damage is going to leak through. All of a sudden, Richard Truong in the blender, down below his opponent for the first time this game.
Yeah. Took a big chunk of damage there. Fernando still has to draw a card. Not sure yet what it is.
There's a discrepancy on life total here. Both players are just going to confirm here. Looks like Richard has himself at 14, though if the on-stream life total was to be believed, he was at 25. Minus 12, of course, would be 13. Card drawn, though, for Fernando Mejia. Player's just going to make sure all is above board. This is why we keep track of life totals in 3 places at the feature match table. 1 for each player, 1, of course, on the scoreboard for us on stream and at home.
Looked like Richard had 26 written down.
Okay. Nevertheless, card drawn for Fernando Mejia. We're going to have to live in oblivion as to what it is. We'll shout out competitor Chris Iaali, calling winner. 2-timer in the same year, mind you, calling Shanghai and calling Seattle. Doing battle in our backup feature match. You can see what Chris has cooking if you subscribe to AG Premium. Oh my goodness, and it's going to be a block of Kabuto of Imperial Authority, potentially, along with Grains of Bloodspill, which is only blocking for an additional 1.
I think he has to do that because Flick Knives has not been activated yet this turn, meaning that banish was live if he was willing to flick that Clave. So Richard just needs to keep the cards in hand and have a very hefty offensive turn to make up for this, but it sure looks like he's got it in the works.
Hefty it is going to be, Michael, because Brimming Blade plus Blue Edict of Steel equals a Flurry token and a whopping Zenith Blade for 6. So even if that last card doesn't get into the mix, this is going to be 12 plus a refresh of the Valiant Dynamos, 13 points of value.
That's good stuff.
Hala's numbers are undeniable. They make me Hala, and apparently they make Mr. Truong Hala as well.
If he has the reaction that allows him to attack again, he is in business. If not, this is still very powerful, but man, that could be a game-ending play here. I'm excited to see what the last card in hand is.
Fernando has finally found a copy of Tarantula Toxin, but it's thrown onto the combat chain. Doesn't want the Zenith Blade to hit. That's an important part of Beckensteel.
It is.
But hey, there it is, baby. After saying no blocks, Fernando Mejia gets the bill at the end, and all of a sudden, if he takes the full brunt of this Zenith Blade, will be at 1, a measly 1 to Richard Truong's 14, and you see the massive power spike that Beckensteel offers. Fernando looks to the sky for inspiration, or perhaps from some respite from whatever god he worships.
Just doing
6 damage now, down to 2.
He's got one more attack coming in, right?
No, that's it.
It had,
So Richard,
did it not have go again?
Richard has been shortcutting quite a bit.
Okay.
But both attacks on the Zenith Blade.
Oh, yeah, the life
were
was at 14. Yeah,
exactly
he took 2.
right.
Now he's at 2. Wow.
Pain in the backside now, the retort for Fernando Mejia. 3 go again with the promise of more if any of the damage is taken. There is a Blunton and a Toe the Line in the hand for Richard Truong.
1 card in hand for Fernando, right?
Correct.
Wow.
It's hurting. The numbers are looking insurmountable right now for Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow.
Richard just showing us why you would decide to bring Hala to any tournament. Those turns, I'm blanking on the card name again.
Beckensteel.
Beckensteel. Those Beckensteel turns are insane.
A drug I think you could get used to if you
Yeah.
have spent any time in the warrior seat. Now, this is kind of an agonizing decision for Richard Truong. If he blocks with the 1/3 block he has in the hand, he either gives up his blue or his offensive output on the next turn.
Yeah.
So he says, just send me the bill. It is 4 total damage, and Fernando gives a wry smile as he doubles up on this pain in the backside.
Look, I am so willing to take it to have a 4-card play when my opponent's at 2. Can be a little bit scary, I guess. But
Richard's 4-card play
Yeah,
involves a Blunton and a Toe the Line.
it's looking pretty good for Richard here.
Now, had the opportunity to deploy Toe the Line in order to get his
Flurry.
flurry token going. Did he
Oh.
forget? Richard, no! Why do you do this to yourself?
That's what
what he's upset about.
He was upset at the trap door roll because
I
of
see.
what it means for Fernando staying alive this turn.
I see.
Probably, does have the ability to make the flurry still, I think, or has some other line that he's thinking about.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing it. I see the Swordmaster's Path. It is Zenith Blade now.
What is happening?
Yeah, I'm curious. What have I missed? It's a Swordmaster's Path in the blue. There's the Toe the Line. And then, it's a Swordmaster's Shine.
So he's just looking to kill
He's
him
just looking
straight
to
up.
kill
but
Fernando.
Fernando's got the D-React banished on the side, so that's why Richard was so upset. His plan was to kill him,
It's a bold move, Cotton. And
I
now
mean,
Swordmaster Shine
plus
comes
5.
out to play up to 8.
It's got
Fernando
fate.
Mejia, if he's just got a 3 block in the hand, there is a frailty trap. No go again on this, though. So 2 damage still leaking over. There is the fate foreseen to jump into the fray, but not an efficient block when you've just transformed into Arachne Trap Door. And so still, Fernando is relegated to a 2-card play.
Is inching ahead, though. Richard took some damage where Fernando did not, and Fernando once again playing on 2 cards, trying to just chip and find a window to kill Richard.
Leave no witnesses, the play. No go again here. Likely no attack reactions to buff it, because this is a card with contract, not with stealth.
Richard's got the D-React in hand and in arsenal, it looks like. He's spinning it around. Maybe not.
He might be spinning it because Toe the Line, of course, would only block 2 of this damage. He's got 2 defense reactions in the hand. It's going to discard Shelter from the Storm and send Toe the Line, only taking 1 damage on this turn cycle and leaving behind a Flurry token. That's the critical part. It's a Black Tech Whisperers activation. Richard Truong now has to think again.
Is going to take 1 there and gain the go again.
Must banish off the top of the deck. I'm so sorry. Never mind. Shelter from the Storm. Going to cover up the rest. No.
He only blocked.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Just missed the trigger on the top of the deck there.
Yeah, should technically have been a banish on the top of the deck there for Leave No Witnesses, because it did, of course, connect, get Go Again from Black Tech Whispers. But it's going to be an activation of Hala, sharpen that Zenith Blade, and you see the power of the Hala hero ability, which looked so lackluster when she was first spoiled. But with a Flurry token on board, all of a sudden, 2 blues equals a 2-card 8. 9 if you count the Valiant Dynamo refresh.
Yeah, no, it's a good play, absolutely. Not the game-ending play that Richard really wants, but these breakpoints are going to become really annoying really fast for Fernando. If he doesn't have Fate for Scenes or Sink Belows or any kind of 4-block in hand, he will start having to put 2 cards in front of each of these breakpoints.
2 cards, a fearsome proposition when so many of your cards block for 2.
This would be a great time for a Frailty drop.
Mm-hmm. Alas, it's already been played and also pitched for Fernando Mejia. There haven't been any shuffling effects either.
Reaching for the Flick Knives. Does he... He's got a Tarantula Toxin. Is his opponent marked?
His opponent is not marked. It is a 2-card block on this Zenith Blade. But what about the second, says Richard Truong. Another 4 crashing in. Fernando Mejia now circling the drain as he donates so many cards to the cause. He needs Richard to not draw up the ABC combo that he needs in order to swing 2 Zenith Blades. Richard, unfortunately, missing the refresh on Valiant Dynamo.
Yeah, that's
could be relevant on this turn cycle. But it's back over to Richard, who sharpens up. Edict of Steel, there's your Flurry token. All of a sudden, it's 2 Zenith Blades for 5 for you to consider, Fernando. Also, this cheeky card that I'm holding back in reserve.
Yeah. Doesn't know what it is. We do, I believe. It's a defense reaction.
It is. It is Shelter from the Storm. And there's nothing that Fernando can play around at this point anyway. Likely just going to have to donate the entirety of the hand. Yep, 2 blocks already declared. Incision and Scar Tissue. Richard thinks about the follow-up. Never mind, it's already represented. Valiant Dynamo now refreshed. 1 turn too late, but it didn't matter. It's back over to Fernando. 1 plays 6, likely just to pass again.
Yeah, he's in the blender now.
Needs Richard to draw up a brick, and I do see multiple copies of Sirens of Safe Harbor.
That's actually an okay card to pair with the Zenith Blade Go
That's
Again.
fair. That's fair. Exactly why Richard brought it into the deck. We were talking about its efficacy earlier on today. So it's an activation of Hala for Go Again on Zenith Blade. There's almost no cards even left in the deck for Fernando Mejia. This is the power of Warrior. The weapon can bury the life total and also the deck if you try to take it to the long game. Fernando likely deciding that Flick Knives is not serving him anymore. You can see on his face how difficult this situation is. Giving up an end-all, be-all equipment piece like Flick Knives is a telltale sign of a game lost.
Yeah.
It is Den of the Spider jumping into the mix. Zenith Blade's power is above its base, but wouldn't you know it, it's just a blue copy of Sirens of Safe Harbor. A total of 5 value on this card, only 4 on the offensive. Still going to demand 2 cards out of Fernando, even after giving up the Flick Knives.
Yep. And Richard, I believe, holding back a Beckoning Steel.
Is that right? Yes, he is. Beckon Steel is there.
So
won't be able to do anything on this turn cycle.
Nah, just IP it, save it for next turn. It's your ticket to going over. Might as well save it for when it actually works.
And it's a curious thing, of course, because
he's in business
he's
now.
always offering on-hit death.
Yeah. Multiple
so the on-hit of another
steals.
swing is a little bit irrelevant. Shelter from the Storm gets in the way of Graphene Callistra. The only thing that Fernando is able to muster here.
Does he have the T-Tox?
I think it's there. Yeah, might as well employ it. Shelter from the Storm, now only blocking 1. 2 with the Valiant Dynamo. Up to 5 goes Graphene Callistra. 3 leaked through. Richard just does not care. Down to 4 he goes. And can he finally slam the door in the face of Fernando Mejia?
I bet he can. I think his hand is exactly what he needs. Fernando would need to be able to block like 20 damage next turn to survive this.
There it is. Graphene Callistra will, Hunter's Clave will provide the mark. into Arachne Orb Weaver for the 3rd time this game is Fernando Mejia.
Would have really liked the trapdoor again, assuming he has the traps to support it.
Yeah. We know he pitched a ton of them, but here we go. Last copy of Red Edict of Steel, likely going to get it done. Richard,
Follow up
now,
yellow?
why not go ahead and pitch for another counter on the Zenith Blade? And I see a final copy of Swordmaster's Shine, which does, of course, get discounted based on the number of +1 counters on the Zenith Blade.
I think Richard right now debating whether he wants to try to end the game with an attack reaction. Does save the Swordmaster's Shine to try to just one and done it.
Well, so he has Fernando on a fork.
Yeah.
If Fernando overblocks, then Richard just says, here's another Zenith Blade. If he underblocks, he says, here comes the Swordmaster's Shine, and it's potentially all over.
Yeah.
This is exactly the game state that Warrior is always playing towards, and you can see how much pain it puts Fernando in.
Yeah.
He's not the first to succumb to the pressure of Warrior at a low life total. Chris Iaali likely huge Dawnblade for 10, and on the back of that, Richard Truong rides his way into the top 8 of the AGE Open Series in July, Los Angeles.
Man, I just love seeing these new decks come out of the woodwork. Hala, Betsy, Oscilio. There's so much cool stuff coming out in the world of Flesh and Blood, and I also love to see that they're playing into what we consider to be the best of the best, Arachne Marionette, and taking it down.
Now, great that Richard was able to lock in after that loss from Travis Wagner. Has not seen a single other L for the remainder of this day, which means that he is very likely locked for top 8. We do, of course, have more Flesh and Blood coming up after this, but we need a quick word from our sponsor, the best tournament organizer in the game of Flesh and Blood. We're so happy to have their support. I'm talking only of Fabtcg. They're going to be hosting events like Calling Kansas City, Calling 100 in Atlanta, which I will be very graced to cast. That's going to be October 2nd through 4th, 2026. And at the end of the year, Calling Portland. And that is some of the smaller events that they've hosted to maximum pedigree. They've also handled more recently Pro Tour Las Vegas and U.S. Nationals in Minneapolis. We're so thankful for the innovation they've provided to the tournament organization scene. It's always so much better for the players, so much equity injected into the player base when the TO gives the amount of passion and care that Fabtcg does. Go to www.fabtfoundryevents.com to plan for your next event, whether that be early bird packages, registration on the day, electronic transfer of vouchers. It's all there for you at fabfoundryevents.com. Also, consider them for your next singles purchase. You can enter AGELA10 as a discount code and get 10% off of your order. Fantastic stuff from Fabtcg. We are so thankful that to be supported by people that share our values of growing the game of Flesh and Blood. Now, we do have some sharpened steel to talk to, and that is, of course, Mr. Richard Truong, who is beckoning steel, not glistening steel, as he is normally wont to do. We'll be back with that and more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Bryce Platts, and I am back with the Beckoner of Steel and honestly the bringer of heat. Can you please turn the temperature down, Richard? It is so hot in here.
I was about to say you are so hot that it is making this place unbearable. But
well, I thought I was going to make you blush, and now you're paying it back in kind. Classic warrior feint and rebound. Okay, Richard, that was a huge showcase of how powerful Hala is, and while it looked like a kind of run-of-the-mill Hala deck that most of us have come to expect, there was a cheeky include of Sirens of Safe Harbor, which immediately clicked in my brain as, oh, this is what you do when you can provide the go again, but not the flurry token.
yeah, it wasn't my idea. I took it from one of the Halas that was doing really good at the Pro Tour. Yeah, so I have 6 of those, I think. No, not Josh Lau.
Not Josh Lau, unfortunately.
Maria's something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, cool. So I am very curious. You've been a Dawnblade enjoyer for so long at this point, past the point where anybody thought it was a reasonable choice to bring to a deck. Nevertheless, you are constantly top-8ing what used to be Battle Hardens and are now still Callings with that deck. Most recently, of course, the Calling in Pro Tour attached to Pro Tour Las Vegas, which had over 600 people in attendance. Why are you ditching the Dawnblade now?
So I've been doing this thing at AGE where I kind of alternate between Dory and not Dory. And I think I have enough points that I'm pretty safe. So I'm like, all right, this is my off month.
Are you speculating perhaps that Hala might be the stronger warrior once Mastery Pack Warrior comes out?
Hala will be good, I think, but Dory is also going to be good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Dory will be better than Hala still, but Dory is also very mentally taxing to play in terms of just so many decisions to make. And I feel like I'm glad I'm not playing Dory when it's this hot in here.
That's a fair point. So decision points are very easy when you can simply put together 2 blues and make it a whopping 8-9 value if you count the Valiant Dynamo.
Or like Edict, swing. Like, that's pretty straightforward.
That is easy peasy gaming for Flesh and Blood. Now, obviously, we've talked about how hot it is in here. What is the difference for you, I guess, in terms of the hero you bring, you've already touched upon, but in general, when you're playing high-stakes games of Flesh and Blood and the elements are something you need to consider, what do you have to do in between rounds to make sure your head is in the right place?
I might not be the best person to ask about this because my head is not in the right place in a lot of these games. Maybe, I think a lot of the games I lost last weekend were just my head was not in the right place. But
well, you've only dropped 1 so far, and as you mentioned, it is sweltering in here. That was, of course, the Kunai of Retribution that was left unconsidered against Travis Wagner.
Yeah, that Kunai, I think, saved like 11 damage or something. Like, if I had a blue, I was so happy with my hand. I think it was like 4 into 9 to 13, but instead it was like 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
An oopsie daisy, a dagger in your heart, to be sure. But one that you bounced back from. You talk about your head not being in the right place, but it was certainly there in order to carry you to 2 more victories after we saw you on stream, which I think all but locks you up for top 8.
I hope so.
I hope so too, Richard. You're somebody I like to watch win, believe it or not. And so we'll take a look at the standings real quick here because, of course, Richard Truong on the safety side of this bracket, left column, but you're still playing for seeding. We have seen you in a Players' Championship before.
I don't think so.
Never mind. Haven't seen you in a Players' Championship. It's all but locked up here. Have you been close in the past?
Yeah, I think I was like 18th or something.
So heartbreaking.
One of the years, yeah.
So hard. So it's not just Travis Wagner to twist the dagger. It's also just the turnings of fate as well. Well, you are going to be a fantastic addition to the Players' Championship roster, I am sure. When people have a Dawnblade to consider, I think those 80s will change quite a bit. And, of course, they will know you as a local coming into the scene, and you better believe they're going to be prepared for you.
But it'll be after Mastery Pack Warrior, so who knows what's happening.
Any fear for you for Dorinthia when it comes to the new Shadow Heroes? In the returning
Shadow
one?
Heroes? I can't see it. I feel like allies are always free counters.
True.
Yeah, I don't see it.
And now even
Dory's
Levia
too
has
good
ones
into
that you
aggro.
can hit.
Levia has always been scary for Dory because the chess piece that blocks for 6 is insane. That you can just block 6, no reprise, or block 6 and Scowling Fleshbag.
Yeah.
That's like The armor's crazy.
That's the big owie.
So I guess out of all the 3 heroes, Levy is the scariest for sure.
Okay, I do have to let you go and prepare for your final Swiss game, but I do want your opinion. What is your favorite Mastery Pack Warrior spoiler that you've seen so far? What are you most excited to slot into your deck?
I like Donkey.
You really?
Yeah.
Even for Dorinthia?
Yeah, that card is the best. Instant 3 of in every warrior deck.
Well, I can't wait for you to resolve a donkey on stream. I'll even queue up a soundbite for you. Hee-haw, hee-haw. That means Richard Donkey Truong is going to be coming to a screen near you. We can't wait to see him in the Players' Championship. And honestly, in the top 8 here at AGE Los Angeles. Richard, have a good rest. Try to cool off if you can, and get ready for more Flesh and Blood. And
Thanks,
you all
guys.
at home, enjoy the air conditioning. We're all very jealous of you, and we'll be back in short order. The blazers are off, but the beards are still on here at AGE Los Angeles. It's the July edition, which means it's the penultimate open before the Players' Championship, which means that everybody is clamoring for AGE points. Who is going to secure them? That remains to be seen. We do have a more or less locked top 8. However, seeding, just like at the Players' Championship, is also important. So we're going to see Betsy, skin in the game, in the hands of Garrett Johnson, going up against Mr. John on Oscilio. Exciting stuff, huh, Michael?
Yeah, I'm curious. I actually don't know which form of Oscilio he's up against, and I think that matters a lot, but I'm not sure in which direction yet. Looking forward to seeing the match to see how it plays out either way.
Only John really knows, unless Garrett was astute and scouted the Oscilios in the room, which you'd imagine that people are ready to do nowadays.
Yeah, I would say almost, I would expect that out of any player other than Garrett. I don't know that Garrett he's just here to have fun. I don't know that he's out there scouting his competition the same way that maybe someone like me would, because I'm always looking for that competitive edge, even if it's in the gray area. No,
Speaking of competitive edge, the place to play if you want just that is Top Deck Keep. That's where we have our buns planted right now, and even though it is sweltering because of all the games being played behind us, we still love them. They've been nothing but fantastic purveyors of great games and a fitting home for AGE here on the West Coast. Please support them at their socials and maybe get out to one of their many locations at this point and play some great games yourself. See what we're talking about these fantastic facilities. And now we head down to the feature match area. We're going to signal our players, let them know that it's time for loggin' and floggin'. And we get down there now. It's Garrett Johnson on the left side of your screen, here for a very good time and for some skin in the game. And John Holland on the other side, previously known as Oscilio, funnily enough. That was the gem account name that he had.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Up until US Nats this year, where he was forced to change it by an LSS employee. Honestly, rightly so. And now it is a pile driver for the first time, but certainly not the last time this game. 40 plays 36, and it's going to be 4 points of damage leaking over because of the suspense that is killing me and Garrett. Established on the combat chain, and yes, Fate Foreseen jumps into the mix. 1 damage still leaking over, though, so gold token established very early for Garrett in this game.
Nice start there, and I also want to point out, it looks like we are up against the Gone in a Flash version, which I think Betsy is better suited for, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
Very possible. Do have to mention, of course, the Betsy's that fell to Felipe Lima Cardoso in top 8 of Pro Tour Las Vegas. Does John Holland have the sauce in order to carry through, though? That's the real question. Garrett is definitely going to be sporting some defensive pieces like the Sigil of Solace that have found its way into his hand. I believe he's also on a full suite of Fiddler's Greens as well. Electrostatic Discharge played out for John Holland alongside an Entwined Lightning fused with a Constella Uplift. 7 go again now.
I think, speaking of Betsy going into Felipe, one of the things that I did want to point out, actually, is just the fact that when he fell the final turn of the game, I think he had a 15-point life lead. So Betsy is well positioned to get incremental value throughout the game. It's going to be up to John Holland to piece together a combo that can get him over the top in order to seal the game away. If he can't do something explosive, I think Betsy has the rest of the gameplay flow loop kind of figured out.
It's potentially a good way to do it. Constella Uplift played in response to Volzar Meteor Storm's activation. So it's just 1 Arcane, now 2 stapled onto Comet Collision, because of course that's how Constella Uplift works. You can sequence it so that you respond to the Volzar activation and provide 2 amp to a bigger Arcane spell, exactly how you leak over the top of something like AB3. In this case, though, it's Garrett stuck only with AB1 in Boots of Omnis Ward.
And I think we're going to see plays like this happen a lot. Oh, wow, he's cracking the gold. Maybe looking for...
I think just the additional blue with which to swing Pile Driver. Garrett has the Sigil of Solace ready to be played out, and the Arsenal zone is clear.
Yeah, I did think that he had another blue in hand. I am wrong about that. Looks like...
It'll be a Fate Foreseen.
Fate Foreseen,
the
thank you.
brand new printing, of course, from Las Vegas.
Yeah, the new alt arts are things that I'm still needing to catch up to.
Well, we got another one coming. That gorgeous cold foil sink below that'll be given away at the Fab Foundry hosted Calling 100 in Atlanta is something you're going to start seeing very soon.
Yeah, and those golds cosplaying as Vigors is the thing that makes this Betsy list just so efficient.
It is not without risk, though. Of course, there are plenty of reds in the deck for Garrett Johnson. There's also yellows in that of John Holland's deck. One of them revealed to this Ravenous Rabble. Only 3 go again.
Fiddler's Green in the hand of Garrett Johnson, another one of those cards that can really just help shore up some of the clunkiness by gaining life. I like to think of life gain as very similar to unpreventable damage. It just hits the place where you need it to hit on the life total.
And here we go. Lightning Press pushes this Ravenous Rabble up to 6, but the Fate Foreseen in the arsenal is going to have something to say about that. Garrett likes the top of the deck and still holds a Sink Below in reserve alongside 4 block. Fiddler's Green and Terra Sunder are there. Gone in a Flash now out for John Holland. Likely destined for the arsenal if you're thinking from Garrett Johnson's seat. Fiddler's Green essentially blocking 4 here. Constella Contemplation does buy back the Gone in a Flash. Deals 2 arcane damage as well from Constella Contemplation because, of course, Lightning Press was put into the graveyard earlier, thereby enabling Starfall. Ponder token generated as well. I do wonder if John is going to decide to establish the Gone in a Flash in the arsenal. Or instead the Constella Uplift. Yes, I like this a lot. Making sure to dodge as much arsenal disruption as humanly possible is John Holland.
Garrett, though, just really taking advantage of knowing the top of his deck here, continues to loop that pile driver, wagering the gold. Every time John says, okay, no blocks, Garrett is getting a 1-card 6.
And Garrett, not scared at all of what John Holland is putting down, taking a far less defensive stance than, say, Bryce Stroyek or Jonathan Magnuson.
Yeah.
Wants to be on the affirmative, wants to be logging or dying.
This is the way I've tended to play Betsy, where you just really lean into the ability to get an extra resource every single turn, whether it's by cracking a gold, getting a vigor, or using the tunic counter. If you can do it every turn, you are in a really, really good spot in terms of value.
Potent combo found for Garrett Johnson. Double Down and Command and Conquer. Does, of course, require 2 gold in order to maximize its effect. Command and Conquer might very well just be enough, especially in the face of a turn that starts with Scar for a Scar, like John Holland's is. Fate Foreseen jumps in front, disenabling any second strike to follow. Don't know if it's in the hand, though. It looks like it's an activation of Volzar being thumbed for John Holland. Perhaps just for that Constella Uplift. Yes, indeed. But no instants have entered the yard yet, so no arcane damage rider for Constella Uplift. I don't think.
No. Yeah, you're right.
And Garrett is questioning that as well. John says, oh, yeah, I'm so used to just doing that
Starfall
constantly.
is not on. So thinking about maybe not doing that play. Okay, plays the Sigil of Solace first. Just needs to sequence it correctly.
And there it is. Obviously, the tendency is to try to hold back as much information as humanly possible when you're playing Oscilio.
I do want to make a minor correction. You said that Garrett needs 2 gold to enable the CNC play. He actually only needs 1. He has a tunic counter coming up, which means he can pay 2 to play the double down. Tunic counter, play CNC, and then wager with the last gold using the headpiece and have a what's effectively a 2-card 9 with a wager stapled on it.
You are right, yes. Can pay for double down the old-fashioned way.
Or 3-card 9, rather.
But as it stands, John Holland pitches away that Gone in a Flash.
Wow.
So he says, you want to threaten my arsenal? Well, I'm just going to get rid of it.
Nice heads-up play from John, maybe playing for the efficiency axis, maybe sniffing out the CNC. Either way, you can see Garrett's disappointed to see it shake down like this.
So he still has access to a pretty cool play, even though he's only blocking with 1 on that Command and Conquer. Because Fiendel Spring Tunic is up, can simply double down, paid for with the gold token, blue plus Fiendel Spring Tunic sent into Pile Driver. But nevertheless, I think John has absolutely punished Garrett holding back so many cards.
Yeah, Garrett took the one value because it was all he was being given.
So now a quick read of Double Down for John Holland. The reason I was saying that 2 gold tokens were required was, of course, you want to be able to play Double Down for free by paying a gold token. The issue with Double Down is that it doesn't wager itself.
Correct.
You need something like Pile Driver or an activation of Good Time Chapeau in order to get the wager, provide the overpower, etc., etc.
But now that it's all said and done, Garrett is still able to convert 2 cards into 9 damage. Another very, very efficient turn, and John Holland not really able to contend with the overpower, not really wanting to give cards in the first place, drops down to 19.
What he did give, though, is the Crown of Providence, which means that if a Gone in a Flash is established later on and waiting for a potent combo, Garrett can absolutely threaten it.
Yeah, just trying to do some hand fixing. Looks like John not happy yet with the texture of his hand, thinks he can do better.
Oh, yikes. Ravenous Rabble reveals a blue, a very rare occurrence in this Gone in a Flash build, showing a Sigil of Lightning. Now Ravenous Rabble coming in for 2. The second time today that Ravenous Rabble has revealed blues in the feature match area.
And I believe a lot of players have cut that card for a red version of it. Is it Thunderous Retort or some other
Felipe was on Thunderous Retort, but I do think Blinks have come into fashion as well. Sometimes red Flash Bolts.
There's basically a red version of the card that just gives go again, and people were questioning why you would run it. Well, here's your answer.
Maybe that's why.
Because it makes the top of your deck be red instead of blue in these moments.
Also turns on Starfall at the beginning of the turn. Entwine Lightning now meets Sink Below. Still no blood drawn on this turn for John Holland, who sits at 19 to Garrett Johnson's 27.
Does he happen to have a second strike in hand? Because if so, that's annoying.
Sigil of Brilliance established. Doesn't even matter if it was a second strike because it could very well be placed into the arsenal. Now, over to Garrett, who didn't have to block with many cards. There is the Command and Conquer. He's got to be sniffing for a Gone in a Flash. I don't think it was found for John Holland, but still, as long as you're threatening something, that's exactly where you want to be as a Guardian player.
Yeah. Was able to block almost a little bit too efficiently. He's going to struggle to convert 4 cards, at least from what I saw, to offense. The CNC is very nicely timed, though, having John Holland off of the headpiece. It could be an instant in Arsenal. It may not be the most punishing.
An activation of Good Time Chapeau. Gold token destroyed to make it so that Command and Conquer wagers both a Might token and a Vigor token. Also a Betsy activation sunk in there. So it's 7 overpower on this Command and Conquer.
I like that as well.
None left floating for Garrett Johnson, though, which makes John perhaps prick up his eyebrows.
Blocks.
Down 7, Scar for a Scar placed into the graveyard. Might and Vigor tokens established. Garrett Johnson also with an arsenal, passing back to John Holland.
Yeah, the only thing that could have made that turn better is if he already had the Vigor or a Tunic counter to be able to play the Sigil of Solace out instead of pitching it. But overall, very, very nice turn cycle for Garrett Johnson.
And John now down at 12. Perhaps the lack of more than Arcane Barrier 1 is just not going to matter. There is a window to respond to that Sigil of Brilliance, but Garrett does pass on it. Constella Contemplation, I believe, in the second copy, found for John Holland. The second one drawn off the top is not good enough. It goes into the graveyard instead in favor of an Electrostatic Discharge. There's only one attack in the hand for John Holland, though. So it's going to have to be a Nimblism cosplay, likely into Entwine Lightning. Doesn't really even matter if it has go again, but you might want to show it to Garrett, at least make him think twice about his blocks.
If he doesn't pocket a powerful instant and draw Gone in a Flash next turn, I'm starting to get very worried for John Holland's proposition of winning this game.
So it seems Garrett's strategy is just screw him log, kill him before they can get that combo turn off.
Absolutely.
And who could blame him based on the way things have gone?
I think every turn cycle other than the combo, Betsy wins pretty convincingly from the way I've seen this matchup. It really just comes down to if the Oscilio can piece together a 40 damage turn, what can you do?
Looks like 2 cards devoted to the block. Lightning Press gets in the mix, but Garrett has been very diligent about establishing those defensive pieces. Does he have it in the arsenal? We know there's a hold the line in the hand Not an ideal situation for that card.
I think it's an okay time to deploy it. Did John draw 2 cards this turn? I think he did. He had the Sigil of Brilliance and the Oscilio activation.
You're
so
right.
I don't know if Garrett's tanking
Garrett
right
remember
now because he doesn't remember.
Hold the
He
line.
remembers.
Played out. I do think Garrett is going to remember that. He's looking at John.
He's explaining it right now.
Uh-huh. And he's vibing at the same time. Look at that chicken neck
Feeling
go.
really good about himself.
I'd be feeling good, too, if I were you, Garrett Johnson.
Even floating an extra point of block in case some Arcane comes out after this. Or anything, really.
Youch.
And also has the Vigor and the Might, so he can 1-card log again next turn. And John is just really struggling to connect with damage while taking so much on the back end. He's reading the card. What does this do? What is this?
It does what it says, my brother.
Welcome back to the Brute meta, where this was in every deck that played against Bloodrush Bellow.
Or heck, even back in the days of 3 of a kind.
Absolutely. It's dipped in and out of the meta, but Betsy is one of the first decks to really utilize it once again as of late.
1 damage prevention floating now. John Holland just can't believe it. Might be a judge call coming in.
Okay. I thought Garrett was thanking whatever god he worships for lining that up.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Betsy.
You made it happen.
All right, we're going to give the players their space, and we're going to cut back to our ugly mugs real quick. One of them uglier than the other. You can decide at home, though.
Actually, polls in the chat if you want to vote for whose mug is uglier. 1 for Bryce, 2 for Michael Murray.
You think they have to punch 1 or 2? You think this is like a movie phone call?
Yeah, that's what you do in your polling chat. You say, all right, chat, we're taking a vote. 1's for Bryce.
You know you can create polls on YouTube, right?
Well, I can't. I'm casting.
Okay,
I could get our producer
we
to
will do it your way.
It
1,
looks like he's melted into a puddle at the moment, though.
1 if I'm uglier, 2 if you're uglier?
1 if you're uglier, 2 if I'm prettier.
Wait, hold on. This sounds like rigging. It sounds a little bit rigged.
Would you like to wager?
You can have your day. Okay, looks like the judge call is all cleared up. I'm sure that Garrett got his prevention effects in there. Vigor and Might token pop, in addition to Pile Driver. Once again, it is a whopping 7 damage on this Pile Driver. No overpower, but I would imagine Garrett is wagering yet another gold.
Yeah, we're not seeing the wager. I'm not sure if he can not find the token or if he's opted not to do it at all.
Fate Foreseen established on John Holland's side of the board. Does have a Meteoric Impact, Astral Bridge, and Constella Uplift in the hand.
So if he's got a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal, that might be a nice pairing.
And I'm sorry, not Constella Uplift, Echo Flash. If he likes that card, which he does not, could filter it out.
Oh.
Fate Foreseen out of the arsenal. Garrett thinking about the exact right opportunity to perhaps not wager.
Yeah.
I see what's happening now. Garrett's saying, I don't have another gold token. This happened to us at Armory just the other day.
Yeah.
Garrett clearly did not pick up yet another gold token.
When you're wagering, you'd really better have 2 of each, I would say.
Back over to John Holland. 12 plays 25. Very few defense reactions, I would imagine, left in the deck. Did not decide to discard that Echo Flash away on Garrett Johnson's turn. It's got to happen at some point, though. Here comes Oscilio. Echo Flash discarded. Will there be an amp from Volzar Meteor Storm? There are other opportunities left in the deck. Card drawn, Garrett happy to take 1. It is Astral Bridge, Meteoric Impact, and now Seduce Secrets in the hand. Just goes to show you exactly what John Holland is cooking. This is kind of an older variant, I would say, of this brand new Gone in a Flash combo Oscilio. We saw the likes of Felipe Lima Cardoso packing things like Red Flashbolt, Meteoric Impact, extra sources of big Arcane, rather than a high roll like Seduce Secrets.
Very good to combat fatigue, but Betsy, as much as we are calling her a fatigue deck, really feels like a value mid-range deck that will fatigue you by damage if you are willing to block out to stay alive.
Now, John Holland is packing a Seduce Secrets in the arsenal. Oh, but it's an Oasis Respite from Garrett Johnson's arsenal. Yikes, no life point gain because he is very firmly in the lead here, but the damage is done. Only 1 damage leaks through on that whopping Meteoric Impact for 6.
I think it, yeah, was it for 6 or, yeah, okay, 6, yeah.
Embodiment of Lightning token still on the side of John Holland, who faces down yet another pile driver. Fiendal Spring Tunic plus a blue in the pitch are going to get that done. And Garrett holding on to 2 cards. In my mind, that's got to be a Sigil of Solace, which will hurt John Holland even more than a log.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's the
2 defense
shelter,
reactions.
yeah.
Curious choice for Garrett not to overpitch there, save the Fiendal Spring Tunic counter. Perhaps just wants to get it refreshing as soon as humanly possible. John Holland plays out the Seduce Secrets from the arsenal. Now has seen both the top of the deck and the hand for Garrett Johnson. John has found another copy of Gone in a Flash, but it's a lot of attacks beside it.
Yeah, still needs to weather the storm for a little bit longer, and ouch, taking 6 is getting him very close to a point where he will not be able to keep a 5-card hand alongside that Gone in a Flash. So really needs to draw up a hand of instance next turn. But if he does, risks just dying. So he's in a really, really precarious situation right now.
Enlightened Strike likely being draw a card as the chosen mode because it already has go again from Embodiment of Lightning. Yes, John does get an additional card to the hand. Couldn't quite catch it. But there are 4 there. 5 go again for Garrett's consideration. This will be a meaningfully potent turn for John. Is it going to be enough to keep Garrett off of any sort of disruption?
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see him not establish a defense reaction there, and it does look like he has opted to take that block back before it's too late and commit 5 here to stop what could be a second strike coming up.
Good time Chapeau plus Shelter from the Storm equals a stuffed second strike, at least for now. Scar for a Scar, the follow-up. John should know that there's at least one more defense reaction from Garrett. Here it comes from the Arsenal, Sink below. Choice of Sink, though, for Garrett. Has 3 blues in the hand, only needs 2 to send log. With Overpower, mind you.
Yeah, only needs 1 if he pairs it with the gold.
Very true.
But he does need to kill John sooner rather than later. You cannot dilly-dally around with an Oscilio that has the Greaves combo still up.
It's an activation of gold for John Holland, pitching away 2 flittering charges, arsenaling and passing.
Okay.
It's the last vestige of hope for John. He wants a lot of instants at this point, but he needs ones that block, and there they are. 2 consigned to Cosmos Shock. Can devote 1 card on the block to stay alive here, but it's a gold token draw for Garrett, just an additional blue. And now Cranial Crush, 8 on Crush. No cards to be drawn for John Holland.
Yeah, I mean, 8 is more than 6. It's also more than 7. So I do like this. Threatening lethal, saying you must give me a card.
Youch.
John had the D-React.
It was in the Arsenal, Shelter from the Storm. Does mean that John takes 4 damage, though. Will be crushed. Cannot filter away any of this hand, but I don't think he wants to.
True.
Because here we go, Bracers of Belief, looking for an instant here.
Whoa.
It's there. Lightning Press revealed on the top of the deck. John Holland showing a little bit of a tick there, trying to put it in the graveyard already because he knows it's destined for the Astral Bridge. This is going to be a very significant combo turn. Gone in a Flash for the first time, but certainly not the last for John Holland. Can't draw any cards, but he doesn't care. This is 6 points of damage.
This is a big deal. Garrett needs to weather this.
Woof. And all of a sudden, this massive life lead that Garrett has been able to establish might wilt under the insurmountable pressure of Gone in a Flash. Garrett only has 2 more blocking cards in hand. The last one is, of course, Oasis Respite, and with Tunic Counter not online, it's not looking that great.
He still has the gold if he decided to keep 1 blue and is lucky enough to have another one on top.
3 damage. Hits Garrett like a truck. Lightning Greaves, Old Knocker cashed in. It's a 2 equipment combo, and now we have consigned to Cosmos Shock. 1 damage comes across the line. Garrett now down to 19. No activation of Volzar yet, but there's going to be plenty of opportunity for that for John Holland. Gone in a flash the second now, with 2 instants left in hand, but 3 more left to be played.
Garrett taking advantage of the Boots of Ominous Ward ability right here, being able to block this for 2 because he took arcane damage and will have the activated ability. I was kind of furrowing my brow, wondering why he didn't block that arcane, knowing that he has the Oasis Respite in hand. But right here, really, really nice use of the boots.
Yet another Consigned to Cosmos Shock. Deals 1 arcane damage, but also will buy Gone in a Flash back to the hand. Garrett doesn't go for the additional 1 on the block. Instead, just goes ahead and cashes that Ominous Ward into the graveyard, prevents the 1 coming from Consigned to Cosmos Shock. Because Volzar is still left untapped, he knows there's more arcane damage to come. Astral Bridge does its dirty work, discards the Lightning Press. It's going to be 2 arcane damage now for your consideration, Garrett.
He wants to kill him. He wants to keep 2 blues right now. I think he can do it. Down to 11. John has 7 more damage that he can represent?
8. Because Gone in a Flash, Lightning Press in the damage step to buy Gone in a Flash back, send Gone in a Flash 1 more time.
This is actually kind of scary for Garrett, because even if he is able to threaten lethal next turn, John can still draw up the arcane kill.
Yep, absolutely. So Gone in a Flash for the 5th time this turn. Down to 3 goes Garrett. That is 100% kill range, but John Holland needs to find it.
There's a really, really interesting line if Garrett wants to gamble at all, where he cracks the gold first, floats a resource, and then pile drivers.
Did end up keeping 3 cards in hand, though. Does have Oasis Respite. You're right, Michael. Could have floated an additional 1, and maybe Garrett is thinking about taking this back.
Yeah. No.
Leaves 2 floating.
2 float. Okay.
Insulates himself, but doesn't really go for the kill. This is kind of an in-between play.
I do like this. Is insulated from death. You need to be against an Oscilio. He's
Consigned to Cosmos Shock found for John Holland after discarding a Sigil of Brilliance. This last game of Swiss, even though the top 8 is more or less shored up, is very tense indeed.
If John goes for the kill and doesn't get there, there's a good chance that he doesn't have the block in hand left over to cover up 6 damage.
So he does have a Comet Collision, though. So for my money, yes, I like this block. Consigned to Cosmos Shock plus Second Strike, take 1 damage, and then be able to present a hefty amount of Arcane on the next turn cycle. And Garrett is thanking his lucky stars that the Oasis Respite will survive.
Wow. What a precarious situation.
And now Garrett will still be forced to pitch a card away from the hand in order to play Oasis Respite. Fiendel Spring Tunic still not online. John Holland looking to the stars for inspiration, for some way out of this. Sigil of Solace off the top of the deck, discarded by Astral Bridge. 1 arcane damage. Yes, will come across. Garrett happy to pitch there because he's holding on to an Oasis Respite.
And Oasis gets the heal if he plays the Sigil. Oh, isn't playing it yet.
Yeah, holding it back is John Holland. Oasis Respite plus the extra resource will completely stuff the damage from Comet Collision. And then it's just a gain of 3 for John Holland, up to 4, who has just bought himself the first life lead he's had this entire game.
Garrett still has lethal if he can find overpower on a pile driver. If he's willing to risk it.
There's 2 reds in the hand, though, Michael.
2? No, he has 2. Oh,
he has
right.
doubled down and drinked them under the table.
What do you do here?
So you could use the Tunic, pitch a red and a blue, or just go ahead and draw off the gold.
You could really put yourself in a bad spot if that's a red on top. And if you're pitching a red and a blue, you are signaling to your opponent that what you have is not enough to cover Arcane. I can see a world where Garrett just says 1 blue and a Tunic, but I think either way, you're signaling that you are in a vulnerable spot.
You're also stranding yet another red in your hand for the next turn cycle.
Yep.
Garrett now in the tank.
Okay, looks like he's reaching to pitch for it. John only has to give up 1 card here to live.
You can feel the pressure from Garrett Johnson.
Those sigils, man, off the top are just the flesh and blood play.
And wouldn't you know it, Michael, there's yet another one in the hand for John Holland, accompanied by a defense reaction. Going to be able to survive this turn just like he has the last many logs.
All of a sudden, John's in a really good spot to win this game. Just needs to find the consistent arcane damage to close it out.
There, I would think, is still a Comet Collision and a Meteoric Impact. Garrett still, in his right, has one more Oasis Respite. Can he draw it is the real question. Sigil of Brilliance established for John Holland at the end of Garrett's turn after just blocking with Shelter from the Storm. Sigil of Brilliance finds off the top of the deck.
Ooh, gone
in a flash. Not bad.
Yeah, it's really efficient to play alongside of, well, his whole hand is extremely efficient.
It'll just be Ravenous Rabble, hopefully this time getting the maximum value of 4. It's been 3, 2, and now 3 again.
Yeah.
Echo Flash. Oh, and Garrett is lining up a block of a Fiddler's Green.
Okay, he needs that.
Ouch. That is rough for John Holland.
It's not that bad. I mean, this is still a 2-card 10, if my math is correct.
It's good, but I'm still saying, like, it's not moving the needle forward. John Holland needs to keep pushing the peanut up the hill of getting Garrett Johnson into arcane damage range. And as long as that combat chain is able to close, which it will, Garrett's going to sneak right back out again.
Yeah. He's got the Tunic Blue play, but he will be shields down. Looks like he's committing the Tunic to blocks here.
Interesting.
I don't
Very interesting.
know about that. I guess
Sigil of Solace will gain 3 life for John Holland. Also get Gone in a Flash back to the hand and squarely plunked into the arsenal. Now Garrett's only play is crack a gold, hope for a blue.
he really needs the blue off the top. He is very shields down right now. See if John's got the arcane damage. I mean, 6 life is a lot safer. Has an Echo
we
Flash.
know about the Echo Flash, which was revealed off
yeah.
of Gone in a Flash. Now John has the opportunity before Garrett sees the top of the deck, even knows if he can convert it to discard that Echo Flash and deal 2 arcane damage. There's no way Garrett can sink a resource into Arcane Barrier, but John exercises restraint. It is a blue in the hand for Garrett Johnson. And here comes Pile Driver. 6, once again, wagering a gold.
I do like the gold wager here. Just trying to keep John off of any kind of meaningful hand.
It's a discard of Seduce Secrets instead. Comet Collision found in the hand. No arcane damage is going to be coming Garrett's way, at least on this turn cycle. Next may be a very different proposition indeed.
Yeah, the Echo Flash into Comet Collision is a very scary proposition, especially coupled with some of these go-again pieces.
Is it going to be an easy 2-card block, though? John does have to stay alive, don't you forget.
I can see a world where you just give the E-strike.
Give the E-strike. Your Flittering Charge isn't going to get go again from that play.
Yeah. He had another instant on the top, but that's quite the gamble.
John just thumbing the E-strike. This may be a situation where he needs to play to win, not play to not lose.
Looking for that stretch, that reach of damage. Garrett Johnson healing, John Holland healing, both teetering in and out of lethal range, both with the ability to have uninteractable damage to end the game, but neither has been able to find it for 3-4 turns in a row.
You know, I gotta tell you, I was kind of chiding Garrett for only bringing AB1 into this matchup early on, but it's honestly looked like he hasn't needed it all that much. So many life gain effects, so many prevention effects coming at pivotal moments.
Absolutely.
Back over to John, 2 plays 6. Echo Flash in hand. Looking like he might be playing it instead, though. Flittering Charge out onto the combat chain meets a Fiddler's Green again. And now is a play of the Echo Flash to give go again. It'll be 2 pings of arcane damage, but that's really easily blockable.
If you're Garrett, are you just gambling that there's a blue on top every time, or are you going to take some damage here? Looks like you're
at this
gambling.
point in the game, yes,
Use
indeed.
that gold for the efficient lines. If he can keep looping this 6 damage, I mean, he's gaining purchase once again. This is how the whole game went up until the time John popped off with the combo.
So now it's 2 arcane damage. John has the opportunity to activate Volzar Meteor Storm in response to Echo Flash going into the graveyard after being resolved. And now it is gone in a flash for 4. If Garrett wants to swing log again, he's going to have to go down to 1.
He has the Fiddler's Green, so he'll heal back up.
And it's all cards on the table now. John Holland has no more arcane damage play. Garrett likes it. Down to 1 he goes, back up to 4 when the combat chain closes. He is going to swing his log one more time. It's only 4, excuse me, was that 7 cards left for John Holland?
Whoa, was it?
Could be the last gasp. There's only 1 card that blocks, and it is gone in a flash. Can Garrett find the blue, though? There's an activation of gold on the stack. John has the opportunity to discard Echo Flash, deal 2 arcane damage in response.
Seems like a good time to do that. Doesn't. Finds the blue.
There it is. Pile Driver once again coming in for 6, as it has done so many times this game already. Gold token wagered. 6 damage on the stack. There's only 1 card that blocks for John Holland. He has to go digging.
Wow.
Gonna discard Electrostatic Discharge. Is the blocking card there?
No.
It is Sigil of Lightning. This game is locked up for Garrett Johnson. The man with the log in the dream is finally here, showing off a hero that he has been working with for the last 2 years, Michael. You may be wondering why he has a graded 9 gem mint Betsy skin in the game. He's had it for a long time at this point. It's been a meme.
Yeah.
Up until finally some people place top 8 with this Guardian from Heavy Hitters. John knows it's all over. He's crossing his T's. He's dotting his I's. But it is just all over. Can play out this Echo Flash, but it's only going to be a maximum of 3 points of arcane damage. Am I missing something? No, it's a Sigil of Lightning. It is going to be all over, but Garrett needs to sweat a little bit first.
Yeah, you
if his
got
thumb is extended, you got to make him sweat, especially going into the top 8. Garrett Johnson, 5-1 on his pet deck, which is now a meta mainstay.
Absolutely love to see it. And I love how close the ending there was. Such a cool back and forth. You really get to see the value that Betsy brings to the table and the interplay between, okay, you might outvalue me every single turn of the game, except for this one, as we saw the Gone in the Flash combo, even it up, both players healing back and forth to make it interesting the entire time. And I got to say, that has to be my favorite game of the day.
And you know, it was exactly the push and pull that we saw in the feature match area at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Felipe Lima Cardoso did have a very difficult time overcoming Bryce Stroyak. There were command and conquers, there were double downs, there were drink 'em under the tables coming at incredibly inopportune moments, right when Felipe had lock, stock, 2 smoking barrels ready for a Gone in a Flash combo. As it stands, Guardians are still going to do Guardian things. Terra Sunder is a hell of a card, but rising above all of them is the heftiest log.
And hefty she is. Well played to both of them.
Indeed so. We talk one more time about our illustrious sponsor, that is Fab Foundry. Get over to their website, put in a singles order, and get it all in one package. Don't worry about several envelopes coming to you this way and that. Instead, buy from Fab players like you, cut out the middleman, and support a cause that is aligned with our vision of the Flesh and Blood future. Grow the game, make sure great games are being played in the neighborhoods of the people that care about it, and get everybody honed and ready for the World Tour. Proceed to www.fabfoundry.co/discount/AGELA10. Input AGELA10 as your discount code at checkout, and that'll let them know that we sent you and also give you a cheeky 10% off of your order. Thank you so much to Fab Foundry for supporting what we do here at the AGE Open Series. We love what you do as well, so we hope this relationship keeps going.
Love it. Couldn't say it better myself, so I won't. But I think we're going to take a little pause before we come back with an interview shortly after this. Welcome back, folks. I am joined here with none other than Garrett, the swinger of lumber, showing us how to win with Betsy. And I got to say that today I feel very blessed because I play Betsy, I play Oscilio, I play Puffin, and we have seen all three of them show up on camera today. But we are here to talk to... Come join me over here on camera.
Nice and close. Oh my God.
We are here to talk to you about that game, and my God, was that game. I don't necessarily want to jump straight into the ending where that was the exciting part, but really, can you talk to me about where your Betsy roots were to kind of set the stage? You showed up with a PGA 9 Betsy showing
PSA
off to the
9,
world.
PSA
Sorry,
9.
PGA is golf.
Mind you. You know, always been a Betsy enjoyer. You know, when Heavy Hitters came out, I got that Marvel opening weekend.
Nice.
And I've always wanted Betsy to be good, you know? So finally getting that lumber, swinging that lumber, getting that log, like the cinema, you know?
Absolutely.
Like we're so up. So I just feel so happy, and, you know, it feels great to finally play a hero that, you know, I really enjoy, you know?
Can you tell me, and I think I know the answer to this, but I am seeing a lot of different Betsy builds going around, and they all kind of embrace slightly different philosophies. Marcus Brown showed up believing that disruption was the right way to play her. I personally like to play on the value axis, and I will just kind of say that I witnessed the number of times that you cracked gold to swing log for one card 6, and that's the thing that I believe sets Betsy apart.
It's really good. You know, honestly though, a lot of those were blind. Those were blind
cracks.
Oh,
I know. You were like, really believing in the heart of the cards.
Oh
there.
yeah, definitely.
There's kind of a nice way that you can hedge for that though, which is to say, if it's red, you just park it. Put it in the arsenal. You exchange a blue for a red, and you just go next, and you play the value game throughout. But yeah, you were really showing us what one blue can do, and you got a huge life lead early in the game, just playing that nice, you know, block, 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 one card 6, block, 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 one card 7, block, block, block.
I think it just kind of depends on that matchup. You know, I decided to go AB1, which honestly, like, I'm going AB2 next time. Like, but
I typically go AB2.
Yeah. But I went AB1, and it was just kind of the rhythm of the game and the way it was going. Usually, I feel like if they combo early, then I'll just shell up and then just kind of wait it out like that. But you know, he combo really late, so he just gave me a lot of openings early in the game to go ahead and just send the CNCs, you know, get a lot of damage in there. And the Cranial Crush, shout out Cranial Crush.
That was great. Yeah, you played one out.
It doesn't happen very often, but every once in a while.
I was sitting there going, I mean, 8's more than 7.
Yeah, why not?
So might as well get that value. And it really did come down to singular points of life in that game. I mean, there's
honestly a scary game.
There's so much to talk about. I think the first place I want to talk about is when things really started to get dicey was during that Gone in a Flash combo. You went with a line where you sort of hedged in between blocking out and keeping back enough cards to swing overpower, swing lethal. I do like that you didn't leave yourself vulnerable at 1 life, which is what would have happened. But instead you did, I think you were at 4, is that right? And
I was
then
at 3.
You were at 3, and then you did the 1 card pile driver play without overpower, which he was able to survive. Talk to me about that situation.
So I had Oasis in hand, and then I had 2 blues. And I was thinking to myself, okay, I'm just going to, I had a lot of life. I was at like 20 life when he comboed me. So I was just thinking, okay, I'm going to take some damage here, and then I'll send the log back overpower. He was at 2, I believe. And I kind of went for it at first, and then I like hesitated, and I thought for a second, and I was like, wait, I'm only at 3, and you'd only played 1 Echo Flash. So I was kind of worried about getting blown out by Echo Flash.
Yeah.
So I decided I'll just go for the 6 with floating the 2. But in hindsight, once I realized, like, you know, how deep the turn was going to go, that he had his combo and finishing at 3, I think I should have blocked a little bit more on that turn, to be honest. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, seemed like a dangerous game to play against Oscilio.
Yeah.
Going down to single digits is as dangerous, if not more, than playing into like an Arachne Marionette or some other just absolutely lethal deck when you're at those life totals, those low life totals. But then the game kind of like stabilized, and you both started just healing right when we thought that you were going in for the kill. We thought that for sure you'd be able to get an overpower off and just end the game, but no. He went back up to, I think, 6, and then you went back up to 6.
Yeah.
That was a
fun
cool
game.
Yeah,
it was a fun
awesome.
game. Fiddler's Green. Shout out Fiddler's Green.
Yeah.
Great card.
I'm
Great
curious
card.
about your opinion, and maybe you don't have enough reps into the matchup, but how, if you had to give me a percentage, Betsy into Oscilio, what's your percentage win rate?
I don't know. I have played 3 today, and I'm 3-0.
Okay.
But two were Arcane. 2 Arcane, and then 1 Gone in a Flash.
Sure.
And then, I beat 3 last weekend at the Calling.
Yeah.
So I guess so far pretty good. But, you know, I feel like I get lucky a lot, too. You know, you got to get lucky. So
I made the
works
bold
out.
claim that Betsy is favored into Oscilio going into the Calling top 8.
Yeah.
And I got proven wrong.
Yeah.
I made that in my Flesh and Blood group chat. And I was like, Betsy in the finals. In fact, I had a prediction that the finals was going to be Betsy versus Colin Erickson on Kassai, and he was going to win it all. I got close because it was almost looking like, it wasn't going to be Colin, but it was looking like it could have been Betsy versus an AGE team member in Alex Vor. So I was like, wow, I am calling this right. But no, it turns out Brian Gottlieb knows Flesh and Blood better than I do, and he made the winning prediction. So props to him for knowing what he's doing.
I mean, look, it was awesome that Betsy did great at the PT. It made me so happy.
Yeah.
You know, I just love the deck. Always loved the hero, and I'm just so happy to, you know, finally not be trash.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and more importantly,
so shout out Brian and James.
Yes.
Shout out Brian and James.
Thank you for the
thank
log.
you for the log.
We,
Thank you.
We've been waiting for it, and
blessed.
you really followed through.
Yeah.
It couldn't have been a better weapon.
Oh, no, they came through with a banger.
Yeah.
Like, I was worried that we were going to get, like, a high riser. Like, we're going to get, like, a Betsy spec high riser, and I was like, dude, I am toast. I am cooked if we get that. But, no, they came through with some good.
It's crazy. And it's funny, too, because, you know, you compare it to, like, a weapon like Sledge, and you go, Sledge is barely usable.
Yeah.
It's useful in the Guardian Mirror, but that's about it. But then you compare the stat line to Log, and it, like, almost on paper looks the same, but the things that Log does, my goodness. It's something else.
Gold.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Love
it's so great. Yeah, so it's so fun.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Well, that was a treat to watch. It's
Thank you.
so fun to see Betsy doing well, and, of course, doing it in the face of meta heroes like Oscilio. Just to wrap things up and round things out, do you got any shout-outs or anything you want to say to the folks at home?
I mean, shout out to my wife, Mary, if she's watching. I texted her I was on stream. She didn't text me back, so hopefully she's watching.
Rude, first of all. I got to say, I got a text from my fiance, and she's at her bachelorette right now, so she's not too busy to check this out. You better be out there watching, Mary.
Yeah, you better let me know, Mary. But, shout out Mary, and then, you know, shout out to John, too. That was a great game.
That was an
awesome
game.
He played really well, so
and you might see him again in top 8. I mean, I think you both made it. We'll have to see how the cookie crumbles. I can't make any bold claims like that just yet, but the way that it looked aligned was a lot of X and 1s going into it, and I think that's a nice spot to be if you want to make top 8 with this number.
Hey, you know what? I don't want to play Colin. So, you know, don't give me Colin, guys.
That's a rough matchup for Betsy. You can never wager
it feels
into
bad.
Kassai. Yeah.
Dodge Colin, and I'm a happy gentleman.
All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us. And
thank
folks
you so
at
much.
home, we're going to take a quick break because we've got top 8 Flesh and Blood coming up after this.
Thank you.
Chris Iaali to cross swords with Peter Buddensiek, who has brought a staff to what may very well be a sword fight. Chris Iaali on Kassai of the Golden Sand is your typical mage killer, which doesn't make any sense. Bryce Platt's back with Michael Murray, and it is time for the top 8 announcement here at the July Open in LA for AGE. And here we go. Colin Erickson goes up against Richard Truong. It's a warrior off there, one that I think a lot of people are assuming is very Kassai favored.
I mean, that's what I've heard, and I haven't played either of these decks into each other, so I am just going to have to go with the overall consensus. The other thing, and I would say this is more important, is that one of these two players is Colin Erickson. That makes it very, very difficult to overcome. There is a reason he is the first seed here today. He's just a phenomenal player, and when he has the matchup favored, it just makes me think that Richard's in a tough spot. However, anything can happen, so I don't necessarily want to count Richard out just yet. We'll have to wait and see how it goes.
I mean, not only is Colin undefeated in Swiss here today, 6-0 into the top 8, he's also our most recent U.S. national champion.
Absolutely.
And one more tidbit about Colin, he's playing a list that is 2 years old. He doesn't have Riches of Tropaldani. He doesn't have... What's the other one? Heart of Fiendal.
Yeah.
Or I have Ophidia. I forget which other one that he normally brought. But he said, I don't need the gems. I'm just doing this for the memes. And clearly it's working out for him.
I was just going to say, one of my favorite things about Colin as a player is that he doesn't net deck and he doesn't play according to what the meta dictates. He is the guy that, even though he's one of the best Kassai players in the world, when he shows up to the Discord with his list, people laugh at him.
It makes no sense, yeah.
So I love it. I mean, it's like Team AGE really has these characters, right? Alex Vord goes off meta. Colin Erickson goes off meta. AGE in general goes off meta. And the specialists really are rewarded here, it seems.
Now, our feature match is going to be Peter Buddensiek versus Christopher Iaali. If you want to know how the warrior off goes, though, you can subscribe to AGE Premium. That match will be uploaded at the conclusion of the event today. Below that, 3rd seed versus 6th seed, Garrett Johnson, Betsy skin in the game, who we just saw on stream, versus Han V. Going to see if he can put together a win against one of the 2 Draconic Ninjas. The second, of course, is Travis Wagner, who seemed indomitable on this hero, going up against John Holland, also a very seasoned Oscilio player. Heck, he used to be named Oscilio beforehand.
In Gem.
Mm-hmm.
So not even just like what his parents named him,
right.
But one even further officially speaking, his real life gem name was Oscilio until I believe LSS forced him to change it because they realized that his real name was not in fact Oscilio.
We made up that name. You didn't make up that name.
Yeah, hold on. Time out. We're going to have to call our lawyers on this one.
What is this top 8 playing for? It's, of course, $1,000 worth of USD. Only going to the top 8. The more important piece today, the second to last open of the season, are the AGE points. And those extend all the way down to 16th place in terms of pricing. And then as long as you show up, you get 1 point to take home. And that can spell the difference. If you don't believe me, ask Aiden Kwasniewski, who missed last year's AGE Players Championship by literally 1 point. But we don't hold that against him. Of course, we got to talk about our standings real quick. There are a couple names that didn't make it into this top 8. I'm looking at Zachary Wallach, Moises Lopez, Kai Sickler, Bryce Douglas, Kosei Shatana. They are definitely hoping that they made their way into the top 16 or top 12 to hold strong their place. There are also a couple people in this top 8 that haven't broached the top 16 yet. I'm looking at you, Christopher Iaali, and a top 8 berth is exactly the way you sneak in these last couple events.
He's really just a procrastinator doing his homework at the last minute, isn't he?
He always waits till the last minute to book his flights and apparently to qualify for the Players' Championship as well. Is he going to be able to do it? That's the real question. When the man that stands in his way, of course, is Peter Buddensiek from Las Vegas and Team Invasion. Despite the fact that he lives a 4-hour drive away, he has qualified for every single Players' Championship that we have ever hosted.
Yeah.
And he's definitely locked for this one as well.
Yeah, the Vegas kids, man, they are for real. They just show up every once in a while, and when they roll down, they give us a run for their money.
They also don't have any respect for their friends, apparently, because if I give Peter a Marvel Soul of Existence, he's going to slap his best friend until I tell him to stop.
Well, there you have it, folks. Peter Buddensiek, no respect.
No, indeed. Does love Baccarat, though, which is an interesting thing when you're so used to bending fate to your will. I don't think you have any control in that situation. But he does have control in this one against Christopher Iaali, calling champion 2 times over and also first Worlds finalist against Michael Hamilton. No, his name didn't go down in the history books quite in the same way, but he is here to show that he is a stalwart in the game of Flesh and Blood, and it's already underway. We get down to the match area, and unsheathed, it's the first action resolved. So here we go. Centauri Saber for 5. Go again.
The thing I love about watching this game right here, this could easily be a calling top 8. These names are some heavy hitters. Peter Buddensiek, Chris Iaali, just so good at the game of Flesh and Blood.
Now we should take a look at the A-B suite for Christopher Iaali. It does just look like Null Rune gloves, but what is written there? Righteous. Oh, Righteous Game. It's signed by Tyler Broughton of Righteous Gaming.
Wow.
Apparently, Chris is willing to shill for Tyler, as pretty much everybody seems to be. There's a purple hoodie on just about every top 8 competitor I've seen nowadays.
I like that. And I do like AB1. I think it's a nice way to insulate yourself from just losing the game.
Sure.
But when you don't have the blue base to really pay into anything more than that, it really just shows up as, look, I'm not going to give you that game plan of just chipping me and then winning when you didn't really have anything other than ancillary lethal. But yeah, Kassai not known for her blue base.
And, you know, Peter may have sniffed out this situation from Chris because those meteoric impacts have made the list despite no Fiendal Spring Tunic. It's going to be harder to resolve those. But if Peter is gaining equity in dodging things like Valiant Dynamo or the high block values that Warrior generally has, then he might still be able to carry the day anyway. 2 damage from Echo Flash after Peter filters it away and activates Volzar, accepted by Chris Iaali, now down to 38 to Peter's 34. And Peter is just getting started. It's an Astral Bridge in Cold Foil? I didn't know those existed, actually.
Oh, yeah. Pretty.
Well, 1 arcane damage, no extra instant to be played, as the top of the deck is Enlightened Strike. Constella Contemplation to follow. 1 cheeky arcane and a Ponder token, still with 2 cards left in hand. Peter's got to convert the rest of it if he wants maximum value on this turn cycle.
You can see Peter smiling a little bit to himself. He's like, yep, I'm playing myself a little 3 card 6, baby.
And there you go. Yes, Comet Collision collides with Chris's life total, who is now down to 32. If Chris wanted to pitch a blue for Arcane Barrier earlier in that turn, he would have gotten max value. But as it stands, just a Sigil of Brilliance established for Peter. Ponder token utilized to full effect. Now back over to Chris, which, you know, Kassai with a 5-card hand is a fearsome proposition as well.
Definitely depends on the cards that he kept. Kassai often does need to block to convert every card in the hand, but not every single time. And here we see it looks like Chris has lined up quite the powerhouse.
And there it is, Spoils of War laid out on the combat chain. I think the issue for Chris is there wasn't a pitch card to begin with. Unfortunately, it's a whole host of reds, but he is finding the cards that matter most. Spoils of War and Outland Skirmish can turn on a Blood on Our Hands turn earlier rather than later and tell Peter that I am the combo deck now.
Yeah, but Peter just has the 7 block right here. Fate Foreseen covers that up beautifully.
The Centauri Saber to follow, though. Will it buy extra cards from Peter? No, indeed. The blood has been transformed into copper. 2 left behind, 3, because Outland Skirmish's effect does persist. Chris is, I would say, 1 copper away from a almost fully powered Blood on Our Hands turn. Would also love a gold to go along with it so he can get it done with a single card. Sigil of Brilliance pops for Peter Buddensiek, who draws up Echo Flash off the top. Can filter that one away, and besides, just has a couple 0-for-4s. Not too bad.
I wonder if he goes ahead and does the Ravenous Rabble first, just to take a peek before he discards the Echo Flash to see what he's working with. Maybe not necessary.
It is going to be Entwine Lightning fusing with the Echo Flash instead, making sure that he secures go again on both of these attacks so that whatever comes off the top of the deck will likely be playable. And now it's for Chris's consideration, who finally has a blue in the hand. But it's only 1, and he's also got a very costly card in Draw Swords.
This is not the turn to be getting rid of your blues. You need those for sure.
So instead, it's equipment blocks devoted. Balance of Justice plus Valiant Dynamo equals 1 damage dealt to Chris Iaali. Down to 31. Follow-up for Peter. Likely to be Ravenous Rabble. Instead, Electrostatic Discharge plus Ravenous Rabble. Ooh, finds a Meteoric Impact on top, but without an easy way to play it, might just be destined for the arsenal.
Yeah, Chris really heads up blocking with the balance, knowing that Peter is already drawn with the Sigil of Brilliance, finding that window to basically say, hey, Peter, I don't think you should Oscilio this turn. And great timing, because Peter does have the Echo Flash.
And there it is. Chris also has a clean 7 block, Slice and Dice plus Fate Foreseen. Considering the top of the deck, though, didn't quite catch it. It will remain on top for Chris Iaali, who still has that blue exactly where he needs it. Echo Flash now. It's an activation of Volzar as well. 2 damage accepted by Christopher Iaali. Balance of Justice online now.
Yeah,
Popped immediately.
You definitely take that when you can. It's not often that Oscilio draws twice, so you really need to take advantage of it when you're given the window.
You know, it used to happen all the time when Channel Lightning Valley was around, but
Sure.
Is that a second Spoils of War that I saw?
Huh.
I know there's another Outland Skirmish. It's the leftmost card that I'm
Yeah, it looks
most
like
concerned
it.
about. There it is. And all of a sudden, any blood on our hands that comes is going to be threatening so much damage on Peter's end.
So is he looking to arsenal that draw swords then?
I think that's the only use case for it at this point, unless he wants to
Sure.
pay into a Vigor token. It's not too bad, especially if you pair it with a Blood on Our Hands without a gold token.
Yeah, just a little too risky, I think, to... wow.
It's 2 Fate Foreseens for Peter. He hates what he sees, though. It got the shake of the head. Couldn't quite make it out after he bottoms 1 card. Looks like he might be looking for an attack based on what's left in the hand. It's an Electrostatic Discharge and a Lightning Press.
Yeah, I could see that.
Both go to the bottom of the deck, if Peter can get it there.
Still thinking. Maybe it's an attack, but he's just wondering if it's good enough.
Certainly doesn't feel that way, especially when the opponent is about to send yet another Centauri Saber, threatening 3 copper tokens. That's the follow-up for Chris. It's a Oscilio activation, Lightning Press, discarded Defined.
Another
Sigil of Brilliance, no blocks are available for Peter. 2 more damage and 6 copper generated for Christopher Iaali. That blood has transformed into legal tender, very well could transform into blood again.
Yeah, Chris really, really well lined up for a huge burst of damage if and when comes. Peter digging a little bit more, though, trying to find something. Gets 2 opportunities thanks to that Oscilio being printed before tapping the hero ability was a thing.
It's not terrible. Meteoric Impact is laid bare. Chris accepts 6 damage, and Peter has a massive life lead. But if Chris is able to put together a combo turn of his own, it could be his game to win indeed. Draw swords played out. Card drawn is not Blood on Our Hands. It is Glint the Quicksilver instead. But swords will cost 1 less for Chris for the remainder of this turn.
1 less is free, and free is good.
Hit and Run is there as well. That's going to be the go again enabler for this Centauri Saber. Now crashing in for 5. No activation of Kassai yet. I think Chris is pretty low on yellows in the yard.
Have we seen any Blade Runners yet this game?
We have seen them in the hand,
Okay.
but they were pitched away because they were blue.
Fair enough.
5 go again connects. Peter down to 25. Outland Skirmish to follow. Another Centauri Saber for 5, threatening yet another copper token. But if Peter's not blocking, it does mean he has damage in the hand. No, it's not the Gone in a Flash combo, but it's just a hand that converts well.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Christopher Iaali. If that Gone in a Flash comes up soon, being at life parity with an Oscilio is not really where you want to be.
It's the same for all Wizards. In the swing, though, going to beef this Centauri Saber up to 8. All the damage accepted by Peter Buddensiek. And Chris has got to have alarm bells going in his head. Is this the Gone in a Flash combo turn?
Probably not, because Peter did not block with Lightning Greaves.
That's a fair point. An activation of Oscilio getting rid of a Sigil of Solace in favor of a Sigil of Solace. It's the classic illusion of choice for Peter.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice card. You can always convert it, but, you know, not on offense. It's a defensive piece.
Sigil of Brilliance established at the end of Chris' first turn. Card drawn up was Entwine Lightning. Just more 0 for 4s.
Sure.
For Peter's cushion pushing.
I'm fine with that. I think he's very okay playing efficient damage, just waiting to find the Gone in a Flash.
Chris now has the opportunity to sniff out the second strike in the hand, but with the density of attacks in Peter's hand, I don't know if he's going to be able to stop it for long.
Still no blood on her hands.
There's
Chris.
there's a yellow Blade Runner in addition to a Sharpened Senses, which now gets on blocking duty with Valiant Dynamo. Ravenous Rabble to follow. Comet Collision is found. Peter has the opportunity to still activate Oscilio on his turn, change that Sigil of Solace into a whopping 5 Arcane.
I like that.
The problem could very well be if Chris does block out this Ravenous Rabble and second strike is stranded in the hand, Peter might not have the action points to convert everything.
Chris is really in the tank considering that possibility, and if he reads it right, that's huge for this spot.
But I don't think there's a defense reaction. The Arsenal card is Glint the Quicksilver, which does make that so much more difficult.
Yeah, would need to overblock committing the equipment, which is also a very tall ask. Unlikely.
Now the hand for Chris is, I want to say Provoke, Yellow Slice and Dice, and yet another copy of In the Swing. No, never mind. It is a Blood Follows Blade.
Takes one, so Peter getting bailed out.
Second strike online. 4 go again. Chris looks to the sky and gives a wry laugh because that's exactly what he was worried about.
And Peter was too. I think Peter was just praying that he didn't make the read. Really needed that to connect, to convert the whole hand, but now he gets so rewarded for it.
Well, it's the big owie for Chris Iaali. Now down to 20. Discard of Sigil of Solace for the second time this turn cycle. Transformed into 5 Arcane on the Comet Collision. Lightning Surge placed safely in the arsenal where it wants to be, where it can automatically gain Go Again. And now, Chris, only with 2 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal, has plenty of Go Again enablers, redundant even, and also finally has the yellows that he needs to activate Kassai.
Chris is definitely down in this spot, though. I think he needs to find a Blood on her hands next turn in order to really have a shot in this game.
But if Peter continues not to find Gone in a Flash, which it seems he hasn't, could mean that Chris has a little bit more time.
Yeah, but I mean, at least from what I've seen so far, showing he doesn't even need it.
It's a discard of Constella Uplift in favor of a Consigned to Cosmos Shock for Peter Buddensiek, who has, it seems, 2 copies of Flittering Charge in addition to an Astral Bridge. The Lightning Surge in the arsenal does mean that this hand converts fairly well, but Peter might be sniffing out that Blood Follows Blade, ditching a card in order to gain an Astral Bridge.
Wow.
And yes, it was the Astral Bridge sunk. The second time this game that Peter has gotten rid of a card and gotten the same one off the top of the deck.
Sure.
Now,
Is efficient, though, here. Just no pumps means Chris is not likely to connect.
and also no reprise trigger on Glint the Quicksilver. Consigned to Cosmos Shock gets in the way of Centauri Saber. No gold generated for our world's finalist.
And Oscilio is just out here actively outvaluing a Kassai in a fair game of Flesh and Blood. That's what I've seen so far this game.
It's a Bracers of Belief activation for Peter. I think wants to know what he's going to get by discarding Astral Bridge, or if playing out Astral Bridge is the right way to go.
I think he's digging for Gone in a Flash. He has it right now, and he is overdue for one. Being able to look and just say, hey, if it is one right now, I could just activate Oscilio and kind of pop off a little bit, because now's the time.
He has too many attacks, though. He has 2 Flittering Charges in the hand.
I should say now's the time to build it up and get it ready, because the life totals are getting to a point where you can't afford to not do it. You need to combo when you can afford to take damage. And 17 life is right around that point where you can just say no blocks.
6 go again now. Lightning Surge played from the arsenal, so gains go again. Also gets +2 from the Bracers of Belief that revealed Entwine Lightning. Now Peter has the opportunity to activate Oscilio, get rid of that almost meaningless Astral Bridge on this turn, and just send another 0 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge in and of itself.
The problem, of course, is the fact that there aren't enough instants in the hand, I don't think, to fuel both of those flittering charges.
True.
But you can save one for the arsenal.
Yeah, just park one away and keep playing efficient 0 for 4 Flesh and Blood.
Don't hate it. Fate Foreseen is going to get in the way, along with Grains of Blood Spill and Valiant Dynamo. Chris sinks a card to the bottom, likely just trying to find blood on her hands if he can. Yes, it is an activation of Oscilio. Entwine Lightning now from the top of the deck and into the fray. Fused with Flittering Charge, one of the 2 that are in the hand for Peter Buddensiek. Chris Iaali now down to 11. Flittering Charge after being the fuse target, now the play target. Another 4 accepted readily by Chris. Down to 7.
If this isn't the blood on her hands turn, I'm getting scared for Chris.
It is a Gorg Tome, and it is blood on her hands. All of a sudden, these swords are free. Chris Iaali ready to do as much damage as humanly possible. And with 2 other cards in hand, I think he very well could get it done. It might very well be a fully powered blood on her hands. Yes, it is. All modes chosen. Both swords are going to have go again. Both swords can swing twice. Both swords are free because of the Gorganium Tome that came before, but only one sword will get 2 instances of +1.
Just more efficient to do it that way. You put the breakpoint on one sword, and then if you want to block the other, it's got 2 damage, so it's inefficient. A lot of really good seasoned Kassai players understand that this is the right way to play blood on our hands.
Jacob Hawkinson taking a look from outside the fish tank at what is going on. Unfortunately, did not make the top 8 cut this time around. But Chris, this could be the clapback he needs at the exact moment.
He did not have another turn to wait for this. He needs to get Peter Buddensiek to block before he can do a gun and a flash combo. I don't know if he has it in hand right now, but if he does, Chris needs to do, I mean, he needs to threaten at least 19 points of damage to get a card from Peter's hand.
At its base, without even this slice and dice, this turn is already 12.
It's pretty
With
good.
slice and dice, it's 16.
Okay.
If Chris has 1 more point of damage, it could be way more.
Yeah. I mean, with 1 more card, it should be +3. We'll definitely have to wait and see how it plays out, but Peter may be in a position where he has to block.
So based on what we know that Chris has the Blood Follows Blade in the arsenal. We know he has a blue in the hand. So it's not the most efficient, but it is lethal if he's able to get one of these sabers to connect.
The gold can turn into a red as well.
And there it is. Lightning Greaves blocked with on Centauri Saber. Now, Chris considering the Blood Follows Blade, but if there's a defense reaction in the hand for Peter, he doesn't want to deploy it yet.
It sure smells like a gun and a flash to me, Lightning Greaves hitting the chain.
Blink was discarded there. Peter does have block values there. It's 2 gone in a flash.
Okay.
But Peter priced into blocking with yet another instant. 4 damage once again gets over the top, and Chris has to consider Blood Follows Blade again. But when your opponent blocks all but 4, your mind screams defense reaction. Now Centauri the Saber, the first time this right-handed one will be crashing in. Life totals haven't been updated, folks. We will get it going. Now it's Blood Follows Blade. Is there a defense reaction? No. 2 damage connects with Peter. Now down to, it looks like 7 based on the life pad. 7 plays 7, and all of a sudden there's a Cell Sword to play with for Chris Iaali. Does have the blue ready to go.
Did he activate Kassai? No, doesn't have a gold.
I don't, but now is going for it because the Blood Follows Blade is there alongside Blood on our hands. He needed the extra yellow in order to activate it. And now it is Centauri Saber, the last one this turn, coming in for 2 go again on hit gold.
I really like this here, too, because he can crack the gold, still have a floating resource, swing with the Cell Sword, and maybe get another card to either park or play.
So clean, Michael. Excellent call there. Peter says, send me the bill. Down to 5 he goes. Gold token generated, and now Chris gets to convert this inane blue perfectly. It is 3 go again on this Centauri Cell Sword. Will he leave the gold behind, though? It seems that's the case. He wants to be able to play on a 1 or 2 card hand.
No, I like that, too. I mean, you don't know what's coming off the top of your deck, and if it's not a good arsenal target, you just wasted your gold.
Now, on its face, this is looking like a Gone in a Flash that's going to swing 3 times with this Lightning Greaves.
That's pretty good.
We know that it's not, though, because there's another Gone in a Flash in the hand for Peter.
True.
Chris at 7 with a sink below in the hand. Also could be a lightning press lurking somewhere in this turn cycle. It is a sink below. Peter does cash in both Lightning Greaves and Old Knocker. He's decided that this is the time he has got to go. Electrostatic Discharge, I'm sorry, it was in the hand, not Gone in a Flash. Apparently that was blocked with earlier.
Yeah, he did block with it.
I'm sorry. But now 7 for Chris to consider. At 7.
7's his life total. Does need to give some cards here.
Does have yet another defense reaction in the hand.
It's pretty nice. Could drop just down to 5 with Valiant Dynamos and still have a 2-card play.
It all depends on what comes next for Peter, which he must have another instant in the
Yeah,
arsenal.
I think he does. I don't know which one. Could it? No, it's not Astral Bridge.
I don't think so.
That would be insane.
I don't believe it's a Sigil of Solace either.
These games today have been so close.
They've been excellent. There's one thing I know about the AGE player base is that they always deliver. Case in point, even when our eyes aren't on them, St. Louis had a finals, I kid you not, of Max the Hype Nitro versus Riptide last month.
Whoa.
Yeah, whoops. Should have streamed that one. Blood in Our Hands plus Sink Below get in the way of this Gone in a Flash for 7. It was an Astral Bridge. It finds an Echo Flash, which is not going to be playable, though. It will add some extra arcane damage to this turn, but it doesn't mean an extra Gone in a Flash, which is what Peter really wanted.
My heart leapt out of my chest there for a second.
So 2 arcane damage here, and then it's going to be an additional 1 from Astral Bridge. Gone in a Flash still there to be played with. Chris remains at 7 life. But it's going to be a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, he is now in arcane lethal range.
More importantly, on this turn, Gone in a Flash lethal range. Peter thinking about holding it back. Will have robbed Chris of Valiant Dynamo's value, but I think, yes, we're just going to pressure the hand. Makes a lot of sense to me, Peter. 5 plays 4, and now Chris completely in the blender.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. AB1 in this spot is a very, very scary place to be.
Now, all he needs in order for a meaningful clapback, if he were to say go next, is simply his gold token, a blue, and to draw into a source of go again.
Yeah. He could do a Centauri Saber into Sellsword into Saber. It's very, very good stuff. I wonder if for a moment there Peter was thinking about clearing the Centauri Sellsword instead.
Quite possible.
But that's all just playing off the top of the deck. Chris is relying heavily on the flesh and blood gods at this moment to dictate the outcome of this game, if that is in fact the line that he decides to play for.
Yeah, there's been no fate foreseen, as fate would have it. There's only Sink Belows, but Chris now to consider all of the arcane damage options to his opponent on his turn. Going to see if he can sniff all of them out. There's got to be some left in the deck, though. Does Chris have any copies of Arcane Polarity or Sigil of Solace? We saw at the finals in Calling Seattle, 1 copy of Sigil of Solace was the difference maker between victory and failure. He literally lived at 1 life.
That card makes Flesh and Blood so exciting.
Tall arcane sources all but expended for Peter Buddensiek.
Now, I'm not here to criticize play or call anything out. I think this is perfectly fine at
But
an
you're
AGE
about to do
tournament. No, I was just curious. I think, isn't there a rule that says you're not allowed to reorder the graveyard?
I believe that has been rescinded.
Rescinded, okay. I mean, I think it's, if you really think about it, it doesn't really matter. It's not, it's like, okay, fine, so you can pull them up and count it out. But yeah, I know that Flesh and Blood is very often a game of the mind, and so I think in maybe the history of Flesh and Blood, it was said that you could not do that because it was expected that you would just know from not reordering what was left.
Chris decides that it's best to just block out, gives up his Precious Blue and Valiant Dynamos to stymie the last gasp of Peter's combo turn. Enlightened Strike now on the combat chain for Peter. 5 plays 4, meets 2 cards in the arena. Gone in a flash to follow. Chris gives a smile. Doesn't look like he likes what he sees, though.
Yeah. I mean, maybe has some breathing room if he can just put a 3 block and has a blue, but no. He was
in the exact same situation.
Yeah. What's he looking for?
He's looking for Peter to have a lackluster turn.
Fair
but
enough. Wants it to be worse than that.
This deck
Oscilio
is
is
just so
capable of
consistent.
that, but not... Yeah, the 0 for 4 go again version is just going to be doing that. And soon I think Chris is going to be whittled down by these breakpoints.
Now, can't chide Chris for his play.
What?
I do think it's playing to win by giving up that last glint, the Quicksilver. There's just too much arcane damage left in the deck for Peter. It is a second strike. Chris says, what the hell is this? I got to look at all your instant speed arcane effects.
As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, there's a blink in hand, which there is, but he could potentially turn it on with arcane, as you had mentioned. Maybe a discard of the Echo Flash would be all but guaranteed, but I think Chris knows that he's used all the Echo Flashes, so he's like, wait a minute. Blink is the answer, though, here.
Blink is the answer
Chris
for Peter
just
Buddensiek.
so confused by this play.
It's a fork and a half, of course, because Peter also has the Lightning Press.
It's not often that that's true. Lightning Press would do it. It's not often that I see Chris so bewildered.
I think he is sniffing out that Lightning Press.
Yeah. Oh, is there one of those as well?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, he's got everything he needs. He's got the Go Again and the Lightning Press in hand. He's really got Chris forked right here.
But Peter can, of course, hold on to this Lightning Press if Chris decides to donate 2 cards to the cause, simply play out his Sigil of Solace, and then amp up Comet Collision for 5 whopping arcane damage.
Well, yeah, he would need to blink as well.
Oh,
3
it's 3
cards?
cards. So blink out onto the combat chain, and there it is. Comet Collision, 5 arcane. Chris knows, but that is it.
Wow.
Peter Buddensiek crashes his way through the calling champion, 2-timer Christopher Iaali, and now is squarely placed in the semifinals at yet another AGE Open.
Peter really is just, this is his tournament. He does so well every time I see him show up to these. Drove by himself here, 5 hours in the heat, I guess in the morning, so it wasn't that hot yet. But I don't know what it is about AGEs, but he just does not break a sweat, shows up and takes them down, even in the face of phenomenal players like Chris Iaali.
Now we take a look at the standings once again. Chris Iaali going home with 15 AGE points from making his way into the top 8. Don't quite know his point total, but I do know that he is somewhere around that mid-20s in terms of seeding. So I don't know if it's going to be enough to get the job done yet for Chris Iaali. He's going to have to show up next month and do his best. Peter Buddensiek, very squarely placed in the top 16 at this point. He's only come here for 3 AGEs so far, and he has top 8'd every single one.
Likely to bump himself into the top 3 with his finish, even if he loses next game. But, of course, he has definitely got the number of AGE recently. I do not expect that to happen given his record.
Well, we have a treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to proceed to our backup match. Just give you a sneak peek at what you can expect by subscribing to AG Premium. And that is looking like very thin decks between these 2 Warrior players. 5 plays 2 now, and this is where Colin Erickson shines. Hot Streak blocked out by Ole. Blade Runner to follow. And
is that it?
We proceed here just for the fist bump, just like that.
Well,
is it because of the nourishing emptiness?
I guess so.
Wait,
what just happened?
But there was a Fate Foreseen in the arsenal.
Yeah, players didn't fully establish it.
Okay,
Well,
we're getting completely trolled, Michael. We
did
We
just
tried
get
to give
trolled.
you guys the final moments.
Ready to cast for 5 minutes.
Another
of
match
at the
and-
end of a fatigue match. No, we just spoiled it for you.
Yeah, we end with
If
more
you were
questions
thinking
than
of
answers.
spending $10 to watch that game, don't do that
Oh my
now because
God, are you kidding me right now, bro?
that's hilarious. Though. That was funny at the very least.
Well, you can see how the players got there by paying $10 because it must have been a whirlwind, honestly. Seemed to be a very grindy finish for a matchup that likely would go in Kassai's favor. I'm getting word from the producer, though, that at one point, Richard, like in every single stream match we've seen from him today, was up somewhere around 20 points of life.
Wow. So Colin just understands the assignment, is willing to take some damage to play the fatigue game, and it looks like he got there not by fatigue, but by some sneaky dominate coming in at the end there, if my eyes are to believe that board state.
Well,
I don't know that they are. I have no idea what actually happened, but it seemed like that is what was going to happen.
Seemed like it to me too, Michael. So we're going to go ahead and get right into the action once again. Once our games are all wrapped up, you can expect a semifinal round. Hey, perhaps even 2 if we get lucky next time and we get a little bit more of that backup game. We promise to bring you the tail end of that. But first we go to break. There's more Flesh and Blood to be played. Don't you worry. Once more onto the breach for Garrett and Betsy. He's going to have to heft that log one more time. Perhaps a trip to the lumbar yard for him tomorrow because his back has got to be hurting. Bryce, back with Michael Monogamous Murray, and we are so excited to bring you potentially 1.5 games of Flesh and Blood. We're going to try to do that whole backup switcheroo at the end of this game, but you know what they say about the best laid plans of Men and Michaels.
Yeah, they don't always go the way that you want. I will say, though, I am excited for Betsy's proposition for making it into the finals because he's facing off against another Cindra, and he just felled one on his way.
So we go to the top 8 bracket. As mentioned, Garrett and Travis Wagner will be on the backup streamed matchup. For your feasting pleasure will be Colin Erickson versus Peter Buddensiek. Yes, it is a matchup we literally just saw, but if there's one thing I know about Colin, he laughs in the face of expectations.
Yeah, laughs in the face of danger if you're a Warcraft 3 fan, and you know that quote.
He also laughs in the face of Peter Buddensiek. Absolutely destroyed him in the top 8 of a couple AGE Opens ago. And you didn't ask for the story, but I'll go ahead and recount it.
Okay.
There was laughing in the back of a player cam of a feature match, right? We learned after the fact that what Peter was saying while playing against Colin was like, come on, man, you know how dirty I am. You see the women I roll with. And Colin, in the most innocent way, goes, I don't know if I've ever seen you with a woman.
I do remember that. That's one for the ages.
Youch. Colin Erickson assassinates people in and out of the game of Flesh and Blood,
Just
probably without even trying to.
Just a nice, authentic man right over there.
And if you want to get out to an AGE event and hear what Colin is all about, you can either do it today or in the middle of August. We will be returning to Top Deck Keep for Classic Constructed action on August 15th. If you're in our St. Louis area, your last open will be on August 1st at Fantasy Books and Games. Unfortunately, we will be unable to stream that one. You'll have to duke it out in the shadows. I'm hoping for another Max Nitro victory, perhaps, in the hands of Devin McAtee. If you're in New England, you got 2 more opens left because, of course, you had one postponed in February. August 22nd and September 5th are your last opportunities to collect a horde of AGE points and qualify for the Players' Championship. Good luck to everybody in all regions of AGE. We love you for playing great games, and we love you for what we're about to see. Are you ready?
Absolutely.
Okay, first of possibly 2 semifinals is about to get underway. In some ways, it's very much the same. Oscilio Constella Intelligence versus Kassai of the Golden Sand. In one very important way, it's completely different. Colin Erickson, the upsetter of all dynamics that we've come to expect. Gravy Bones that fells Draconic Ninjas. Perhaps Kassai's that fell Wizards.
Yeah. I mean, Colin is just such as an outstanding Kassai player. So he's always got a shot. He also is just playing such an odd list.
This is a list of old that I honestly have come to know Colin for. He, as a bit of a joke, he is playing an incredibly old list, which does feature Courage of Bladehold and Iron Song versus. I bet the Purple Discord has never seen anything like this. And Colin is starting off in potentially the best way this list could in classic Colin Erickson fashion, Nourishing Emptiness on turn 0. It's going to be 2 arcane damage, the retort from Peter Buddensiek. 2 damage taken from Colin Erickson after Constella Uplift does its work, both on arcane damage and also untapping Volzar. Then it's an Astral Bridge to follow. Does find a playable instant, but it's a Lightning Press, one that Peter doesn't want to play, I wouldn't think. Astral Bridge does get 2 arcane damage through again. Colin Erickson now down to 36. Only 1 card to be blocked with by Peter Buddensiek. Can stuff this on it, but would have to give up all of his armor in order to do so.
Yeah. Not willing to part with both the Crown and the Lightning Greaves, despite that being an option, and I think that's smart. But, man, giving Colin a 6-card hand to start is also not a great proposition.
Which is wild, though, because Colin Erickson, the cards behind his shoulder are none of which are blue. It's all yellows and reds. Listen, Kassai does want blood and sand in order to enact her game plan, but this might be a little excessive.
Yeah, the wrong order to draw it up, so he'll just go ahead and block with it. It is nice to get some yellows in the yard, though.
Discard of Echo Flash after Scar for a Scar is blocked out by Colin Erickson. Looks like it's going to be just 1 arcane damage because of Volzar was tapped at the end of Colin Erickson's turn. Entwine Lightning to follow, fuse with Electrostatic Discharge for go again once again.
Yeah, Peter just doing it the same way he did it last time, just 4 into 4 into 4 into 4 into presumably death. We'll have to see what Colin has to say about it, though.
He does say Courage of Bladehold does need to block now, and already a Gone in a Flash found for Peter Buddensiek. Will play out that Electrostatic Discharge for no extra offensive value, but he does make the higher value play of returning Gone in a Flash back to the arsenal.
Yeah, and already having that card available for combo is really, really important.
Holy free holies, and Colin Erickson already cashing in that Courage of Bladehold. If you haven't seen this one for a while, folks, it is going to discount his Centauri, Saber, and Hot Streak without the requisite draw of a card. And so this is on a Spoils of War turn. He's also going to activate Kassai in addition, was able to get the sand in the right place way faster than Chris Iaali was. And yikes, this is Outland Skirmish plus Spoils of War, so that's 5, 6, 8 on this Centauri Saber with Go Again, of course.
Last game, we saw Chris manage to combo off just before Peter did it, but that was like turn 7. We are on turn 1, and both of them kind of have bullets in the chamber lined up.
Colin Erickson looking like a machine gun with the bullets in those chambers. Gold token and 3 coppers left behind after Outland Skirmish and Spoils of War are satisfied and satiated. It's an activation of Iron Song versus. This Hot Streak now has a Courage token attached to it in addition to the copper tokens. Colin Erickson is still having trouble with those limbs, does knock his deck a little bit askew, but it all remained in the same order it was in the swing, which gets a huge eyebrow swing from Peter Buddensiek. Those caterpillars are all the way up to his hairline.
Yeah, and Colin got a gold and 5 copper, so he is ready to go when he finds that blood on her hands.
Has already had to block with one, but if I know Colin Erickson, there's another one coming. A Fate Foreseen is going to get him a little bit closer, but besides, the hand does seem pretty red-locked.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a red Blade Runner. I know he runs them in the blue variety, but right now, the resources are not cooperating for our reigning U.S. national champion. Fate Foreseen will jump in front. And I would have to imagine that if that card doesn't say blood on her hands, Colin is sending it down to the depths.
I have to agree with you there.
Gone in a flash to follow this Entwined Lightning, which was fused with Sigil of Brilliance. Sigil of Brilliance now to be played. Fetch Gone in a flash back to the hand and into the arsenal where it belongs.
Colin has a nice clean block, but he doesn't have a clean 2-card play afterwards, which is sort of the most upsetting part about this line. Does not reach for the Valiant Dynamos. I actually think that's fine because he's not going to refresh them.
It's just Blade Runner that gets in front of Gone in a Flash. Spoils of War, the second, will just be pitched away. Centauri Saber for 3. 1-card 3 is not where Warrior likes to be. Usually it's a lot more mounting value that you can expect.
Ooh. This scares me, though. Peter Buddensiek filtering means that he's probably ready to pop off.
We know he's got at least one piece locked and loaded in the arsenal. Has he found plenty of instants? It does look like, yeah, that's a good amount of instants. There are 2 attacks in the hand, but Astral Bridge could very well become an additional copy of Gone in a Flash, especially, Bracers of Belief reveals a Fate Foreseen. Exactly what Peter doesn't want to see on the go turn.
Not a helpful card to Oscilio into, nor a helpful card to Astral Bridge.
Blades and attacks this way and that. Only 6 minutes elapsed, and both of these players are close to half their starting life totals. We knew this one was going to be a screamer. Didn't want to blink twice or you'd miss it. Ravenous Rabble, the follow-up. 4 go again because of the Fate Foreseen that remains on top of the deck. Excuse me, 6 go again because of the Bracers of Belief that came before.
I can see a world where Peter opts to hold back on the Lightning Greaves this turn and try to chip just a little bit lower. That being said, he knows he's going to draw into a defense reaction next turn, so it's not like his hand will really improve from this spot. If he does forsake the Lightning Greaves this turn, it's going to be 2 more turns probably before he can get a really efficient use out of it.
There is a somewhat potent hand for Colin Erickson, but he's given up his one source of go again, besides, of course, the hit and run, which is in the blue, which would be needed to fuel the turn. Does go ahead and donate Blade Flurry and Valiant Dynamo to the cause. Looking perhaps for a gold token play is Colin Erickson, leaving just the blue left in hand. Sigil of Solace played out in addition to the Lightning Greaves and the Old Knocker. Peter said that was good enough.
Yeah, just cashed it in while he could, really sort of, in a lot of ways, getting rid of what would otherwise be a clunky hand.
And that then buys the last card from Colin Erickson. Wants to save as much life as humanly possible if Peter is going. It's an activation of Volzar plus Astral Bridge. Will deal 2 arcane damage and also discard off the top. Yes, Fate Foreseen needs to go in the graveyard. Peter catches it thanks to the help of his competitor. Then Gone in a Flash. Perhaps for the final time on this turn cycle, does come out onto the combat chain. Iron Song versus blocks 2. Colin Erickson now down to 19 to Peter's whopping 30 after 2 Sigils of Solace on that turn.
And not only does he have an 11 life lead, he's got full tempo.
Colin forced to just sit on that red slice and dice in Arsenal, but he is still well outside of lethal range and the combo turn is over. It wasn't like the game that Chris Iaali was in where he was forced to block to stay alive during the combo turn.
Yeah, Colin's going to try to do Colin things, play the value game for the rest of the time, and hope that he can claw it out. Oscilio absolutely is capable of clunking up really badly, so Colin is not out of it yet, but does need Peter to stumble a little bit in order to get back into the game.
Has Peter gotten his car smog checked, or is it going to be a broken carburetor ultimately that Colin gets to contend with? Right now, it's an Enlightened Strike. It's been fixing clunky hands since it came onto the scene in Welcome to Wraith. Blade Runner gets in the way. 2 damage finds home. Colin now down to 15 after we correct the stream life totals.
Yeah. It's not looking great for him.
Gone in a Flash, now out of the hand onto the combat chain. Glint the Quicksilver. The second blue that we've seen so far makes me think there is yet another in the hand. Colin also has Gorganian Tome, which is going to essentially be a blue card, a yellow card, because it will discount the swords. Colin doesn't have the requisite material to activate Kassai, so it's going to be slice and dice, and now there's a Blade Runner in the hand. It's just going to be a red Command and Conquer paying for that Blade Runner Centauri Saber to follow at a whopping 8.
Peter did IP one last turn, so that's the first stumble. Probably not enough yet, but if he does that again, Colin's starting to creep back into the life game here. Peter dropping all the way down to 19 plays 14.
Colin has got to be aware of that arcane damage, though. Just like Chris before him, only presents AB1. And now was that 2 copies of In the Swing for Colin? That would surprise me. I think he used to only be on the 2. He is blocking with the 1 found in hand now. Flittering Charge, going to be stumped by Valiant Dynamo and In the Swing. 1 arcane damage does find home and gives go again to this Flittering Charge. The follow-up now is a Meteoric Impact, crashing in for a whopping 6 arcane with Volzar. And that Fate Foreseen. Oh no, it couldn't have been the one that we revealed the Ravenous Rebel. That was discarded by Astral Bridge.
Yep, just found another one.
But youch, Colin Erickson now down to 7. The big arcane did come early and fast for Peter Buddensiek. This time, it waited a little bit longer, but it might just be as potent. It's an activation of gold for Colin Erickson, pitching run-through. Swords are now free. There's a Blade Flurry in hand.
What did he get?
Oh, blood on her hands, found on the top of the deck. This kid knows how to draw well when he needs to. My God. First, it is a tip the barkeep in the perfect situation in the top 8 of Nationals. Now it's blood on her hands against Peter Buddensiek. Only cashes in 4 copper, does Colin Erickson. It's +1 twice on 1 Centauri Saber. I would imagine go again and swing twice on that one as well.
Makes a lot of sense here. The efficient way to use it rather than going all in on 6.
And there it is, a Steel Blade Shunt in the hand. The sauce that makes Colin Erickson what he is. Blade Flurry now beefs up Centauri Saber to 6. Peter now down to 13. But there's more blood to be let. Hot Streak to follow. Does maybe Go Again was given to...
Yeah, they shortcutted the double Centauri Saber. That was swung twice at 6 damage apiece.
Okay. Thanks for keeping an eye on that. Peter now down to 7 with 2 to consider. Peter says, send me the bill. Down to 5 he goes to Colin Erickson's 7. And he places a blue into the arsenal instead of activating Iron Song Versus.
There's a blue Steel Blade Shunt?
I think
that
it
seems like a horrible Arsenal target. Maybe just get it out of the way, but he's probably Arsenal locked for the rest of the game if that is, in fact, what we're looking at. It is a Steel Blade Shunt. I saw the art there.
I mean, he does have no rune, AB1, so could get better value out of it. It's not like he has a Tunic in this matchup.
Right.
Peter's definitely not going to be expecting it, that's for sure.
Well, you're not going to get the 1 value from the weapon attack, so it's not like he can end the game with it like you could against so many other decks.
No, still has the opportunity to be a 2-card 6 on defense if Peter sends 2 instances of arcane damage, though. You AB1, you AB1, and then you get the 4 from the blue Steel Blade Shunt.
Yeah.
An activation of Oscilio, blink discarded in favor of a...
It's got the 2nd strike.
First Electrostatic Discharge, then Enlightened Strike. Card needs to go to the bottom. I think it was 2 copies of 2nd Strike.
Okay.
So this will be Go Again, chosen as the mode for Enlightened Strike. What a massive turn in response for Peter Buddensiek. Colin says no. Is he saying no blocks reactions?
No. You got to think he'll at least put, like, Dynamo in front of this.
Now, these are 2 players with a very storied past at the AGE Open Series. Peter, a known scoffer at the Warrior class just in general, did deign to bring Enigma Ledger of Ancestry 2 Players' Championships ago, told Colin Erickson to his face before we went live that it had a Kassai had a 30% win rate into Enigma. Colin Erickson murdered his face off with this exact card. Steel Blade Shunt robbed Peter, I believe, of at least 1 Mirror Guy and 2 Waxing Specters in that game.
Yeah. And Colin's got a gold for a pretty efficient turn next turn, so is currently in a spot where he's slightly ahead. Definitely doesn't have the tempo, but has the blue to crack the gold. Swords are free, and he could get a red.
Does he find the go again source? I think it was a blue overpower.
Oh.
That ain't it. Yes.
Cracks a copper. I like that.
Okay. Card drawn now. First is Centauri Saber coming in. Costs 0, of course.
What did he draw?
2 damage. We're going to live in oblivion with Peter. We'll find out when Colin Eriksson deigns to show us.
I mean, Peter can pretty safely just say no blocks here. There's not a lot of reactions for one card that you can put onto a Centauri Saber, if any.
Colin doesn't give it go again. It's just 2 damage. Peter Buddensiek down to 3 now. Sigil of Brilliance established before Colin completely passes the turnover. He's not always the top deck king, apparently. And it's a Heart of Fjendal in the hand for Colin Eriksson. Might be a liability on this turn cycle.
5-card hand is so scary. One of them is a Sigil of Solace, which doesn't convert to offense. Kind of a silver lining for Colin here.
Immediate activation of Volzar sends Constella Contemplation. Colin Eriksson immediately down to 5. Ponder token generated on Peter's side of the board. The follow-up is Second Strike. Now gains go again from the arcane damage that was taken. Colin responds with a card and Iron Song Versus. That damage is all but blocked out. And now left in the hand for Peter is 3 cards. Enlightened Strike, Lightning Surge, and Sigil of Solace. Peter goes for the aggressive play, bottoms the Sigil of Solace, saves Lightning Surge for later, 2 cards, and then it's Lightning Surge to follow instead, not staying in the arsenal. Colin descends down to 1, well within striking distance of this arcane slanted Oscilio list. Peter draws up a Ponder token, arsenals it before I can catch it. And now it's over to Colin. Spoils of War, pitching Heart of Fjendal, gaining 1. Is there any response from Peter Buddensiek?
Playing to his outs. Colin also gaining a life. He is so good at getting value off of that Heart of Fjendal.
Peter says, wait. I might need to respond to this. I didn't see an instant speed arcane damage in the hand.
He has
There
one.
it is, consigned to Cosmos Shock. But there is
can't
resources
amp it.
floating. He could activate Oscilio in response, then send
Does he
consigned to
have
Cosmos.
another instant?
That I don't know. I couldn't quite see it on the glare.
Colin risking it all here, but I think it is exactly
all
the
he
kind
can
of play
do.
he needs to do. If he wants to shore this one up, you cannot play on the back foot against a wizard. You have to just say, show me you have it.
But this, if Peter is not able to shoot Colin down in response, this could very well be a turn that forces a lot of blocking cards out of Peter Buddensiek.
Oh, yeah.
So it's consigned to Cosmos Shock. I think it's Lightning Surge on the left side, but it all resolves. Peter doesn't have the kill shot locked and loaded yet.
Wow.
4 go again on this first Centauri Saber, threatening Copper. But how much does Copper even matter at this point?
How about threatening lethal?
Is there the instant? Because if Peter waits for Colin to tap
He's
out,
blocking with it.
he blocks with consigned to Cosmos Shock.
Oh my gosh.
There must not have been another instant. Otherwise, Peter could have filtered with Oscilio and then sent 2 Arcane. Once Colin Eriksson tapped out and was shields down, that would have been it. But as it stands, the Boy Wonder stands alive and well. Hot Streak blocked out by Second Strike. Back over to Peter. 2 plays 2. Ravenous Rabble reveals an Astral Bridge on top of the deck.
Peter has a tall arcane spell, though, right?
He does. He has a Meteoric Impact, but no instants have entered the yard. He might very well just be able to close it out anyway. Meteoric Impact for 3 might be enough. Arcane Barrier 1 is all that Colin's got. He looks to the sky for inspiration, but that is it. Peter squeaking by on the skin of his teeth, and Oscilio Constella Intelligence ascends as he has done so many times before, this time above not just a Worlds finalist, but also a reigning U.S. national champion. It's all over for Colin Eriksson, and it's all dubs for Peter Buddensiek.
Once again going to the finals. This man just cannot lose an AGE.
Ain't no way. He's going to try his best to blow our house down, but one player will stand in his way. Who will it be? Let's go ahead and take a look at our backup match. It is getting close here. Garrett Johnson at 29 to Travis Wagner's measly 8. Is Betsy the one Guardian that can stand in the way of Peter Buddensiek.
Are we about to just tune in during the kill shot once again
in
here?
classic fashion? Travis does have access to Ancestral Empowerment. That is a reaction card. Also, a lot of blocking equipment. I can't help but notice not a single counter placed on that blood-splattered vest so far this game.
I think Betsy might be good into ninjas.
I think Betsy might just be good in general.
I think so too, and I'm very excited to watching him face down another Oscilio in the finals. But of course, we've got to get through the last 8 points of life here that Travis Wagner is holding on to for dear life.
Travis can block 6 at least just with the cards in hand. Could also get up to the requisite 9 and deny not just 1, but 2 mites and vigors.
I don't hate that. I mean, in this spot, I think you really need to be playing for value. It's just, you know, you do that too long, and then before you know it, you're out of cards in deck too. Betsy really forks you like that in, well, just Guardian fashion.
You've been on forks today. What about spoons?
Spoons just don't get their time in the light, do they, Bryce?
No, not when you're in the booth.
It sure makes me feel bad for them as a utensil.
I feel like you're trying to be diplomatic right now while also spurning my spoons.
You know, I just feel like spoons get a bad rap in this world.
I think you're
and
right.
I'm glad that you're vouching for them.
I don't like that you're agreeing with me right now. It's actually
so
vexing
sorry.
me even more. Let's talk about mayo again, okay? Pile drivers.
You know what's great? Spoons are great for eating mayo straight out of the jar.
Oh, God.
Forks, it just drips through the little, what are they called? Tongs? Thank you. Producer Justin coming in clutch, reminding me that the word for the things that forks are made of is tongs.
They're actually tines, guys.
Tines?
They're tines.
I knew that. I knew it was something
so
like that.
embarrassing for you right now.
Well, the mayo seeps through the tines when you try to eat it straight out of the jar with a fork.
You're eating bad mayo. If it's thick enough, it'll stick right to those tines.
You can eat mayo with a fork.
Don't act like I don't know mayo.
How often do you eat mayo with a fork?
Literally never. Looks like Travis Wagner, however, might be getting his just desserts. Mask of Momentum plus Dragon Scalar Flight Path are the only blocks here. 6 damage finds home. Travis now down to 2. 2 mites, 2 vigors, 2 gold tokens made for Garrett Johnson. It is not looking good for the Draconic Ninja in this case.
Travis is going to need a 4-card 40 to close this out, in my humble opinion.
Garrett Johnson on his way to the finals has beaten 3 Oscilios on his way.
I will say, though, I do think that Peter is built a little bit differently, and it'll be a really interesting game to watch. We also saw that Garrett certainly does not have it shored up for sure.
Yeah, Pain in the Backside now meets Roiling Fissure. Ancestral Empowerment attempts to get over the top, but Garrett responds with an activation of Boots of Omnis Ward. So it's 1 prevention, which will be eaten up by Flick Knives after it resolves. So this attack will still connect, but Travis won't have any daggers left for Pain in the Backside to flick. Pseudo-flick, I should say.
True.
Card
Garrett
drawn,
getting his
though.
Damage prevention one way or the other.
So 1 damage will connect. Looks like a fealty token was also cashed in. Got to shout out Travis for always making that very clear to us in the coverage booth. And there's more attacks to be had. Rising Resentment now, the follow-up, does have a meaningful on-hit now if Travis has any 1 cost left in the hand. Vandal Spring Tunic and Gauntlets of Iron will get in the way. We are so late in this game, and Garrett still has access to the majority of his blocking equipment.
Yeah, 2 on the headpiece still, and a Sink Below in hand. If there's 2 blues there, I do believe this is likely the last turn that Travis will take this game.
Hot on their heels. 3 go again now. On hit will be marking Garrett Johnson. Fate Foreseen in the mix. Checks the top card of the deck. Has an opportunity for a Sink Below, but might not want to use it because all he needs is a gold token pop and an additional blue.
Yeah, I did think that he had 2 blues, so I was wrong about that. Definitely going to give Travis another attempt at killing him.
Travis does buy back the daggers, calls them back from the graveyard because he does now have 3 Draconic Chain Links. The follow-up, the coup de grace on this turn is Lava Burst. I don't think that's how Gauntlets of Iron will work there, Travis. You still get your 5 points. Wouldn't want to add insult to injury there. It's not a Stonewall Gauntlet. So 5 damage finds home. Garrett Johnson now down to 23. Likely just going to be an activation of gold token, a swing of pile driver.
Yeah, and this end game state.
Oh, doesn't even
wow,
need to. I'm sorry. He has 2 vigor tokens. What am I
Yeah,
talking about?
It's just going to be a casual one. Oh, did he draw with the gold anyway? Oh, because he
drew
wants
with
to
2
kill.
vigors.
Yeah, that makes sense. I
So
like
it's going to
that
be overpower
play.
as well. It's an embarrassment of riches
Yes.
for Betsy Skin in the game in the hands of Garrett Johnson.
9 overpower once again. Travis able to survive the last one. Let's see if he can do it again.
He's got 2 block in terms of equipment. He's got to have found another copy of Ancestral Empowerment. It is 5.
That's
The
it.
fist bump is extended. Garrett Johnson ascends. He stands in the way of Peter Buddensiek, and all the hopes and prayers of every AGE player abound. We've been having some people asking why we don't like Peter a lot in this circuit. We absolutely do, but it is fun to chide him for coming out and eating our lunch every single month.
Yeah. I would not be shocked to see him take it all down once again. Based on what I've seen, Betsy into Oscilio does seem to be a skill test of the Oscilio. And if there's anyone that's going to win in a skill test, I think in this room, Peter Buddensiek is a good candidate.
You know, he has been living in the shadow of Majin Bay for so long. He's got to have soaked up some sort of experience that way, right?
Yeah. That's a really great way to put it. I would definitely argue that Peter Buddensiek is basically just a worse Majin Bay.
Oh, Jesus. You doubled down.
Yeah,
sounds
I'm a
like
Betsy
you're
player,
really
baby.
being a
I'm
Betsy
doubling
player.
down all day long. Let's go.
Well, Garrett Johnson is going to be trying to double down into Peter Buddensiek. It does seem to be a 3rd seed versus 4th seed situation, which is a bit of a surprise. We have our own first seed curse and 8th seed boon usually here at AGEs, but all of those expectations have been trumped, and now we only have 1 more game left to play. We can't wait to bring it to you, but first, a message from our sponsors, Fabtcg, the tournament organizer connoisseurs, fresh onto the World Tour this year, and we are so thankful they are. They've got Calling Kansas City coming up, Calling Atlanta, the 100th calling they have been trusted with from LSS, and of course, Calling Portland to round out the year. Gotta love Travis and everybody at Fabtcg for what they have done, innovating constantly on the tournament organization experience and giving Fab players what they deserve, a TO that cares.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, and I think that pretty much hits the nail on the head for Fabtcg. Absolutely supporting the local scene, and we love them for it.
Get on over to fabfoundryevents.com to purchase any early bird packages for the events that they're supporting. You can also buy singles, sealed product, and, of course, have a hassle-free experience with tournament registrations and electronic voucher transfers. Gotta love everybody at Fabtcg. We're so thankful that they are our partner at the AGE LA Open Series. And now there's only 1 more question left to be answered, Michael. Will it be Peter Buddensiek? Will it be Garrett Johnson? Will it be Log? Will it be Volzar? All of this, and of course, an interview with our winner after this. We're back at the PAL World Learn to Play event. I mean, in my case, the PAL World TCG Learner That It Exister event.
That's true. I had no idea it was a game, but lo, it is going on behind us as we speak.
So you will forgive us if some of the audio from the demo giver is bleeding through our headphones. Just want you to know that that is what's going on. You can apparently go out and establish a deck with lamb balls and mounted machine guns and PAL spheres. Anyway, back to the action with Flesh and Blood. Bryce Platt's back with Michael Murray. We only have one more game left to be played. It is, of course, going to be between Garrett Johnson and Peter Buddensiek. And Michael, you seem to be the quintessential Peter Putter downer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, someone has to do it. If you're not doing it, I guess I have to.
I mean, I dabble. Don't get me wrong, but goddamn.
Yeah. Maybe I'll apologize later, or maybe I won't.
Yeah, you're making me feel bad for the guy, which is something I never thought I'd feel.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Do not.
Namely because this is only the 4th event that Peter has attended this year and yet has accumulated 65 points.
Looking to rocket his way all the way into 3rd place, possibly tying it up with no, not quite, right? Well, maybe if he takes it all down, he'll be tied exactly with Colin.
He's
so
guaranteed 25
really
points,
just
can
giving
go home with 30.
The boy wonder a run for his money.
And, you know, for his troubles, I should mention Peter Buddensiek is also a reigning players champion.
Yes.
Came up against Travis Wagner in the finals last year. It was a meteoric rise for both of those players. The only 2 Cindras in the room, and both were facing elimination, had to survive or die. And both chose to survive.
Very cool
Peter,
stuff.
however, reigning supreme.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Will he be able to survive a log onslaught, though?
I'm looking forward to this game.
Are you looking forward to Peter Buddensiek's player profile?
Let's see. He's Visser Guy, Dabbling Malice, Kill Leviathan. I think that's what I keep seeing over and over again. That's what I said. I've seen a few variations of it, but it really seems like a lot of people are looking at dabbling in the Malice instead of maining.
It must mean that you're a prophet, Michael. And I mean, his stats speak for himself. He's qualified for every single players championship we've had so far. He's got a 94 AGE rating. He is elite in our eyes and in the eyes of our statistics. He's got 65 AG points just this season with a 71% win rate overall and 11 top 8 finishes. This guy lives 4 hours away.
Brother, this guy is as likely to win a game of Flesh and Blood as Luka Doncic is to make a free throw.
I'm going to assume that I understand that metaphor. You're saying that he wins a lot.
I'm saying that he had a 71% free throw shooting rate last year. I think it might have been 74. Look, don't stat check me. The point is he wins a lot.
Let's stat check this guy because I
sure, why
don't know
not?
if I trust him anymore. He doesn't know Tynes, he doesn't know Mayo, but what he will know very soon is who reigns supreme between Garrett Johnson and Peter Buddensiek. Garrett takes a minute to clean the glasses, make sure that he can see and read his log over and over again because it's gonna be swinging. And man, I have never seen the Betsy card art on stream until today, and I have been seeing it a lot now.
Yeah, she is just so ready for battle, screaming as she charges in that art.
In the hands of Garrett Johnson, a protected, slabbed 9 from PSA. Betsy, skin in the game.
And I gotta say, getting turn choice, being able to go first and give the pile driver overpower wagering a gold feels so good. I love going first as Betsy.
And it immediately gets a laugh from Peter. He just says, this is what I'm going to have to deal with every single turn cycle.
Yes, sir.
So perhaps just like John before him, Peter may be felled. Doesn't seem like he has any valuable plays here, considering the discard of an Echo Flash. But to what end, he says? Perhaps to find a defense reaction, maybe, but has he brought them in the list?
And if you look over to the equipment suite of Garrett Johnson, he has learned something already today, brought in AB2. When last time he played against Oscilio, he only brought in AB1.
And looks like you have gotten stat checked there, Michael. In chat is Barrett Goss, friend of the show, also one of our illustrious casters at AG. Says Luka had a 78% free throw rate, so that means Peter has to win some more.
Well, looks like he's going to try. I'm very interested to see the updated percentage
And
after
wow,
this
Michael
run
Murray
today.
is getting gassed up by a Michael of a different
Let's
name.
go.
I swear to God, there's a cult of Michael out there.
There
Michael
is.
Pham always says there isn't, but he is showing that he is just one of the acolytes. Michael Pham says he wants to cast with Michael Murray.
Is that who that is?
Yes!
I didn't know that. I just knew that there were people named Michael. There's a lot of us, man. It could be any of us.
Man, you were glazing yourself and you didn't even know how much you should have been glazing
to
yourself.
To be fair, though, I will say, and I still have not forgotten, that this man sitting to my right, Bryce Platts, has a different favorite Michael to cast with, and
No.
it is, in fact, Michael Pham. So
You are taking-
congratulations to you for being the better Michael, and I bow down to you, sir.
Man, you got to make this awkward every time. Huh? Every single time.
Look, man, we have fun. It's all right. Hey, also, we got a game to play. 31 plays 37. This is coming out quick.
Oh, now he wants to work. Okay, cool. Fiddler's Green is getting in the way of Entwined Lightning. The follow-up for Peter is yet another Scar for a Scar, the second time this turn, after Garrett has effectively blocked out every single one of these attacks, and when the combat chain closes, will be up an additional 3 life. That second Scar for a Scar needs to be taken, though, and second strike going to follow up. This is a monster of a turn from Peter Buddensiek in the early stages. 2 minutes and 50 seconds elapsed, and he's crashing in with a Comet Collision to finish up.
Yeah, and Garrett just sitting on a Sigil of Solace in hand means he doesn't even have the old-fashioned crack a gold swing log play in the chamber.
Michael Pham says he's retired from playing. Yeah. Now, yeah, right, brother.
I've been retired from playing for 2 years.
And yet Michael Pham still wants to cast with you. 2 arcane damage dealt by Echo Flash, accepted readily by Garrett Johnson, who is just trying to Arsenal and pass back to Peter. Does he have another salvo, quite the same that he was able to establish on that first turn? There is a, what is that, Flash Bolt. Now going to be 3 arcane when Garrett is still shields down. Exactly the tool that other Oscilios like Felipe Lima Cardoso have employed to maximum effect.
You can really see that Peter knows his game plan into Betsy. It's not necessarily about the flashiest plays.
It quite literally is. It's a Flash Bolt.
Thank you for getting the pun there.
For saving you?
It is about the flashiest plays. No, it's about getting damage to stick.
Exactly
and,
right.
You can see here already, Garrett isn't getting to be in that huge, comfy life lead position that he really wants to, knowing that he will very likely have to face down the barrel of a Gone in a Flash combo soon.
But Garrett has something to say in retort. 26 plays 31, and the first Good Time Chapeau activation out of Garrett Johnson. 1 gold token becomes a wager of a might and a vigor. But the follow-up is the real question. And we saw previously in the feature match area Marcus Brown using things like Spinal Crush. I don't think they've made the 80 of Garrett Johnson, though.
Just another kind of note to Peter's play here, just finding the window to get the damage to stick and sticking Garrett with a 4-card hand that he now has to convert, actually 5 if you count the Arsenal. So kind of a tough spot for Garrett. He's only really looking at doing what I'll call a 5-card 8.
This is the effectiveness of the game plan that Oscilio can employ.
Yes.
Now, if you take these big arcane, shall we call them off turns, even though they're really not, and then the physical on turns, you run the risk of stranding your Guardian player with, yes, a hand that they can't convert, more or less, also blocking cards and defense reactions that they can't use.
Yeah, and this is kind of where I think the list that Jonathan Magnuson brought really would shine. You can't necessarily guarantee that they can't convert that hand because of the sheer number of instant auras that you can play to convert for turns just like this.
Now 7 overpower for Peter to consider. Fate Foreseen immediately jumping into the fray. Makes me think that there's another defense reaction for Peter. Nope.
Yeah.
Happy to just take 3. And so it is a Might, a Vigor, and a gold token generated for Garrett, and a Sigil of Solace played out of the Arsenal. And which crummy blue do we Arsenal? I guess it's going to be the Disable.
Yeah. Oh, I actually think that was Hold the Line, which is a much better
huge
card to Arsenal into Oscilio. Going to just probably wait and hope that Peter establishes a Sigil of Brilliance soon so that you can get that full value.
Slap Happy in the hand and alongside a Sink Below for Garrett Johnson, facing down a Ravenous Rabble 4/4 after revealing a Scar for a Scar from Peter Buddensiek. Garrett could use that information to try and get below Peter in life total, but the defenses are definitely up. Can't blame him for blocking out, even in the face of providing go again to Scar for a Scar. Sync will sync a card. Find a double down, lest my eyes deceive me.
Yeah, that's right. Really good card often. However, I do really like blocking with it too. It is not uncommon for it to be just basically a head jab when you play it into a deck without stapling it to disruption like CNC. So it's fine to commit it to defense and hold back just a blue in order to stop the damage coming in.
It's a good time, Chapeau, and yes, it was hold the line, spotted correctly by you, Mr. Michael Murray. Blocks out this attack perfectly. Garrett paying forward and protecting himself from a potential second strike, but now he knows it isn't in the hand because Entwined Lightning is fused with Astral Bridge. For go again, once again.
Yeah. This is a spot where we could end up seeing the block with the red into a 2-card 7, or we could see a block with the blue into the 2-card 9. I think that's probably a little bit better.
Thanks for all the love, Dr. Fung. We return it in kind, in droves, especially from the Michael sitting next to me that had no idea who you were.
Yeah, because I'm supposed to just have everybody's Discord name memorized, right? Or YouTube handle.
At least you're not indignant about it. Astral Bridge parked in the arsenal for Peter Buddensiek says, go next for Garrett Johnson, who will definitely have something to say, and I do think it will rhyme with slog.
Oh, he has the vigor. This is a great play. 2-card 10 is value, if you ask me.
Double down, baby. This log is definitely wagering. Will gain overpower just from double down. Also an additional +3 and an additional +1 from the might token. Whopping 10 overpower. Give me some gold.
Yeah, and when you say 2-card 10 in the game of Flesh and Blood, you're like, yeah, that's maybe a once-in-a-game type of play. That's the kind of thing that blows people out. In Betsy, it's kind of just a Tuesday.
Scar for a Scar in the hand, as we knew from the Ravenous Rabble that came before for Peter, alongside 3 instants. So this is not a blocking hand, even if Peter wanted it to be.
A little bit of a sigh there. Hey, Silver Lining, you're going to turn on your Scar for a Scar here.
He is going to lose some brain cells, though, when this pile driver connects.
Yeah, you don't want one of those hitting you right in the temple.
Lest you become just another tick mark on pile driver. And Peter says, that's what I'm relegated to, down to 18, after Garrett cleaves the life total away from the Constella intelligence.
Just slowing down a little bit on the side of Peter Buddensiek.
I mean, it's a saving grace for Garrett. If Peter had a screaming turn like he did that first affirmative turn, I think we would be singing a very different tune. It's Electrostatic Discharge plus Astral Bridge. Unfortunately, not finding the instant. Will still deal 2 arcane damage because Starfall is turned on by Electrostatic Discharge, which is technically in the graveyard at the moment.
Good point there, but yeah, a lackluster turn after lackluster turn from Peter means Garrett is starting to find a window back into this game.
And you know what a curious thing here, Michael? Garrett, in this game, brought AB2. I'm just noticing no rune boots down there instead of boots of Omnis Ward.
I did have a little bit of a note on that in the earlier parts of the game. I think you were too busy focusing on Michael Fung to notice, but yes. He talked to me during the interview about how he wishes he brought AB2, and here you're now seeing that in full force, saying he needs just a little bit more protection against arcane damage to be safe as the life totals dwindle.
Yeah, I wasn't listening. What were you saying?
Fair
a little more damage conveyed to Garrett Johnson, down to 21 now. 18 plays 21, but there's a Constella, Contemplation, and a Sigil of Brilliance left to be played. Arsenal card drawn off of a Ponder and placed by Peter, who is now only 3 life points below the Guardian opponent.
Does Garrett
who
have
has 2
double
cards?
down?
No.
Okay, just the CNC overpower coming from Betsy.
Just a CNC with overpower.
Well, I saw the CNC and I saw him go for the cap, so I knew something big was coming. I just wasn't sure if it was 7 or 9. 7 is the answer to that question, and Peter's got to find something to do with his hand here.
He's discarded a blink and drawn up a lightning press. Not helpful against the CNC with overpower. The question is, what is that Arsenal card? It was a random Ponder token, likely just going to be sent to the bottom of the deck for Peter Buddensiek.
Reaching for the Lightning Greaves too. Does he have it gone? Or is it just time to start
No.
shoring up some damage?
I don't believe I saw a Gone on a Flash in the hand in Constella Uplift, the card drawn off of Crown of Providence. I hope for Peter's sake I'm wrong, but no. I think Enlightened Strike is the only attack in that hand.
And I think Garrett just arsenaled a Sigil of Solace, too, so is creeping back up in life thanks to that card.
Now, I think there's one more copy of Hold the Line in the list for Garrett Johnson, and with Sigil of Brilliance popping at the beginning of this turn, and given that Peter has so many instants in this hand, I could very easily see a world where it's turned on to full effect.
Yeah, if he has it, that is.
And still no Gone on a Flash in the hand. I believe the card drawn was consigned to Cosmos Shock.
One
It
more
is an
look.
Oscilio activation.
Sigil of Solace again.
Sigil of Solace. A Gone on a Flash would make this turn in freaking sane. But as it stands, Sleepy Connor is about as impressed as we can be with this turn.
Yeah, no, I think his expression is hitting the nail on the head. Just not all that excited about an E-Strike and 5 instants.
I would say get him a blanket and a pillow, but it's a little bit too hot. It looks like the sweltering heat is putting him to sleep as well as a teddy bear could.
Peter
And
choosing mode +2, 7 on the combat chain, and 4 instants to follow. You got to think he's going to dump the sigils here and maybe park his favorite instant and just IP1.
Of course, Lightning Press is there in the hand. So
full conversion.
It's essentially 3 instant head jabs for Peter Buddensiek.
This is not a bad turn.
No.
It's not Gone in a Flash, which would have ended the game on the spot, but it's good. It's a good turn.
Drink him under the table on blocking duty. Looks like Garrett is holding back a defense reaction. I'm sorry, it was double Lightning Press.
Yeah, thought it was-
Peter is having twins all of a sudden. Now this Enlightened Strike up to 13. 7 + 6 is indeed 13, Mr. Peter. Your
Ouch.
math is mathing. Garrett doesn't even have a single defense reaction.
He had 2 of both. Man had a full house.
Okay, indeed so. So 2 Lightning Presses, 1 Sigil of Solace resolved, the other saved for later. Garrett Johnson, back on the affirmative, chose to hold back 3 cards, and that is because there's yet another double down.
Does he have another CNC?
Good question. Looks like it's just another pile driver. Garrett likely to just play out the arsenal, which I believe we know is a
Right.
Sigil of Solace. Makes me wonder, what was that card in hand?
I thought it was a blue,
I thought it was 2.
and it would have to be better than the Suspense is Killing Me, which is a fantastic blue. So
Sure.
what?
Maybe it's another copy of a Suspense Aura.
Yeah.
No, indeed. Garrett posturing like it's going into the arsenal, and Peter with the fabled tech. Sigil of Solace responded to by Poison the Well. Evan Bridges, eat your freaking heart out. Garrett all of a sudden down to 8 instead of going up to 14.
Wow. Unbelievable.
And Garrett can't believe it. Volzar activated. Constella Uplift comes in for 2 arcane damage. Will untap that Volzar when all is said and done. Garrett all of a sudden down to 6.
Woof.
Still has to face down seemingly a Gone in a Flash combo turn. Sigil of Brilliance, though, established before the turn is over. Garrett has won his wager in droves, though. 2 gold tokens left behind now that Peter's head has been caved in once again. Sigil of Brilliance pops, and the hand is
Arcane.
Meteoric Impact and Constella Contemplation.
Yeah, just try to go over the top here.
Now, Peter could cash in the Fiendal Spring Tunic counter here, but then he has to wait another 3 turns in order to pop off with the combo.
True. Nice to conserve that if you can. An instant did hit the yard, so you can just play this. Thanks to the Sigil of Brilliance, you can just pitch. But no, looks like he would rather cash in that Fiendal Spring Tunic counter.
It's just a cleaner play, because
Yeah.
now he'll be able to go Constella Contemplation, an additional 1 arcane with a ponder, play out Sigil of Solace, and be sitting pretty.
Garrett has the Slap Happy, though, has a really nice way to cover this up.
He also has a gorgeous shoulder, mind you.
He does.
Garrett is a man that has been grinding at AGE forever. He seems to be allergic to good decks, and, I mean, Betsy is no exception. He's been playing Betsy for the last 2 years. Can't fault him, though. There is an Oasis Respite in the arsenal. Peter blows out Garrett with a Poison the Well. Garrett says, watch me. Hold my beer.
And I think Garrett's trying to line up a CNC with a double down. Maybe just a CNC.
Does he have both of those cards in hand?
I thought
hope
that's
not.
what I. He
That's
has
a
I think he
horrendous
has,
hand.
I think he has a CNC. He's going to make the Vigor, which is nice.
You 1-1 Vigor. I believe it's a sense weakness. Yes, so there is still a blue in the hand.
That is nice for his sake.
Peter, thinking about responding to that slap happy, instead says no.
We just talked about how Garrett really dodged a lot there, but I think Peter's got the Sigil of Solace to dodge the CNC as well. So both players just willing
But the Ponder
and able.
token has been generated. He's definitely going to play it out here to replace the Arsenal. Let's see if we can catch what he draws at the end of this turn. That's going to tell how effectuous this CNC will be. I want to say it was an instant, but one that Peter might not want to play. I thought it was a Constella Uplift.
Sure. Your guess is as good as mine.
What was your guess,
I was thinking Meteoric Impact.
Okay, that would be substantial for Garrett to threaten.
Yeah.
It is going to be a Command and Conquer. Threatening. What do we wait? Oh, there was a Good Time Chapeau activation, of course. 7 Overpower could be incredibly painful if it was a Meteoric Impact.
Oh, and he's got the D-React, too. Really nicely timed from Garrett.
Now, there was a Gone in a Flash and an Electrostatic Discharge. Could be a combo turn, but Peter doesn't have Fiendal Spring Tunic online.
Yeah.
Could be paid for, of course. We were both wrong. It's Astral Bridge.
That's what I said. Gets no value out of it. So clears it, fine, but...
It must be your accent. I could have sworn I heard Meteoric Impact.
Yeah.
Where are you from again?
Australia.
No, Murray, you must be an Englishman, right?
I think it's French, Murray.
Murray.
I think it's like a French-Canadian thing.
Oh, BS. There's no way we're pronouncing that Murray.
Well, I mean, that's how they did it back in the Cajun times.
Back in the Dizzy. Bracers of Belief activated for Peter Buddensiek as I am stun-locked alongside my co-caster. Comet Collision found on top. It's 6 damage. And now Peter gesturing like he's going to activate Lightning Greaves.
Would have to pitch, but has a D-React. Probably happy to do so. 1 instant, though, to pair with it?
I mean, it's not bad. So Electrostatic Discharge comes down, and then Peter just goes ahead and plays out in Lightning Strike, bottoming the Gone in a Flash.
Garrett would really like to hold back a blue if he can survive here. Don't think he can. I think the Might and Vigor might have to fall by the wayside.
I think Garrett may very well just need to be on blocking duty here. Electrostatic Discharge buys Gone in a Flash back to the hand. Garrett doesn't know the damage until he sees this Enlightened Strike, which I think is going to be played out here. Peter could save it for the Arsenal, but with Lightning Greaves gone, could make things more difficult than it's worth.
I mean, does he just E-Strike for 10 here?
So he could also E-Strike, draw a card, park a Comet Collision for later. I don't hate that play.
Yeah, that's probably what he's tanking about.
That's cute. Thinking about tanking about. Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah.
Wow. You think about it in the shower?
Stop it.
Mayo jar in
Too
hand.
much. My brain's in a twist. I feel like Dr. Seuss over here.
Enlightened Strike still without a mode chosen for Peter Buddensiek. He is agonizing over this decision in the finals of the July Open for AGE LA.
If he does opt for +2, Garrett has 4 block in hand, could opt to give the rest of his equipment and stay at 2 and play out a 1-card 7.
Could be huge, but with the amount of arcane damage left for Peter Buddensiek, it's a scary proposition.
Yeah.
He does go for it, though. Fiendal Spring Tunic plus Good Time Chapeau plus Sink Below equals 6. Lots of damage cleaves through. 2 plays 3 now for Garrett Johnson.
Peter needs instants, and he needs them right now.
It's a tense moment. Has Peter found them? We know potentially about that Comet Collision, yes. Lightning Surge.
He's got instants.
But they're 2...
But yeah,
and there it
enough.
is. That is it. Peter Buddensiek clenches yet another victory at AGE off the back of 2 consigned to Cosmos Shock that came at the absolute perfect moment. He has left our brain cells scrambled alongside Michael Murray's.
I was born that way, though.
So that's your birthright.
Yes.
So it's a scramble pulse for the mechanologist and the brain scramblies for my co-caster, who has gotten a lot of praise from Michael's all around.
Thank
but
you
I guess
to
y'all
the
are in
squad
bed with each
and
other.
the team of Michaels. I will see you all later tonight when we convene on Discord.
Oh, great. Are we convening for a blood sacrifice?
We are not, but the Michaels are.
Okay, fair enough. Are we
Keep
sacrificing
yourself
somebody
out of
named
my
Paul? Is that what we do?
blood sacrifice Discord.
All right.
We don't bring Pauls into it. We don't bring Bryces into it.
That's probably for the best because I bleed mayo.
Gross.
I would agree. Okay, now there's one thing left to be done, and that is an interview with Peter Buddensiek. Before we get to that, though, one more message from our illustrious sponsors. That is Fabtcg. I highly encourage you to get out to one of the events that they'll be hosting because it is just such a better experience than we've ever had in Flesh and Blood organized play. They're handling Calling 100 in Atlanta. I will be there, and I am so excited because Travis and company will be there with me. In addition, at the end of the year, Calling Portland will be handled by them after a well-deserved break. They are here, and they are here to stay. It's Fabtcg. Get over to fabfoundryevents.com to purchase early bird packages for any of the events that they're supporting, and also utilize it for desk-free registration for any main or side event that you might be signing up for. Also, easy to play electronic voucher transfers as well. Michael, have you engaged with the Fabtcg online system yet?
I have. I've purchased some cards from them, and it is very smooth. I really do love their packages, but I haven't done any of their events yet.
I love their packages
I'm very looking forward to it. I was trying to say they're like Silver Age packages, the get all the rares, because what I usually do is I buy a bunch of boxes and then get disappointed ripping them and still don't have all the cards I need to play Silver Age, because it turns out you actually have to open a lot of packs to get like a play set of every rare. So it's nice to just pay $50, get every rare that you could possibly need for Silver Age, and you could even go for the Majestic package and get every card you need for CC2 without risking getting nothing by ripping those boxes like I do all the time.
Well, I'm Bryce Platts. This is Michael Murray. That was a lot of words all at once, and we go to a quick break, and then, of course, some final words from Peter Buddensiek after winning his second AGE Open just this year.
Sick. Welcome back, folks. We are joined here with today's winner, Peter Buddensiek, Wizard aficionado. I was just singing your praises in the booth. Glad to have you in here.
Oh, no.
For some reason, everybody just started laughing at that statement. But no, seriously, I think that was a phenomenal Wizard game to watch.
Yeah.
I do really enjoy watching your Wizard play. And I love the fact that you are showing us once again just how many versatile ways there are to play this hero.
Yeah.
Poison the Well, I think, is the first thing I want to bring up.
I got to shout out Lucas Oswald on the Poison the Well, honestly. So, like, I'll give you a little context to this while they talk about Paul World in the back. There's a huge baller over there.
No, it's going off.
It's going off. But basically, going into PTLA, PT Vegas, I really didn't know what I was going to play. I wanted to play the Gone in a Flash Oscilio. Going into it, and that was what I kind of planned to playing. And then they can ask. I basically played like 8 different decks in testing, and just like was just all over the place. I thought I locked like Cindra like the Thursday before, and then I'm like hanging out at the venue. I see a whole bunch. You seen for the keynote, we're just like kind of waiting around after getting checked in, and I'm like looking at a whole bunch of people that like other pros and stuff like that, and Lucas and Dan, Lucas Oswald. And Dan look at me and they're like, "What are you playing?" And I was like, "I'm playing Cindra." And they were like, "You're not playing Cindra at the PT? Like, why are you playing Cindra at the PT?" And I was just like, "I think it's pretty good." And then they're like, "Oh, we're playing Mario." And I was like, "That makes sense. Like, you guys are iconic Mario players." And they were like, "Oh, because you're not playing Oscilio, can I get some like Gone and Flash Oscilio reps? Like, if we think it's free, I just want to like know." Then I sit down. Then I 2-1 him. Oh. And then I was like, Gone and Flash felt quite good into Mario just now after getting pummeled like the entire week because, Caleb was touching me.
Sure.
Everybody else on the testing team was just like, I think I won 3 games in like 4 days. It was like actually atrocious at the testing. I was like 3-26 at one point. So I was in the gulag, right?
Yeah.
And so didn't feel like that good, but the Oscilio deck felt really good. And then I basically went for the next like 3 hours walking around the venue, just like contemplating my life choices, just have no idea what I'm going to play for the PT next tomorrow. I'm like, am I supposed to be playing Cindra? Am I supposed to pivot last minute? And, I was struggling against the more fatigue versions that were like, I honestly felt before the PT that if you wanted to fatigue Oscilio, the Gone and Flash version specifically, you could do it. You could always play multiple amulets. You could always play like all these block 4s, play in a way, block every single point of damage that you can, and they would fatigue eventually because how the deck naturally goes.
Right.
And if they can't have a big Gone turn and stuff like that. And I just couldn't get around to these fiddlers, these sigils, and them just getting a whole bunch of life. The Huntsman being a cockroach and stuff like that. And eventually, I got to a point where I was like, it's kind of doomed. And then I went back up to Lucas and I was like, do you really think I should be playing Oscilio at the PT? And he was like, yeah, dude, you play Oscilio very well. And it's like, what are you struggling with? Why aren't you playing it? I thought it was just like a snap yes from you.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I'm struggling with the T decks. And he was just like, have you tried Poison the Well? And I was like, I know people said it earlier, but it never really resonated with me until then, to where because if you're struggling against these fatigue decks that are gaining so much life, a Poison Well is a 1 for 6.
Yeah.
And it not only makes it so they don't gain life, but they also just take 3.
The
right?
damage sticks.
The damage sticks, right? It's true damage, right? It's like it's 3 damage. They take 3 damage. They don't gain 3 life. It closes a lot of the gap. And I feel like versus these control decks that you just need to shorten the gap enough so that you have the one big turn and then you get there, or you can get enough there, and that's how I got to like red flash bolts, doing damage on their turn. That was a Majin based special. He was like, you should be playing red flash bolts. I was like, you're crazy. Didn't test it at all, basically. Yeah. And then I played day 1 of the PT with like two poisons, 3 red flash bolts, and I played multiple Jarls in the PT, and none of the games were close. I just like they were trying to fatigue me. I just won every single time, and I was just like, I feel so much more comfortable playing against the fatigue decks now because I know my deck so much more. I'm more confident on it, so that's kind of how I got to the poison the wells, basically.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna lie. I think I remember round 3 you played into a Jarl, right? And you were 2-1.
Yeah.
And I looked at the screen and I was like, oh, Peter's out for the first time, and yet here you are back winning it all.
That was a crazy Jarl game. I poisoned them. I poisoned that Jarl. They died to it. It was great.
Yeah, no, you were saying earlier they played a sigil, right? And then you did poison the well.
Yeah,
and then they said, I'll respond with a sigil.
I did that against multiple Jarls in the PT. Like every single Jarl I played, like they were just like gain life, or it was just like poison, and like it was just so. It performed so well. It performed so well today. It performed well in the finals. Like basically every single time he's like, they always play sigil, right? Like they're always going to play sigil, so it's like free to them. And if they don't play sigil, then it's like easy. You can always discard it, right? And so it's so flexible. You discard the first one, they're scared for the rest of the game. Like I played 2, obviously, but like you discard the first one, and they're like,
yeah. Well, I've been playing a lot of Betsy. I'm on Fiddlers. I'm on Sigil. I know how important it is to undo the offensive overlap because you have to set up. And so it's great time for me to Sigil. And now whatever you did over the last 3 turns is moot because you didn't push damage this turn.
Yeah, it was incredible.
That's awesome, man. I actually didn't know about that tech, so it's super cool to learn about it here and to learn about how the game of Flesh and Blood in the meta is still continually evolving. It really feels like we're in kind of a golden age of deck development right now.
Yeah.
So many new takes on old lists, and it honestly really feels like there's at least 3 ways to play so many of the top lists. It's cool.
Yeah, it's cool to see. I think like a lot of people were. I heard a lot of sentiment that was down. You know, you can look at social media and stuff like that. A lot of people were down and stuff like that. We went through multiple sets that were just kind of like underpowered.
True.
Kind of shitters, right? I'm not afraid to say it. Like I could say to Gottlieb and stuff like that. Like my criticism is like we went through so many powerful sets in a row, and maybe not everybody comes from the side. I think personally, I love playing the most powerful thing possible, right? Like I want my opponent to play something powerful. I want to play something powerful, and I don't want. Basically, we got to a point in this meta to where like Huntsman's good. Like the format is low power when Huntsman's good, right?
Sure.
So like, I think there's a little bit of sentiment going on, but I've always been a truther about Fab. Like I always think it's really good. Especially seeing the Shadows to Urbis, the new set trailer. It's like.
You strip the Shadow Throne.
Shadow Viscerai comes back. I read that real ability. It flips. It has another ability on the back. I'm like, this is a power set. This is incredible.
No, it
right?
feels like that. It feels like we're gonna finally get a set that's gonna sort of come out the gate swinging, and I really hope that it slots into that A tier. I don't really want a Part the Misfail 2. I don't want it to go that far. You want it to be so good that it's the only thing you can play on release.
I think the hard part is like, I run a local scene, like at an LGS, like locally to me, and. The hardest part about getting people into the game now is like I can tell them to buy these booster boxes. I can tell them I can bring in cards and do there, and like they look at a cool character in the new set, and they're like, I want to main this character when it comes out, and then multiple sets in a row. The decks are just like not good enough to play, right? Like they're just there's tier 2.5 decks that just like. You just can't play them at a reasonable, like, you play them at an Armory, it's cool, and stuff like that, you don't lose a lot. Like, you can't really bring it to an R10 or a PQ. But when I look at the new set that's coming out in set 20, all 3 of those characters I know were going to come out, and they're going to be tier 1 decks, and it's easy for me to sell it to new players. Be like, if any of these 3 look cool, this is going to be a crazy deck. You can stick to the list, you can invest in this character, and it's going to be very good for the next at least 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, that's how LSS ushered in an entire country, Japan, into the game of Flesh and Blood. And really the only kind of bad thing, of course, if you didn't like the meta, fine. But the worst part about it was how fast those characters hit Living Legend. But now we have the 0.5 multiplier. Yeah. So we're kind of covered there.
It's good. I want to see more powerful things. I especially loved that they they're bringing back Levia. That like
Looks awesome.
I think they should give old characters a lot of new power instead of printing a lot of new characters. I think they did that
Betsy.
amazing with like Betsy you see here is like now a tier 1 deck. And it's like Levia is going to be a tier 1 deck when it comes out, and like they're giving more support to these characters that are kind of in the middle to the bottom pack instead of printing like how many warriors are there and how many of the LL, like Kassai is going to be the first one upcoming, but like think about how many warriors there are. What I'm especially glad that they did Mastery Pack Warrior to give all these ones that have not seen success more success. Like Hala is really cool. It's one of the newer ones, and then now it got an army deck, and then now it's getting more support in a full set. Like Dory might finally leave after so long, after being kind of like a fringe playable deck for so long. Kassai's about to leave. Like Olympia, his cards look crazy. I'm an Olympia enjoyer. Like I'm an
Olympia
enjoyer.
looks like he's going to be a lot of fun.
I just think like giving old deck support, bringing really exciting, powerful new cards into the ecosystem and classes. Like Necromancer was one of the coolest things to come out, and it's basically just Shadow Illusionist every single time. It's just Necromancer reskinned, and like I think that does so much for the game and for excitement purposes, right? Like we have to battle with these other games, and this is the first step that we have to. Yeah, look at how many people are back there, bro. Yeah. Like we got to battle. We got to battle somewhere, right? Like we need to be aggressive on it, and I'm excited to see the future of it.
Absolutely, man. I am on board with everything you just said. And I also am very much enjoying the competitive scene as it stands right now. I think the innovation is through the charts, and it's just so much fun to be a caster in the booth to watch all these different variations of decks and all the new tech come out. Thought Poison in the Well was sick. Thought you got a little lucky there at the end, getting the Arcane to finish it. I'm the Betsy fan, yes. Seeing Betsy make it to the finals and then fall to the top deck of Peter Buddensiek, of course, left me feeling a little bit sad. But as always, we are happy that you are doing so well in the world of Flesh and Blood. And man, you've got, I think, second place tied up right now. You and Colin are at the exact same point total, I believe, after today, sitting at whatever 65 plus 30 is.
I think, sitting at 95 points with Quick Mass right there. Super excited. I had a crazy year in the Open Series this year, starting it off in January, winning one. I have played 5 or 6 this season. I forget how many I've played this season. I've top 8'd all of them. I've won 2. I think it's like I'm just having an insane roll every time. LA's free. First of all, the only person in LA that isn't free, Anthony Pham. That's the GOAT, honestly.
He's probably better than you, would you say?
Maybe. You know who?
That was
who is? You know who is better than me? Current U.S. national champion Colin Erickson.
That's a good point.
Boy wonder himself. I remember when that guy showed up to the first PQ that I ever seen him in SoCal, like a couple of years back. I remember him double shunting me out of top 8 of an invitational.
Yes, right. That was lit.
Like I think, obviously, I'm good friends with the former U.S. national champion Major Bay, and I really did want him to see him go back to back. Obviously, that was the best opportunity. I think looking at the top 8 was him going back to back, and I think the second best opportunity was Colin winning, and I think. He pillar of the game in the SoCal community, and I think he deserves it incredibly as well. So everybody else is free, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't argue. That's why I'm in the booth, because I'd just be out there cashing checks.
Especially Chris Iaali. He's free. I don't know if I will. I'm just kidding. I love Chris. Chris.
Probably fair to say.
I saw everybody hate watching me. And these cards.
Look, somebody's got to be the villain, right? We've got a narrative to spin.
My boy Jimmy DMs me, and we're in the Discord call, and he's like, "Bro, why does everybody hate you?" I'm like, "I don't know, bro. Like, I just got to win, I guess."
I do have a question for our producer, if he's available to take it. Do you know how up to date our graphics are? Peter was sitting at a 71% win rate on the graphic, but with the recent showings, I think you're probably a lot higher than that. Maybe not a lot, but it's going to be...
I'm 8-1 today. What is 8-1? Probably like...
And then more than 70%.
And mounts a percentage is about like 80-something.
But regardless, the point that I'm trying to make is I would love to... call you out for saying things like LA is free, but 71% and climbing is insane for a win rate in a game that is theoretically, has variance to it. Big props to you for hitting numbers like that.
Thank you. Yeah, did the best. I can't really talk as much. Hate talking as I like everybody here.
Yeah.
I'm not Dark
I only
Darkodius or
talk
anything.
shit behind
so
your
like,
back, man. Face to face, I'll give you as much love as I have
Oh
to
yeah,
give.
obviously. 100%. I got the. You got to come back. I'm the reigning champion of another state's league. So you gotta do what you can do.
Absolutely.
Maybe I can get Wesley out here. So. Yeah, maybe I need to, start winning some other regions. I heard Toronto's free now. All the good players are retired, so.
I think what you should start doing is flying around the country to every AGE and start taking them all down.
Yo, Justin, if I win back to back in LA, can you fly me to the other ones?
You know what we can do?
Like Yeah, put me on like Frontier Bus Pass or something like that, and then just like get me to all of them, bro. Like it'd be great. Like see if I could top like 16 all 3 of them.
That'd be pretty sick. But if we ever do get around to doing the national championship, the AGE national championship, you won't need to get bussed around. You can just take them all down when they show up. If we get that going, I don't know when or if, but man,
you can
what
host
a cool
it at the Westgate,
proposition
bro.
that would be.
I got it in at the Westgate, bro. Those
take
are
it
my
to
boys,
Vegas.
bro. They gave me $3,800 last weekend, bro. We can keep going to the Westgate, bro.
There we go. Dinner's on Peter. All right, man. Well, thanks so much for all of the Flesh and Blood games that you brought to our camera today, as well as joining me in the booth and teaching us about some pretty awesome tech in the form of Poison the Well. So if you are playing Oscilio and struggling to beat fatigue, well, that's a way you might be able to do it. Before we wrap up, though, I just want to ask, you got any shout-outs or anything you want to say before we wrap up?
Yeah, obviously shout out Team Invasion, supported me doing the thing. Shout out Nia and all Shelby and all of them that are in there. They do a great job. Pillars of the Toronto seed. They have all the signals that you need. Use Mask 5 for 5% off all your TCG needs at Invasion.cnc.
Yeah. Oh, and go to Fabtcg too.
Oh, yeah. Actually, go to Fabtcg as well.
Whichever one.
They're also the goats. They're the NA goats, so you have to go there. But like for the Canadian goats, go to Invasion. That's the Canadian goats.
Awesome.
And then, shout out my mom. She's always been there. And then also shout out everybody on the Team Invasion, and just constantly doing well. We found out that we put one or multiple members into a Tier 4, 4 Tier 4s in a row.
Whoa.
Yeah, 4 in a row.
That's
which
awesome.
Is actually incredible. Ever since Singapore, we've put one of our testing group into the top 8, and we just put 2. We put Caleb and Hamilton, it's been an incredible run, and I can't wait to keep rolling on the success that we've been having.
That's great. Well, thanks so much for joining us. Thank you so much to the viewers at home for joining us, but that's going to be it for today. We're going to wrap it up here, so you can go wherever you'd like. Nothing else after this.